Chapter 6:17. A's. I've thought about it for a long time. Suyu sighed and felt comfortable all over. What are you thinking about? Qin Zhe asked without stopping. Since you was born, why was Liang born? How do you answer? Suyu wondered. Is there an answer? In her opinion, it was a very ordinary sigh. What kind of question is this? I refuse to answer, Qin Zhe said. Why? No reason. Qin Zhe bowed his head and massaged carefully and patiently. A regular answer, of course, it's because Liang gave birth to Liang. A casual answer, hey, hey, hey. Qin Zhe ignored her and Suyu was silent. It was mainly because she was too comfortable. Last night, she tossed too late. Her waist hurt, and she lacked sleep. When Qin Zhe asked her if she was hungry, she was already asleep. Her face was quiet, like a newborn child, innocent and innocent. Probably every beautiful woman sleeping quietly looked like this, and his sister was the same. When she closed her eyes, her temperament changed greatly. Sister Ziwei's oval face was even cuter. People couldn't help but want to pinch it, but they were afraid of waking her up. He didn't know what she looked like when the baby fat on her face was still there. Qin Zhe helped Suyu cover the quilt and wanted to wake her up and let her sleep in a different position. She was not big, and if she was squashed, after thinking about it, he didn't disturb her. He closed the door and left the room, put on an apron, washed vegetables and cooked. There were a few times when he rested here. He found it troublesome and wore a pair of boxers to cook. Suyu said that he looked very sexy in boxers and apron, which made her fall in love with him. But Qin Zhe imagined the picture of himself stroking his hair coquettishly, and he never did it again. When shopping in the supermarket, Suyu unreasonably bought a bunch of vegetables, so much that the refrigerator couldn't fit them. Qin Zhe didn't often come here to cook. She didn't know if she was seeking psychological comfort or simply enjoying the joy of shopping with him. 2 meat, 2 vegetables, and a soup. The soup was stewed pork ribs with wax gourd. There was celery in the vegetables, which Qin Zhe didn't touch. For men, it was like killing their children. But Suyu loved it. Outside the small window on the left, the sun was shining brightly. The constant noise of cars in the big city was annoying. Qin Zhe missed the sound of cicadas when he was young in Shujia town. At least it was lively. He recalled the conversation he had with Su Yao when they parted ways at the airport. Actually, I've been looking for him, Su Yao said. Why are you looking for him? Are you trying to make trouble for yourself? Find him. Sink him into the sea. Qin Zhe looked at him and didn't say anything. He was thinking, why are you telling me all this? Are you going to get rid of my biological father with me? I'm not Yang Guang. Or to give me a heads up in case something like this happens in the future. A's, watch carefully. Today, your uncle will show you his skills and turn your old man into a box. A box that sinks into the sea. That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. If you find her, and I mean if, don't rat me out. Otherwise, my mother will be dead. He was now a big shot with a net worth of tens of billions. If that useless son of his knew about his existence, he would be finished. He would definitely pester him endlessly. The whole world would know about it. He felt that something was wrong. I know. I won't tell anyone. Su Yao said, I don't want his life. I just want him to experience the taste of despair. Have you found her? No. There are so many people. I haven't found her. If you're looking for her, remember to send me a video when you sink her into the sea. Okay. Before boarding, Su Yao said, oh right, your cousin's name is Su Yanyan. I'll send you a photo to confirm it. Qin Zhe stir-fried the shredded meat and thought, so, are you trying to remind me of something? Or do you want me to acknowledge my cousin whom I've never met? Don't joke around. I don't even want to acknowledge you as my uncle. Last year, when he first met Su Yao, Qin Zhe thought that he was his sister's biological father. Later, when he read the old man's diary, his guess was like this. I'm Auntie Su's son. The man suspected of being my mother's adulterer turned out to be my biological father. He and Auntie Su had a son together and left him to my parents. At that time, he thought, that's right. With your mediocre face, you must have the same genes. Then he sighed in anger. Dad, come, your son will personally take off your crown. He was sincerely happy to be your son. Later, in the information that Sister Man gave him, the mediocre Su Yao was actually Auntie Su's younger brother. At that time, Qin Zhe's heart was traumatized beyond words. He imagined many kinds of immoral love that the secular world could not tolerate. But there was a trace of doubt in his heart, and he felt that something was wrong. After Su Jiazhen confessed, he found out the truth. There were so many twists and turns. The truth was far more complicated than he imagined. The spring of 1995 was a pain that could not be erased for Auntie Su, Mom, and Su Yao. Forget about his uncle. At most, he would be sad for his nephew who died prematurely. At the same time, Qin Zhe also understood what was wrong. It was said that close relatives were either geniuses or idiots. Are you kidding me? With my IQ, am I qualified? If I were a genius, I wouldn't have lived in my sister's shadow for more than 20 years. I wouldn't have endured the humiliation of the old man's magic weapon for more than 20 years. I think too much. Qin Zhe made lunch and returned to the room to wake up Suyu. But she had already woken up. Leaning on the bed, holding the clothes of her small chest in her arms, and the other hand holding the mobile phone to send a message. This erotic scene caused Qin Zhe's chicken to move. The blanket was very thin, and it highlighted her graceful figure. It happened to cover her lower abdomen, and there was a kind of temptation to stop talking. There was also the small bra in her arms, which was half covering and half hiding her body. It was clearly a very proper bra, but it suddenly became indecent. Do you want to eat? Qin Zhe sat down on the bed and reached out to play with her breast. Or, do you want to do it first? Tofu was much purer than Lao Gan Ma, but Lao Gan Ma hid it deeply, and people who failed Chinese couldn't understand it. Can I do it while eating? Suyu said lazily. That's too exciting. My heart can't bear it. She answered like this, which meant that she agreed. Qin Zhe happily took off his clothes. Do you have a salted fish number 2 work cap? I asked you to buy it last time. Did you buy it? Who wants that kind of thing? My stomach is not up to expectations. Do you think it's because I stayed with Sister Man for a long time that she was infected? Don't think about it. This kind of thing is not contagious. If you want to experience pregnancy, I can help you contact the next door. Wait a minute. Suyu pushed him away, lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Her upper body was naked, and her lower body was covered with white lace, which was not big, but had a good shape. She twisted her small waist and ran out of the room, rummaged in the living room, and came back with a box of medicine. Suyu waved her small hand in front of him, proud and playful. I have equipment. Qin Zhe saw the words on the box clearly. Lu Wei Dihuang pills. She poured water, ate 2 pills, swallowed them, went to bed, and hummed. After eating it, I can be a serf and become a master. Qin Zhe hugged Suyu's leg and sprinted wildly, like the white-robed young General Zhao Zilong in the past. He went in and out of the enemy 7 times and killed the enemy. After that, Suyu lay on the bed like a salted fish, with a face full of doubt. I may have bought fake medicine. Qin Zhe, do you have any misunderstanding about Lu Wei Dihuang pills? This thing is not a small blue pill, okay? Suyu was hurt again and recuperated in place. Qin Zhe went into the bathroom to take a shower. She listened to the faint sound of water in the direction of the bathroom, took a few breaths, turned on the mobile phone first, gave a bad review, and then saw Nan Man Pei's message. Suyu, take out my dividends in the company account. I need abundant funds in a while. Nan Man Pei's part of the dividends was at least 500 million yuan. She had not taken the money invested by Baozi and gave it to her best friend as liquid funds. As for Tianfang's money, it was taken away regularly every month. According to Suyu, good friends should unite and not give Qin Bao any advantage. Suyu yawned and replied listlessly, I know, Sister Man. I won't drink tea tonight. Nan Man Pei. What's the matter? Suyu. Hey, he was too intense just now. His back is sore and he wants to rest. Nan Man Pei. Withdraw it, idiot. It was sent to the wrong place. Chapter 618. Sent to the wrong place? What does it mean? Suyu stared at it. Her whole body trembled, and her mind was sober. Group business card. Life is endless. No, sister man. That is to say, the two of them were not chatting privately, but chatting in the group. There were 4 people in the group except for the 2 of them. One was Wang Zijin and one was Qin Bao. Well, 2 weak women. At this moment, Suyu showed the peak hand speed that she had never reached when playing games. 2 seconds later, the system prompt. I am Little Birdie withdrew a message. System prompt. Acacia Red Bean withdrew a message. Last message. What's the matter? Suyu turned over and sat up, a little emotional, and sent a private message to Nan Man Pei with lingering fear. It was close. Nan Man Pei was calmer. Well, pay attention next time. Suyu. Bao Bao was scared to death. Nan Man Pei. Yes, if it was slow, Qin Bao would have been scared to death. Suyu. They should not have seen it, right? Nan Man Pei. Who knows? Suyu. They definitely didn't see it. It's not rest time now. They don't have time to stare at the mobile phone all the time, and it's only for 2 seconds. They definitely didn't see it. Nan Man Pei was disappointed. Look at you, so what if they saw it? You have done so much for him, and you have to endure that he has a girlfriend. He is happy and we have to clean up his mess. Angry emoji. Suyu. Yes, what am I afraid of? I should go directly to the door and beat the mistress. Wang Zijin is the mistress. Cheering for yourself emoji. Nan Man Pei. Okay. You send it again in the group. So you didn't reply for a long time, and after a while, I don't dare. Nan Man Pei. Useless thing. You can't bear to leave him? Suyu. No, my reaction just now was not that I was afraid of him. I was afraid that Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin would come to the door and beat me, then take off my clothes and take nude photos. Nan Man Pei was speechless. Suyu? Am I too scared, sister man? Cry? What was there to be afraid of? Even 10 Wang Zijin could beat her in terms of scheming and scheming. Using force and violence, he knocked down 10 Qin Baos with 1 punch. Nan Man Pei was in a difficult position. He thought for a while and comforted her dryly. This is called enduring humiliation for the greater good. Suyu. Yes, endure the humiliation. After I poach Qin Zhe over, I'll humiliate Wang Zijin with him. If Qin Bao Bao dares to get in the way, I'll have Qin Zhe beat her up too. Motivated expression. Nan Man Pei sighed. This girl was hopeless. Qin Zhe took a shower and put on his clothes. He saw Suyu sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking angry and gnashing her teeth. If you lose, you lose. The concave can't beat the convex, because the latter has a weapon. The former can only accept it passively, just like a perm can't beat a tattoo. It's not that. Suyu said bitterly. Hurry up and take a shower, then come out to eat. Qin Zhe didn't ask much and went back to the living room to sit down. I've got the rice for you. Take a shower and come out. Don't take too long. You just took a shower in the morning. I'll eat first. I'm starving. He habitually took out his mobile phone and opened the chat software. He happened to see Suyu and Nan Man Pei's message retracted. He turned his head and asked, Suyu, what did you send? Suyu walked into the bathroom with a well-shaped chest, stopped at the door, and stammered, No, nothing. Qin Zhe didn't know that he had just stepped into the gates of hell. This time the shower was finally fast. In a few minutes she came out after a cold shower. She was wearing thin pajamas and her hair was wet. She didn't dry it and just wiped it. Take a picture for me first. So you sat at the table, set up the mobile phone perspective, and took 3 consecutive pictures. A's dishes are delicious. It's a waste not to take a picture as a souvenir. Qin Zhe didn't think too much and put down his chopsticks very cooperatively. Suyu, okay, let's eat. The two of them bowed their heads to eat while playing with their mobile phones. Qin Zhe browsed Weibo to see everyone's expectations for the new film. Qin Zhe and his sister had a dispute about the name of the movie. According to Qin Zhe's idea, the name of the movie was A Dream of Nank. His sister said, in this case, the ending still had the thought-provoking effect. clearly told the audience that this was a dream. It should be called Waking Up from a Dream. Qinze said, "Fuck off. Is there a difference in the name? It was better to call it The Wealth of Rebirth." His sister said, "It's rustic. Call it 10 Years Against the Current." Qinze said, "It's a mess." Then the brother and sister compromised and decided on the name of the movie, My 2008. After the movie conference, the internet was full of news about his and his sister's new film for several days. Recently, the popularity has dropped, but there were still people coming to his Weibo every day to express their expectations. After a few glances at the political news, there were no policies and events worth paying attention to after the two meetings. Qinze turned off his mobile phone and concentrated on eating. Ding! The phone rang. Ding! The phone rang again. Who was so annoying that they didn't even stop eating. Qinze grabbed the mobile phone, lit up the screen, and opened the chat software. His sister and Wang Zijin each sent a message. "Where are you? Who are you with?" After reading the message with Qinze's high IQ, he immediately smelled the signs of something wrong. There was too much tacit understanding. And why did they ask this? Therefore, Qinze didn't rush to answer, but frowned and pondered. "What's wrong?" Suyu asked. "My sister and sister Ziwei sent me a message." "What message?" Suyu looked anxious. "Let me see." Qinze handed the phone to her. Suyu glanced at it and was relieved that they asked this question, indicating that they didn't see the message in the group, or the message couldn't be so peaceful. As for why they sent this message, she raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a little fox snicker. "Did you do something?" Qinze's eyes were like torches. "Let me see the phone." "No." Suyu hid the phone behind her, like a little girl hiding candy. Qinze grabbed her hand directly, unlocked the phone with his thumb, opened the chat software, and checked her chat history. There was no strange message sent to his sister and Wang Zijin. "No." Qinze reacted abruptly, clicked on the circle of friends, and his eyes went black. Circle of friends. Rest at home, cook a hearty lunch to reward yourself, and know how to be grateful in life. Grateful your sister. There were a lot of replies, most of them were from the company's middle and senior executives. They praised Suyu for being clever and skillful, being able to work in the hall and cook in the kitchen. Only the two guys sent two hihis. Fortunately, no one knew that it was Qin Baobao's WeChat number. Qinze answered truthfully, "I went back to Shanghai at Suyu's house and cooked a meal." Two identical messages were sent to his sister and Wang Zijin. As old rivals who have been fighting for a whole year, they know each other well. Whether Suyu can cook or not, they both know in their hearts. Moreover, at this time, Qinze and Suyu should be on the flight back to Shanghai. Qinze said angrily, "Are you crazy? Why did you send this?" Suyu was particularly tough today, and said with a stiff neck, "I just want to tell myself, don't be afraid, just do it. What's wrong with you? Who said you were a coward? You make trouble all day long, and I think it's my fault that you've restrained yourself. You're just too energetic. Come on, let's go back and fight for 300 rounds. Qinze dragged Suyu to the room. "No, I'm not going." Suyu struggled, entangled him like an octopus, refused to go, and cried, "I'm not afraid at all. If I don't let them know how powerful I am, what if they steal my child in the future? I don't have schizophrenia, but you have schizophrenia first." Qinze sighed and rewarded her. After all, he didn't have the heart to glare at her, sat back at the table, and patiently replied to his sister's messages. "We just came back not long ago, because Suyu was airsick and vomited for a long time, so I made a meal to reward her." The exact same message was sent twice. Qin Baobao, hee. Wang Zijin, hee. The strange thing was that his sister didn't call to question, and Wang Zijin didn't send any sharp words. Seemed that things were over. Qinze suddenly felt relieved. It seemed that his character was still very strong in front of his sisters, and he was not weak at all. "I don't want to go back to the company later. Let's go shopping." Suyu chewed slowly and swallowed the rice, looked up and said expectantly, "Well, yes." Qinze nodded. He wore sunglasses, a mask, and a baseball cap. No one had ever recognized him when he went out in this outfit. Good equipment as strong as my character. Besides, even if his relationship with Suyu can't be hidden, if it can't be hidden, then it can't be hidden. As a man, shouldn't he hold up the sky? He must be responsible. After dinner, at 2:30 in the afternoon, he accompanied Suyu to walk on the pedestrian street for 2 hours. Qin, who was physically strong, was sweating. Suyu was also sweating, her hair was sticking to her face, and her face was flushed, but she was full of energy, and the more she walked, the more energetic she became. Didn't you say your waist hurt? Didn't you say you were tired? Qin drove and complained, I'm half dead. Tired, but happy. Suyu lay in the passenger seat and the seat slid to the lowest. After sending Suyu home, Qin went upstairs with a big bag of trophies. He took a shower first and took a taxi home. On the way, he went to the supermarket to buy a bunch of delicious ingredients. It was just 6 o'clock in the evening when he got home. His sisters should not be home yet, so he made a delicious meal to block their mouths. Unexpectedly, Wang Zijin and her sister came back early. The two women leaned on the sofa with their legs crossed. When they heard the sound of the door opening, their ears pricked up, but they pretended to watch TV expressionlessly. As soon as he entered the door, Qin saw a dangerous breath from the shiatsu board in front of the sofa. I'm back. Qin pretended not to see the shiatsu board. I went to cook for you. I bought a lot of food. Ha, ha, ha. Come here. Wang Zijin said. Kneel. Qin Bao said. Are you crazy? Why should I kneel when you tell me to? Do I have no dignity? Qin obediently went to the sofa, knelt on the shiatsu board, and said, I'll play games with you. Wang Zijin was expressionless. Play with us or play with Suyu? Qin Bao's face raised a charming smile, delicate and soft. Little brother has finally grown up and knows how to play with girls. I'm very happy. If you didn't squeeze out the words from your mouth, I would have believed you. Qin, no, Suyu is busy. As the boss, I want to reward her. Wang Zijin's face darkened. Didn't you tell your sister that you would arrive in the afternoon? Why did you lie? Qin quibbled. After 12 o'clock, it will be afternoon. Qin Bao pretended to be suddenly enlightened, blinked her beautiful eyes and said sweetly, So that's how it is. Sister misunderstood. Sister is wrong. A's just kneel. Wang Zijin, you don't have to cook dinner. We'll eat by ourselves. Then there was a cold war that lasted for a quarter of an hour. Qin Bao leaned to the left, and Wang Zijin leaned to the right, playing with their phones. Halfway through, Wang Zijin put down her phone and went to the toilet. Qin Bao glanced at the corridor and heard the sound of the toilet closing. Her whole body suddenly changed, and the charming and generous sister image disappeared. A tigress pounced on salted fish, hanging on his body, 2 long legs clamping his waist and strangling his neck. She said fiercely, What happened between you and Suyu? Did you shake the morale of the army? Qin took a deep breath and felt that his kneecaps were about to be pierced by the shiatsu board. The revolution has not been successful, and the morale of the army is not shaken. Qin Bao didn't believe it. She bared her teeth and said fiercely, If you didn't shake, why are you so close to her? Don't talk about rewards. If she wanted to reward her, couldn't she treat her to a meal in the hotel? If it was a pure superior-subordinate relationship, would she need to cook at someone else's house? Qin, it's not a pure superior-subordinate relationship. Huh? At least we're friends. Sister is always a paper tiger. After venting, Qin only took a pee to coax her, although she was a little surprised. When Wang Zijin went out, the scene in the living room was restored. The cold and beautiful sister crossed her legs and looked disdainfully at the brother kneeling on the shiatsu board. At 6:30, Qin Bao, who was hungry, poked Qin's head with her slender fingers. Next time you dare to lie to sister, be careful of your skin. Kneel properly. I'm going downstairs. When she entered the kitchen, Wang Zijin's aura changed. She was no longer an ally who was angry with her best friend. but a pitiful woman suspected of having an affair with her boyfriend. Is it because I didn't do well in the past that you're sick of me? What are you talking about? My feelings for Sister Ziwei are deeper than the peach blossom pool. Then have you ever thought of hunting outside? Absolutely not. It's good enough to rub against her. Why would I want to hunt? Wang Zijin's slender hand picked up his ear. She didn't use any strength and just gently lifted him up. She said gently, "You have to know that you have a girlfriend. Do you understand?" Salted Fish trembled. "Then can I get up?" Qin Zhe asked in anticipation. "If your sister agrees, I'll agree." Wang Zijin pushed the responsibility to him. Sister happened to come out. "Zijin, come and wash the vegetables. It's so annoying. I don't want to wash them." Qin Zhe immediately said, I'll wash them. Wang Zijin said, "Have you forgiven him?" Qin Baobao looked at her and felt that she couldn't back down in front of her best friend. She snorted, "I haven't." Wang Zijin said in a huff, "Then I haven't either." Qin Zhe. Chapter 619. I heard that you knelt on the shiatsu board for an hour last night? My knees are broken. Who told you that? Your black-hearted sister. She deliberately told me to warn me. Where's Sister Ziwei? She said that we should have a meal together another day. She even asked me if Aza's dishes were delicious. She tried to sound me out. This kind of person who has been in a state-owned enterprise and system is very cunning. One of your friends made me very unhappy last night. Leave them if you're unhappy. Honey, I have a warm little nest here. I guarantee that you'll be well served. How's your kidney? Sir, my kidney is made of iron, can withstand your rain and wind. Your tone is becoming more and more like Qin Baobao. Is this how Qin Baobao talks to you? This damn pervert. Tone, I'm talking about tone. Has the show started recording? Starting soon. I'm at the TV station. Oh, then I'll go deal with some things. The chat ended. Qin Zhe turned off the phone screen, sat in the spacious lounge, and drank a mouthful of water. The door opened, and a middle-aged man with gray hair came in. He was the host of the show. Qin Zhe was familiar with him, but she couldn't remember his name. Miss Qin, the show will start recording in 15 minutes. I'll tell you some things to pay attention to. The man sat down beside Qin Zhe. You've seen our show, right? Yes, I've seen it. In fact, he hadn't seen it. He had only heard of it. After receiving this job, he crammed the show once and had a general understanding of the gameplay of Superbrain. The contestants who could be on the show seemed to be geniuses. The top scorer in science and the champion of the mathematical Olympiad were all ordinary in the show. Or in other words, the foundation. The contestants played some difficult games to determine the outcome. They covered spatial imagination, mental arithmetic, logical reasoning, and so on. In short, people with bad brains couldn't play here. You're the key guest of this episode. You'll be allowed to interact more with the contestants. Have you read the script? Yes, I know what to play. The host nodded with a smile and said in a gentle tone, You can do whatever you want when the time comes. You don't have to be too serious and don't think too much about the results. Qin Zhe, we can't win, right? This was not mentioned in the script. The so-called script was a general description of the questions and rules of the program. Because it was not an entertainment program, there were not so many rules and regulations. Qin Zhe's understanding was that the host wanted the contestants to take it easy and not steal their limelight. The host was stunned and looked at him blankly. Win? Qin Zhe, I understand. We can't steal the limelight from the contestants. No. The host waved his hand. You don't have to deliberately go easy on the contestants. Just do your best. After all, the contestants are more powerful. He didn't say it out loud, but he held back his laughter. What are you trying to do? You're an entrepreneur and a composer, and those contestants are all highly intelligent contestants. Most importantly, they're at their peak. Do you think you can win just because you say so? Even if it's some small game, the contestants can completely crush ordinary people. The contestants invited by the program team were all very young. The peak of a person's mental flexibility was before the age of 20. This was similar to the contestants in the field of Go and esports. After they reached adulthood and entered society, they would be far away from school. Their memory would deteriorate and they would forget formulas. It was normal for them to not be as good as the students in school. It was like a top student who could get full marks in mathematics. A few years later, if he were to do the same paper, it would be considered good if he could pass. The host looked at his watch and said, "There's not much time left. Let's start." At the recording studio, the lights were in place. The cameras were in place. Under the lights, 3 figures walked out from backstage. The camera captured their figures. "Hello, everyone. I'm the host, Chun Yuha." The host said, "On my left is the familiar teacher Ning Yuqing." The applause was warm. "On my left is teacher Zhang Li." Clap, clap, clap. The host said, "Our slogan is let wisdom soar. Let truth last forever." The 5th season of Superbrain is starting. Taking advantage of this warm atmosphere, I'd like to invite a heavyweight guest. He's the most popular composer among male and female singers in recent years. He's the most worshipped prophet among shareholders. At the same time, he's rising rapidly in the film and television industry. He's both talented and good-looking. He's the role model of the post-90s generation, the #1 on the Forbes youth list in China. The audience burst into loud shouts. "Qin Zhe!" The audience reacted. The most popular composer, the stock market prophet, both talented and good-looking, the #1 on the Forbes youth list in China. Wasn't he talking about Qin Zhe? The host spread his hands. "Since you've all said it, let's invite him out directly." "That's right, it's Qin Zhe. Let's invite him out." The stage lights changed. Qin Zhe walked up from backstage. In an instant, there were screams. The audience was boiling, especially the female audience. They used their hands as loudspeakers and screamed desperately. Standing on the stage, facing the cheers, Qin Zhe's psychological shadow of being punished by his sister to kneel on the washboard dissipated a lot. He regained some confidence. "AI's king is the right way to start my life. I'm very happy to be on this stage. I'm very happy to be able to get close to and communicate with the genius contestants." Qin Zhe held the microphone. "I'm also very happy to meet everyone." Applause. "Miss Qin, you must be joking. In terms of IQ, I'm afraid no one here can compare to you," Zhang Li joked. Another guest, Ning Yucheng, said, "I don't know about the contestants, but among the 3 of us, Miss Qin is definitely the #1. This is the first episode of the 5th season. The program team invited the geniuses from all over the country to gather here. In the following season, they will compete to determine the strongest superbrain. Let's watch a short video." The host turned around and motioned everyone to look at the big screen behind him. The short video was about 15 minutes long. It briefly introduced 100 outstanding contestants. The youngest was in primary school, the oldest was in college, and the oldest was not more than 25 years old. Each of them had achieved something that their peers could only dream of in a certain field. Some had won the National Mathematical Olympiad Championship, some were from famous foreign universities, and some were the youngest master's students from famous universities. Every time a person was introduced, there would be exclamations from the audience. In the past, I didn't have much feelings about the so-called geniuses. Now that I've seen so many elite geniuses at such a young age, the IQ gap between people is too big, Zhang Li said with emotion. "When I was their age, I was still being beaten by my teacher. But Miss Qin should have a feeling of empathy," Ning Yuqing said. "Empathy?" Qin Zhe was stunned. "You're also a genius. You're the IQ of the entertainment industry." No. When I was their age, I was beaten by my father every day," Qin Zhe said modestly. "I was very mediocre in school. This group of guys was too amazing. Famous universities were the foundation. Only with scholarships from famous universities and outstanding people were qualified to be invited by the program team. When Qin Zhe was admitted to the University of Finance and Economics, he had to work hard and use all his strength. He could not wait to jump into his mother's arms and drink a few mouthfuls of milk so that he could use all his strength. In the end, he was still the last in the University of Finance and Economics. He had to rely on his grandfather's connections to be admitted first. You're being modest. Ning Yuqing seemed to admire Qin Zhe and smiled. If you were 5 years younger, you would definitely beat all of these contestants. Am I very old now? Qin Zhe asked. There was laughter. Indeed, when I was in college, I almost didn't get admitted to the University of Finance and Economics. My father opened the back door for me so that I was qualified to enter the University of Finance and Economics, Qin Zhe confessed. The audience was in a heated discussion. Qin Zhe is joking, right? No, I remember there was a post about him before. Before he graduated from college, he was indeed very mediocre. Of course, although Qin Zhe is amazing, he became famous in the entertainment industry because of his talent and singing. He is not the same type as these contestants. The contestants are all intelligent. They are all straight-A students. You guys are praising Qin Zhe too much. These are the top straight-A students in the country. Qin Zhe definitely can't beat them. As for the University of Finance and Economics professor opening the back door, no one cared. With Qin Zhe's current status, he was qualified to be a lecturer at Peking University and Tsinghua University. He was famous for being the god of stocks and fast shooter. In the past, he had relied on his father to open the back door for him to enter the University of Finance and Economics. A few years later, he might become a popular topic of discussion among the teachers and students of the University of Finance and Economics, just like how Edison was a retard when he was young. All the contestants were gathered in the hall next door. This was the second recording site. Through 3 main cameras and 5 or 6 cameramen's shoulder cameras, the video was transmitted to the first recording site. Qin Zhe was taken to the second recording site with the host. I'm very happy to see everyone in high spirits. Later, you will need to rank through a small game. This process will definitely not be boring, because the program team invited Qin Zhe to rank with you, the host said loudly. Below the stage, a cluster of eyes fell on Qin Zhe's face. Just now, the host told me backstage not to go easy and to show my true strength. Qin Zhe glanced at the crowd. Do you have the confidence to beat me? The contestants with outstanding IQ laughed one after another. The audience in the first recording site also laughed when they saw the situation on the big screen. Everyone was looking forward to seeing how Qin Zhe, who had always been known as super talented and smart, would rank in this group of geniuses. Chapter 620. After Qin Zhe finished speaking, he realized that the geniuses were either smiling, silent, or mocking him. The older ones were still all right and laughed off his words. However, those between the ages of 15 and 18 had their hands in their pockets and their faces were cold. They looked more like Chinibu. They were all arrogant, especially when the host introduced their experiences. Their arrogant look made them look like they were mentally retarded. However, they did have the qualifications. Wasn't it natural for the top students to look down on the bottom students? The bottom students only deserved to tremble under the rule of the top students. Looking at the top students talking and laughing with the girls in the class, they fantasized about when they could show off like the top students. As a senior bottom student, Qin Zhe understood this feeling best. You tried your best to memorize words and practice questions, but the other party only needed to complete the tasks assigned by the teacher and beat you in minutes. They could get into Fudan University like it was a game. Iconic character. Crying monster. Ha ha ha. Qin Zhe is so funny. I didn't expect him to be so humorous. I wonder what he is like in real life. I'm looking forward to the ranking game starting soon. What's Qin Zhe's ranking? It'll be amazing if he can be in the top 50. Stop fooling around. Top 50? Thank God if he can be in the top 80. These guys, look at the introduction just now. They are all top students. Compared to the contestants who were more reserved in front of the camera, the audience at the first recording was very relaxed and whispered to each other. The so-called ranking round was also an elimination round. There were 4 rounds in total, and each round would eliminate some of the top students. The first place of each round could directly advance to the finals of the Super Brain. We have prepared seats for everyone. Everyone received a number card when they came in. The number card on the table corresponds to the number card on your chest. Now, please take your seat. The ranking round will begin soon. With the host's announcement, the contestants took their seats. There was a tablet on each contestant's table. The ranking game was a puzzle. The two guests were also actively livening up the atmosphere. Ning Yuqing smiled and said, "Why don't we guess what Qin Zhe's ranking is?" Lu Li said seriously, "This is not easy. There are 100 people. Why don't we guess the range?" Ning Yuqing said, "What do you think?" Lu Li said, "I guess he's between 60 and 70. Ning Yuqing shook his head. "I'm guessing he's between 40 and 50. "Where did you get your confidence from?" Lu Li asked. Ning Yuqing, "First of all, he's a science student. His logical ability is definitely not bad. Second, don't underestimate him. He's the god of stocks who earns hundreds of millions a month. If his brain isn't good enough, he wouldn't be able to do it." Lu Li disagreed. "This is different. Puzzles test one's brain power. We should be at our peak in middle school and high school. After university, we won't be able to perform well. Let's wait and see." All right. At this time on the big screen, all the contestants had taken their seats, and a messy puzzle appeared on the tablet, 6 by 6, a total of 36 pieces. According to the program team, the reason why they chose puzzles was because the difficulty of each puzzle was very balanced. Tested the overall ability of the contestants. This way, they could prevent certain contestants from being at a disadvantage because they were biased. Competition rules. The first 80 contestants to complete the puzzle will enter the next round. The last 20 contestants will be eliminated. Ning Yuqing said, "Puzzles are a test of the player's overall ability. It requires a high degree of coordination between the eyes, the brain, and the hands. I'm more familiar with puzzles." Lu Li, "How long will it take for them to pass?" The program team doesn't seem to have set a time limit. Ning Yuqing said, "For a puzzle enthusiast like me, it's a good result if I can finish it within 5 minutes. For us contestants, I personally think we should finish it within 3 minutes. As for normal people, they would probably need to borrow another 500 years from the heavens." Lu Li immediately said, "Qin Zhe's song. Haha. I'm one of those normal people who needs to borrow for 500 years. There was a small camera on each contestant's table. Qin Zhe didn't have one, but he had a professional cameraman filming. All the contestants sat in their seats, and he sat next to the host. Qin Zhe's gaze swept across the contestants who were waiting for him, and he said in his heart, "System. Ding. Crazy Poser Demon 115 completed the puzzle in the fastest speed possible and obtained first place. 30 points will be awarded for success, and the corresponding points will be deducted for failure." The system's voice sounded. Facing the camera and facing the 100 top students below, Qin Zhe, who was a bad student, naturally had the desire to show off in front of the masses. The comeback of a bad student. A reversal of fortune. This was much more interesting than filming a movie or holding a concert. The biggest wish of a bad student was to beat up the top students and let them have a taste of fear. "Hey, wait, why is Crazy Poser Demon not showing off in front of the masses?" Qin Zhe complained. "You have completed the series of missions of showing off in front of the masses. When you were still a salted fish, your poser was not poser, but showing off in front of the masses. When you become a famous big shot, if you still want to show off in front of the masses, then you are really poser, so this series of missions is called Crazy Poser Demon. There's nothing wrong with it, right?" The system responded. Qin Zhe covered his face. "There's nothing wrong with it, but I think you can give it a more elegant name. For example, Crazy Poser Demon." The host saw him covering his face with a helpless expression, and he held back his laughter. "Miss Qin, do you find it a little difficult?" Qin Zhe smiled and nodded. "It is a little difficult. I'm a little nervous." The host teased. "You don't need to be nervous. The ones who should be nervous are the contestants below." In his opinion, it was true that he found it difficult, but it was impossible for him to be nervous. With Qin Zhe's status, he was destined to have a broad vision. He could not be nervous because of something like this, but he could use it as an excuse to pave the way for his poor results. Qin Zhe said, "I need some help." He did not play with puzzles. This was not only a test of comprehensive ability, but also a test of hand familiarity. The system said, You can spend 3 points to hire me to help you calculate the simplest and fastest puzzle process. Qin Zhe was surprised. That's practical? The system said proudly. You forgot my real name again. It's just a puzzle. It's just a thought. Qin Zhe said, I'll take the points. A countdown appeared on the screen. When the number turned to 0, hundreds of contestants lowered their heads in unison, and the sound of the puzzle pieces moving became one. At this time, the host was no longer paying attention to Qin Zhe. He stood in front of the stage and looked at the contestants who were working on the puzzles seriously. The hundreds of audience members in the audience seats saw the scene through the big screen, and they were undoubtedly shocked. The top students lowered their heads, their hands moving quickly on the tablet. The clicking sounds were endless. When ordinary people played with puzzles, the correct process was think, move, think again, move again. However, the top students were not like that. Their hands moved quickly, that not only represented their hand speed, but also their amazing calculation ability. When ordinary people saw this scene, they naturally understood the difference between them and the top students. They're very nervous. Some of them are sweating. Ning Yuqing said, every second counts. A second late could mean a difference of a few ranks. Luli said, hey, why isn't Qin Zhe's scene? The camera on the big screen obviously could not be aimed at Qin Zhe. The contestants were the main characters, so the audience could not see Qin Zhe's situation. His scenes would be edited into the show later. Ning Yuqing explained, then changed the topic. These contestants are very good. Some of them finished 1/3 of the puzzle in 30 seconds. Lu Li's expression was exaggerated. What's wrong with their brains? At this moment, through the screen, the audience noticed that the contestants in the front row, more than 20 people, all raised their heads and looked at the stage in shock. It seemed that something had successfully attracted their attention, making them put down the puzzles in their hands. This phenomenon spread quickly, and the clicking sounds suddenly disappeared. The contestants in the back row who were immersed in the puzzles looked up blankly. Facing this situation, the host was a little confused. He slowly turned his head and looked at Qin Zhe behind him with a dazed expression. The situation did not last long, and the director of the show directly called for a stop. The contestants' stagnation directly disrupted the rhythm of the competition, and they definitely could not continue. This kind of race against time, if it continued, it would be unfair to most of the contestants. The director's face was full of anger. An accident happened out of nowhere. He first announced a pause with a hand gesture, and the host immediately said, the competition is paused, the competition is paused. The contestants stopped, looked around blankly, and talked. The director walked over from behind, his face full of anger. He looked at Qin Zhe and endured it. He could not afford to offend him, so he angrily asked the host, what's going on? What's going on? Why did it suddenly stop? The audience's faces were full of confusion, and they discussed fervently, eager to know what had happened. Recording accident? Chapter 6:21. The host looked at Qin Zhe blankly, then looked at the director with an awkward expression. He said he completed it. Just now, Qin Zhe said loudly that he had completed it and pressed the confirm button. At this time, the ranking on the big screen was Qin Zhe. The contestants in the front row heard it and were in disbelief, so they looked up at the big screen and were stunned. About half a minute, or to be precise, 28 seconds, when the contestants had only completed 1/3 of the puzzle, someone ended it early. Impossible! The director did not believe it and strode to Qin Zhe's table. The puzzle was indeed completed, but the director did not believe that Qin Zhe completed it with his own ability. He frowned, turned to the host, and whispered, is it a ready-made puzzle? The host's mouth twitched. It's really done. The director pushed the stunned cameraman away and checked the video. After a moment, his expression was the same as the cameraman's. He and the host looked at each other silently and swallowed. Qin Zhe smiled and said, the puzzle is quite simple, and I'm in good condition. I just accidentally put it together. The host said to do your best. Director explained to the contestants and then re-record. The host smiled bitterly. Just do your best. This was what he said to Qin Zhe backstage. At that time, he felt that whether Qin Zhe did his best or not, His existence was just to make the game more interesting. But not only did he take first place, he also crushed the IQ of the top students. Now, the whole segment was ruined. He had to explain to the contestants. The scene was a little chaotic. The contestants were confused, angry, and dissatisfied. Some were dissatisfied with Qinzhe's interruption, and some were suspicious of Qinzhe's deal with the program team. Since he was a guest, cheating was a joke and did not have to be taken seriously. But to shout it out and disrupt the rhythm of the competition, it was easy to anger the crowd. Top students were proud. There were fans of Qinzhe in the audience, but there were no brainless fans. The director recovered from the shock and could not help but look at Qinzhe. He knew in his heart that he did it on purpose. This was a recording, not a live broadcast, so it was fine to cut off the interruption and start over. This was Qinzhe's discretion. Sure, our production team will lick his ass. The director exchanged a few words with the host before returning to his seat. The host said, "Just now, something surprising happened. Our guest teacher was the first to complete the puzzle." Of course, he couldn't say that it was an accident. Instead, he said that it was a surprising thing. An uproar broke out. The audience's voices were louder and more chaotic, and their reactions were even more intense. "You mean Qinzhe is done? How is that possible? How long has it been? Is he stronger than these geniuses? I don't believe it. It must be fake." Luli widened her eyes and asked Ning Yucheng, who was sitting beside her. "Qinzhe completed the puzzle? 30 seconds? Ning Yucheng, the production crew must be joking. 30 seconds. Let's not talk about the calculation. Just based on hand speed, it would be very difficult to do." On the screen, the host said, "To ensure the fairness of the competition, let's watch the video." The screen switched and a tablet appeared on the screen. It was a complicated 6x6 puzzle. Its image was disrupted. A lion could be vaguely seen standing proudly on the grassland. There were trees, grass, animals, and a blue sky. There were many sceneries, which meant that the difficulty of the puzzle was not low. The next moment, a pair of hands appeared. They danced on the screen at an extremely fast speed. The hand speed of the contestants was nothing in front of him. They were completely inferior by several levels. His 10 fingers danced in the air, so fast that only afterimages could be seen. The originally messy and disorderly images were rapidly returning to their original state. Every second, they were changing and returning to their original state. During this period, there were no mistakes and no lag. It was as if it was a machine that had already been programmed. The whole process only took a short 28 seconds. Silence. Shock. The audience felt that their intelligence had been insulted. They stared at the screen with their mouths wide open. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. They couldn't believe what had happened in 28 seconds. The video ended. The proud geniuses were silent. Until the host's voice, "This is the process of Miss Qin's puzzle." He didn't fast forward. He only used a short 28 seconds. The first recording of the show was suddenly in an uproar. "Oh my God. This is impossible. F***CK. The most shocking puzzle I've ever seen in my life. It was so fast that my fingers couldn't see it clearly. It's too amazing, but I still can't believe it. How did he do it? A fast shooter is really fast at everything. It's all after the 90s. I finally know the gap between him and me. Haha. Look at those contestants. Who is the main character and who is the supporting character? It's so embarrassing. I've said it before. No matter how good the contestants are, they're just straight-A students. Look at Qinzhe's achievements. It's obvious who's better and who's worse. Come on, you just said that Qinzhe can't beat this group of straight-A students. Luli said, "If it weren't for the stopwatch on the side, I would have suspected that the program crew was fast-forwarding." Ning Yucheng was full of admiration. "This video, it's no problem to get a Guinness Book of Records." Lu Li did not believe it. "Really?" Ning Yucheng said, "Of course it's true. 28 seconds. Most of the time was spent moving the puzzle. In other words, the time he used to think didn't exceed 5 seconds. To be more precise, when he saw the puzzle, He had already calculated the entire puzzle process in his mind. His brain power is too abnormal. Ning Yuqing gestured with his hands and feet. He was very excited. The show paused. After the video ended, it did not start immediately. The host and director had a short discussion. Should we cut this part? The host asked. What he meant was that it was definitely better to cut it. Qin Zhe was too outstanding, even more outstanding than Mao Zedong. Although they were shocked and full of admiration, the main characters of the show were these contestants. Qin Zhe's existence was like a sun hanging above the contestants' heads. And the contestants did not have the ability to fly into the sky and stand side by side with the sun. Everyone was overshadowed. This was nothing. They had invited the science champion of XX province, the youngest master's degree from XX Overseas University, and a super genius who had won countless awards. In the end, they were all defeated by Qin Zhe. This would make the audience doubt the standard of their show and suspect that they had invited a bunch of fake contestants to make up the numbers. To be safe, it was better to cut it. The director did not think so. He pondered for a few seconds and said, "If we don't cut it, it will indeed affect the contestants' aura." The host nodded. The director said again, "But we invited Qin Zhe because of his fame and appeal. If the title of this episode is 100 Genius Contestants Can't Defeat Qin Zhe, wouldn't it be very exciting? Wouldn't the audience immediately click on it? This is the first episode. What we need is popularity. Qin Zhe is now one of the most popular public figures. With this title, the popularity will be enough." The host said, "The problem with the contestant's image." The director said, "Later on, you have to focus on praising Qin Zhe. His achievements and resume have always been full of fantasy. It's not something that these contestants with good results and good brains can compare to. If you praise him, the gap between the two of them will immediately be highlighted. The audience will only think that Qin Zhe is too amazing and will not question the contestants." Whether it was a variety show or a movie, the director was the most important, especially in a department like a television station. The host returned to the stage and the show started recording again. The puzzle pieces were randomly messed up, and the positions were different from the previous time. This way, the contestants would not be familiar with the way. The results of the competition were quickly released. In this round, the fastest contestant took 1 minute and 15 seconds, the slowest took 2 minutes and 34 seconds, and the remaining 20 contestants were directly eliminated. The host said, "After the unexpected situation in the previous round, our contestants have finally completed the ranking for this round. The first-place contestant will directly advance to the top 30. His time was 1 minute and 15 seconds, and he achieved a very good result. However, the gap between him and Miss Qin is quite big, so don't be surprised. I remember when Miss Qin was trading stocks, she went from nothing to 100 million in just a month. Besides, he has all kinds of halos, and each of them is far beyond the reach of others. The results he achieved before are also reasonable." The genius contestants secretly frowned. Listening to the host's flattery of Qin Zhe, they felt that they were being looked down upon. Although Qin Zhe was indeed very good, the arrogant genius contestants did not admit that they had lost to him. Puzzles were just a small game, and it did not represent the level of intelligence. They all had their own strong areas. 28 seconds. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. The host stopped and asked the first-place contestant, "Chen Haonan, you are first place. You feel the same, right?" Chen Haonan replied, "I don't shudder." The host suddenly felt a little awkward. Seeing this, Qin Zhe laughed and said, "A man with ambition who can stand up without fear is a good man." The awkward atmosphere was easily resolved. Chapter 622. The next segment tested the contestants' spatial imagination. This time, Qin Zhe did not go down. The host would not let him go down either. The show of power had to be done appropriately. If it was done too frequently, it would become a show of power. He outshone everyone. The other contestants' radiance was overshadowed by him. What was there to record? It had to be said that the genius contestants were indeed smart. Faced with difficult questions, they handled them with ease. Some people had water in their brains, some had sh*t in their brains, and some had wisdom in their brains. After recording the show, the host struck up a conversation with Qinze backstage and asked him if he had time for the next episode. Qinze thought about it. True Pornography had taken more than 2 months to film. It would take another month to finish filming. The new movie would be released in 4 months, so there was no need to worry for the time being. There was nothing for him to worry about in the company. But for Dongfeng, there might be more work to do in the near future. I might not have time for the next episode, but I should be free at the end of the month, Qinze said. All right, we'll contact you then, the host said disappointedly. It was impossible to invite a celebrity like Qinze to be a permanent guest. He was earning large sums of money every minute. They had previously agreed to do only 1 episode. The director saw that the results of this episode were good, so he asked the host to sound him out. If there was a chance, he would come out to discuss it. If there was no chance, then forget it. He could only wait until the end of the month to invite Qinze again. Then let's go out. The fans have been waiting for a long time. The host gestured for them to leave. The two of them walked out side by side. In order to give back to the audience, the program team specially invited Qinze to interact with the audience. Specifically, they would sit down to chat and answer some questions from the fans. Then, when the audience left, they could queue up at the entrance to get a signed photo of Qinze. Qinze had been signing autographs backstage just now. He had never practiced the signature of a celebrity. Back then, it was popular for celebrities to sign autographs. They even got people to design them. The name of the autograph looked like scribbles. If you didn't look at the photo, you wouldn't know who it was. Now that it wasn't popular anymore, if he still signed autographs like that, it would only attract criticism from the fans. At the recording studio, a portion of the audience had left, but most of them chose to stay behind. The cameras were not turned on. They had agreed that this was a private exchange, so they could not record it. The moment Qinze came out, the scene entered a small climax, with endless cheers and screams. Many girls in the back row even stood up excitedly and waved their hands vigorously. Then, they were forcefully pulled down by their companions or boyfriends. Why are you calling me your husband? I'm your husband. That's the nation's husband. It's a title that belongs to everyone. You belong to me. That's more like it. That's right. He will always be someone else's child and someone else's husband. Hey, what do you mean? Words that were similar to a couple's bickering were quickly drowned out by waves of cheers. The production team asked me to have a casual chat with everyone. I know that everyone has a lot of questions. Qinze thought for a while. Then, raise your hands. I'll just pick anything. Whoosh! Countless hands were raised. Qinze picked a pretty girl from the first row. Qinze, did you practice with the jigsaw puzzle just now? Or did you really rely on your own ability? The girl asked. Qinze said, I don't really play jigsaw puzzles. I've never practiced before. There was an uproar. There were still people who expressed their doubts. The girl said, I like you very much. At the same time, I'm also a jigsaw puzzle enthusiast. I play it often. It feels a little unbelievable. Qinze thought for a while. That's easy. I'll play it again on the spot. Let's change the puzzle. The audience was stunned at first. Then they became excited. The production team's staff immediately brought up a tablet. The cameraman carried a camera over and a tablet puzzle appeared on the big screen. It was a brand new puzzle. Qinze said, Host, please count to 3. The host smiled. 3, 2, 1. Everyone stared at the big screen. The godlike operation appeared again. Both hands moved, fingers sliding across the screen. Only afterimages could be seen. The puzzle pieces changed rapidly, returning to their original state at a steady and fast pace. Some people raised their phones to take pictures. Others saw this and quickly took out their phones to take pictures. It was a 6x6 puzzle. This time it was even faster. Qinze only took 23 seconds. He shook his numb fingers and passed the tablet to the host, who then passed it back to the staff. Clap, 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 clap. Intense applause resounded throughout the venue. If the first performance could have been fake, then this time it definitely couldn't be fake. Because Qinze could have chosen not to perform. Moreover, was it realistic for a superstar to practice 2 puzzles just to show off? The girl who asked the question was holding the microphone with one hand and covering her mouth with the other. She was excited, shocked, and excited. The second person who asked the question was a big sister. Her question was more in-depth, neither gossipy nor entertaining. She said, "Qin Zhe, my son is about the same age as you. He will be graduating from university next year. His school is also very ordinary. I would like to ask, what is your secret to success? Everyone knows that you started from scratch." This question was not easy to answer. Work hard, study hard, and failure is the mother of success. Believe firmly that you can succeed. If he answered like this, it would seem that he would be despised. After all, chicken soup was not popular these days. Following the big sister's words, the audience became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The young boys and girls were obsessed with Qin Zhe's idol halo, but the young people who had entered society were actually more curious about the history of Qin Zhe's success. It could almost be written into a long serial novel, but it had to be written by a well-known literary tycoon, the newspaper seller who was recognized as a first-class writer. Therefore, Qin Zhe should have a lot of secrets and experience. Qin Zhe pondered, thinking about how to answer. Answer truthfully. In this era where transmigration is common, I didn't transmigrate nor was I reborn. But I got a lousy system. The system said that my luck was too low, so I couldn't transmigrate to the ancient times or transmigrate to another world. Even so, I still relied on the system to become the CEO, married Wuxia, and walk to the peak of life. Therefore, in this society where class rigidity is becoming more and more serious, if you want to be outstanding and squeeze into the upper class of society, you have to use cheats. Of course not. That would make me a schizophrenic. Qin Zhe said, "Many successful people have been asked this question, so what is the secret? Let me talk about my own experience first. When I was in school, my results were indeed very average. At that time, I did not focus on my studies at all. I only thought about playing all day long. Then, there was the saying that studying was useless. I thought that I should play while I can. At worst, I can work harder in the future and become a rich boss. I can then mock those straight-A students. Even if my parents and teachers warned me every day that if I did not study, I would regret it in the future and have no way out in the future. I did not take it seriously at all. Similar situations should be encountered by everyone, right?" Many people nodded, feeling the same way. Actually, those who want to study will naturally study. Those who do not want to study, even if you use a knife to force them, it is useless. Not to mention the useless nonsense. Those who know that studying is useful have all suffered after entering society. Therefore, they tell their children to study hard. But think about it. Back then, didn't you think so too? Some hardships need to be experienced before you know it. Regret can never be predicted in advance. When we were students, we did not enter society. We did not know that daily necessities were expensive. We did not know that it was not easy to support a family. Therefore, no matter how much experience we have, we will not be able to understand. I only understood this after I graduated from university. Therefore, I worked hard to catch up. You all know that I only used a month to earn 100 million. But you do not know that for 2 whole months, I did not sleep more than 5 hours a day. I did not go out for 2 whole months. This is something you do not know. What is the secret? This is the secret. In your respective professions, take out your passion and work hard like me. I dare not say that you will definitely earn 100 million, but I can guarantee that you will definitely earn a lot." Some people pondered, some agreed, and some exclaimed. Big Sis was indignant. She asked, "Then what exactly should I do?" Qin Zhe said with a smile, "Try to deduct his pocket money. Chase him out to work during the winter and summer vacations. When he knows that it is not easy to earn money and that he is actually very weak, he will naturally want to improve." Big Sis nodded. "Thank you." Then she sat down thoughtfully. The next person was a young man wearing glasses. Qin Zhe had been paying attention to him for a while because he had never put his hand down. "Qin Zhe, I actually don't like you very much because my girlfriend likes you too much. She talks about you all the time. She has never been so obsessed with little fresh meats in the past. I am very dissatisfied with the current trend of little fresh meats in the entertainment industry. What do you think? The man wearing glasses asked a rather sharp question. Qin Zhe asked back, then do you think I'm a little fresh meat? The man wearing glasses said, yes. Qin Zhe laughed. Why? Do you think I'm famous because of my looks? The man wearing glasses was taken aback and was speechless. Qin Zhe shrugged. Laughter rang out. Qin Zhe continued, is your girlfriend here? Yes. The host said, who is it? Is it the one beside you? Pass the microphone to her. Beside the man wearing glasses, a slightly plump girl stood up and waved vigorously at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe said, are you a fan of mine? The girl nodded vigorously. Hardcore. Qin Zhe said, then do you want to come up and give me a hug and take a picture? The girl was excited. Can I? So she ignored her boyfriend's twitching face and excitedly went up to Qin Zhe to hug him. After the girl went back, Qin Zhe raised the microphone and said seriously, look, all I can give you is a hug, but what your boyfriend can give you is care, love, and love. He can give you the time you spent with him. As for you, don't worry too much about these things. As a man, you have to be more tolerant. It's normal to chase after celebrities. There are so many beautiful female celebrities in the entertainment industry. Don't tell me you don't like one in particular? The man wearing glasses stopped talking. It doesn't make sense that you're the only one chasing after celebrities, but your girlfriend can't, right? She also knows that you're her boyfriend, so she's already very happy that she can hug me and take a picture with me. As long as couples understand each other, many conflicts can be easily resolved. Qin Zhe poured chicken soup for the couple and even received a round of applause. Chapter 623. On the third day after returning from Suzhou, Qin Zhe buried himself in helping his sister write songs. At the end of October, she will hold a concert in Shanghai, Beijing, Hangzhou, and Guangzhou. Xiangjiang and Wanwan have not been decided for the time being. She said that it depends on her mood. If she feels that she can still fight for her life, she will sing. If she feels tired, she will talk about it next year. Recently, his sister has fallen madly in love with lip-biting makeup. My God, her face is already attractive enough, but she even put on this kind of seductive makeup. Qin Zhe wants to eat the rouge on his sister's mouth, but he is afraid of dying of chemical poisoning. The night before yesterday, his sister asked if she looked good, and Qin Zhe said yes. Wang Zijin was not convinced. At night in the room, she imitated Qin Baobao and also put on lip-biting makeup. Then she asked expectantly, is your sister prettier or am I prettier? The witty Qin Zhe replied, my wife is the prettiest. In fact, lip-biting makeup is the most seductive makeup. The coquettish and iceberg type are the best. The former is the icing on the cake, and the latter is the contrast. Only Wang Zijin, a dignified beauty with an oval face, is not suitable. Wang Zijin was very satisfied and said shyly, do you want to eat it? Qin Zhe said in his heart, it's all chemicals. It's not as good as my sister's juice, which is pure natural and pollution-free. After lunch, he heard the phone ring. The caller ID was Suyu. Qin Zhe answered the phone. The sister next to him immediately pricked up her ears. Her clear eyes didn't blink as she concentrated on listening. Although the sisters did not pursue the matter of that day, she and Wang Zijin both secretly sounded an alarm in their hearts. Life is not only about the present but also about the distant. In the same way, the enemy is not only the monster in front of him, but also Teddy Sue in the distance. He has to be on guard. Hello, what's the matter? Qin Zhe was serious. There is a project in the company that needs you to come over and review. I can't handle it. So you was serious. Oh, then wait a moment. I'll go over now. Okay. After hanging up, Qin Zhe said, should I make a trip to Tianfeng? Qin Baobao curled her lips and lazily stuck out her chest like a plump mermaid. She said grumpily, go, go. If I keep you here, some people will say that I don't know what's important. Qin Zhe put his phone in his pocket and nodded. When she reached the door, her sister suddenly said, Come back on time after work. Understand? Qin Zhe nodded vigorously. I know, I know. After the person left, Qin Bao Bao crossed his legs, pinched his orchid fingers, and held the teacup. He hummed, If you dare to cook for Suyu again, I will cut it off. He drove to Baoza Investment and pushed open the door of the office. He saw Suyu sitting behind the desk, turning the pen in her hand in boredom. Her fingers were slender and slender. Unfortunately, her fingers were not flexible. She turned a few times, dropped the pen, picked it up, turned it again, and dropped it again. With the same slender fingers, her sister was n times more flexible than her. Because of this, her sister's game operation beat Suyu. What project? Let me see it in person. Qin Zhe took off his coat and threw it on the sofa. Suyu raised a bright smile and hooked her fingers. Qin Zhe approached. She got up, pressed Qin Zhe on the chair, sat sideways on his lap, put her arms around his neck, and said sweetly, Billions of projects. She was not enchanting or seductive, but the words she said were meaningful, which should not be said by a beauty with temperament like her. Qin Zhe froze for a moment, saying in his heart, Is she infected by me? That's right, Suyu's style of saying a few words from time to time was obviously influenced by him. He remembered that someone said that if two people get along for a long time, their personalities, temperaments, and speaking styles will become more and more similar, which is the legendary husband and wife look-alike. Qin Zhe, although I like to talk nonsense, I don't want my wife to talk nonsense all day long. Qin Zhe secretly decided to change this bad habit. That's a lie. Qin Zhe pinched her white and soft cheeks and pulled hard. Pain. Suyu's face was deformed in his hands, and she begged for mercy. There's something serious. Let's go to the spa in the afternoon. All right, let's get down to business. Qin Zhe exerted more force. Sister Man wants to discuss with you again. We're going to have tea in the afternoon. I said I'm looking for you, and we can talk about things by the way. Suyu said, What's the matter with Sister Man? Qin Zhe frowned. She'll talk to you herself. You'll know when you get there. Suyu rubbed her cheek, and the left side of her white face was red. Suyu drove Qin Zhe to a women's beauty and health spa that he had never stepped into in his life. The location was in Lujiazui. 2 whole floors could be rented in the well-known Guarong building, and several 7-digit luxury cars could be seen in the parking garage from time to time. One could imagine how high-end this place was. The main customers of the club were women, but it didn't mean that there were no men, just fewer. Some came to accompany their wives and girlfriends, and some came because they liked to take care of themselves, such as men who loved to split peaches. Stepping into the luxuriously decorated lobby, marble walls, red carpet, and soft and comfortable lighting, probably the decoration style of this kind of leisure club was very similar. Qin Zhe was a little uncomfortable. This atmosphere makes me a little disgusted. The decoration style of the high-end Big Sword Club was like this. Suyu said blankly, What's wrong? Qin Zhe certainly couldn't say. It was very similar to the Big Sword Club he had been to before. In fact, Qin Zhe had been to several of the most high-end Big Sword Clubs in Shanghai, and more than once it was the enthusiastic Huang Yizong who asked him to go. Qin Zhe was helpless and disgusted, but in order to maintain friendship, he went again and again. However, those clubs were very formal, and no one dared to commit crimes against the wind. As for whether it was formal or not, Qin Zhe didn't know. At least he knew that those beautiful girls could be asked out. The girls were high school students, college students, female teachers, urban white-collar workers, single mothers, and blondes. You can ask them out to talk about work, about exercises, about parenting, and they can also learn English. The service was perfect, one step to the stomach. Do you come here often? We used to come every weekend to relieve stress. Suyu took his arm and walked to the front desk, sighing, If you don't take care of yourself, you will age quickly. Qin Zhe held the wide sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and said in his heart, If other women heard you, you would be beaten. In terms of health, Suyu did do better than the 2 sisters at home. Maybe she was taught by Nan Man Pei. Her sister used to be poor and short-sighted, so she could only buy masks online and apply them at home. After becoming famous, her face was not easy to expose, and she would not come to such clubs. However, youth is capital. A regular work and rest and consistent exercise are the best health. So you took out her VIP card from her wallet and threw it to the front desk in exchange for 2 keys, and then took Qinze into the elevator. Her VIP card was black, with the word Supreme written in golden font in the upper left corner. There was a billboard at the front desk, Supreme VIP. This card alone seems to cost 200,000 yuan a year. Taking the elevator upstairs, Suyu opened the door of room 29. The private room was about 200 square meters in area. There was a pool by the floor-to-ceiling window. At the glass round table beside the pool, Nan Pei sat on the soft sand, facing the drizzle of Shanghai. On the table, steam was rising. "Sister Man, we are here." Suyu hung her bag on the hanger by the door, took off her high-heeled shoes, and put on cotton slippers. "Would you like some tea?" Man Pei said. "No, let's go upstairs to work out first," Suyu said, opening the third small cabinet in the second row of the left wall cabinet with another smaller key, which contained a set of sportswear and a pair of women's jogging shoes. She sniffed the shoes and frowned. This pair of shoes can only be worn once more, and then they have to be thrown away. In fact, the shoes were still very new. It seemed that they were specially bought for fitness. Then, when she was done, she threw them in her personal cabinet and was too lazy to take them home to wash. "Bye." Suyu took off her clothes and pants in front of Qinze, put on sportswear and jogging shoes, waved to Nan Pei, and took Qinze out. "Let's exercise for an hour first, then take a foot bath, soak, and oil bath. I have a better idea." Qinze pinched her buttocks. "There is a gym upstairs, small in scale, exclusively for clubhouse clients. The ratio of women to men is about 7:3. Qinze didn't bring sportswear. Fortunately, as a big boss, he has always dressed casually, 3/4 pants, short sleeves, and sneakers. He can also play with iron and jog. The gym mainly uses treadmills, elliptical machines, dynamic bicycles, shoulder thrusters, butterfly machines, and other equipment to help women exercise their figure. Among the machines that muscle men loved the most, there was only a bench press and a Smith's bench press. And they are all empty and no one uses them. So you went for a run, and Qinze looked around and chose the bench press. He played with this thing when he first went to college. At that time, a gym opened near the school. His roommates either had small bellies or were as thin as sticks. They felt that this was not good. Now the ratio of men to women is unbalanced, and there are too many wolves and too little meat. If they don't improve their own hardware, how can they get beautiful cabbages in the army? Qinze could only lift 40 pounds at that time. He couldn't stand it after 10 repetitions. He barely held on for a week. Then someone said that he was tired today and didn't want to go to the gym. Then there was no then. The 700 yuan season card was scrapped after only a week. Because of this, he was severely despised by his sister. When he got the system last year, he said that he would become a handsome man with 8-pack abs. His sister covered her mouth and laughed at him, saying that he could become a man with 6-pack abs and cook for himself for a month. He easily picked up the 10 kilograms barbell tablet with one hand and put 40 kilograms on each end of the bench press. Lying down, holding the bench press with both hands, up and down, up and down, up and down. First, the young woman playing with the elliptical machine on the side slowly stopped and looked at him. Her eyes followed the bench press up and down, up and down, up and down. She probably counted for him in her heart. Then, from curiosity and surprise, to staring eyes and mouth wide open, she looked confused. A few minutes later, more and more people looked over and watched the man from lying down until now. For about 5 minutes, he had been monotonously repeating up and down movements. It was like a perpetual motion machine that never stopped. There were 3 black discs on both sides of the bench press like foam props. Fake, right? Chapter 6:24. Do you want to add 2 more? A gentle voice sounded in Qinze's ears. He turned his head slightly and saw a young man with red lips and white teeth standing beside him. He even had a thumb-sized silver earring on his left ear. Qinze nodded. Okay. Help me add 2 20 kilograms dumbbells. The young man did as he was told and lifted a 10 kilograms dumbbell tablet. No, it's 20 kilograms each, Qinze corrected him. Can you do it? The young man was stunned. A man can't say no. Qinzhe's lips curled up. It was a pity that he was wearing sunglasses. Otherwise, the young man would have seen him winking at him. Qinzhe didn't know if it was an illusion, but he noticed that the young man's face was red. Maybe it was because of the intense exercise. It was a little strenuous for him to lift the 20 kilograms dumbbell tablet. He only inserted the stick into the hole when his face was red. If you can't take it, listen to me. I'll help you. Before he could finish, Qinzhe had already started moving up and down, up and down. At this time, the weight on his bench press bar had reached 80 kilograms, which was equivalent to the weight of a greasy uncle. But for him, it was just the cobblestone in his hand turning from 1 to 2. He didn't even feel any pain in his chest, let alone reaching his limit. The system said that times are calling could strengthen his physique and allow him to control his strength better. The effect seemed to be so good that it was a little strange. He had seen a news article before about a mother who lifted the bus a few centimeters to save her son from being crushed under it. According to the report from many years ago, according to the experts, if all the cells in the human body were to exert force in one direction at the same time, they could move 30 tons of weight. Was this the rhythm of a salted fish breaking through the heavens? In the gym, the men and women stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at Qinzhe. There were plenty of men who could lift 80 kilograms, but someone like Qinzhe, who could do it over and over again for such a long time, was simply terrifying. This scene deeply subverted everyone's common sense. It was a pity that he didn't have a cell phone with him and left it in his personal cabinet. Otherwise, he would definitely take out his cell phone to take a video. The young man with the silver earrings gradually broke free from his shock. His gaze naturally fell on the lower half of Qinzhe's face that wasn't covered by the sunglasses. His healthy wheat-colored skin wasn't as rough as a man's, but delicate. Her lips were thin and bright. The contours of her cheeks were pleasing to the eye. Further down, under his short sleeves, there was a firm chest. Every time the bench press was pushed up, his chest muscles would swell. He was mesmerized. She really wanted to take off the sunglasses on her face to see what he looked like, but she was afraid of offending the beauty. This process lasted for half an hour. Qinzhe felt his biceps and chest muscles begin to heat up and ache, so he stopped. During this process, not only did the people in the gym have their eyes opened, but even 2 coaches joined the crowd and were dumbfounded. Lifting an 80 kilograms barbell for half an hour, was he even human? No one would believe it even if he told them. What was scary was not strength, but endurance. When Qinzhe finished, the 2 muscular coaches approached him, but Qinzhe waved his hand and ignored them. Amazing! The young man with red lips and white teeth gave him a thumbs up. As a layman, he only felt that Qinzhe was too strong. He didn't feel as shocked as the 2 coaches. Not bad. Qinzhe responded with a smile. Brother, let's add each other on WeChat. Sorry, I don't have my phone. It's okay. Tell me your WeChat ID and I'll add you. Seeing Qinzhe smile and remain silent, he hurriedly said, Why don't you add me? My WeChat ID is more flirtatious than Yang Mi. What else could I say? Qinzhe said, Okay, I'll add you later. Since you're so strong, take me to the gym, the young man said, his gaze slightly aggressive. Sorry, I'm going for a run. Qinzhe declined. The young man's eyes followed Qinzhe's back and saw him walking towards the tall and slim figure on the treadmill, talking with exultation. The woman was very beautiful and had a cold temperament. As soon as she came in, she overshadowed the young women and older sisters who were originally good-looking. Little bitch. He cursed in his heart. Why are you so strong? Su Yu's tone was full of admiration. That's strange. Don't you know whether I'm strong or not? Qinzhe stood on another treadmill and jogged. Sister Man also played with this thing. She can lift a 100 kilograms weight 50 times. That's amazing. Su Yu said, In the past when we came to the gym to play, although there weren't many men, they often came to talk to us. The coaches were also looking forward to giving us private lessons and said that they would give us a discount. But Sister Man directly went there and lifted it 50 times. After that, everyone knew what was good for them. Qinze recalled the sparring session with Big Sister Man that night. Her body was taut and powerful, like a vigorous female leopard. Sister Man actually liked to show off, although she originally had it. Qinze had realized it a long time ago. Oh, it referred to the love of showing off. It was not long or short, exactly 1 hour. The gym had central air conditioning, but Suyu was still sweating all over. Her beautiful face was sweaty, and her hair was close to her cheeks. This made her temperament a little more delicate. Sure enough, a woman who exercised was the most beautiful. In general gyms, the bathrooms were the same as the toilets, separated into male and female toilets, but here it was different. The bathrooms here were like hotel rooms, from number 1 to number 4, independent. Qinze and Suyu, of course, took a shower together, without any pretense. The bathroom was not big, 20 square meters, with a small compartment with a wardrobe, a bathtub, and a shower head. So you put warm water in the bathtub. Qinze soaked in the bathtub, and she chose to take a shower herself. Why don't you come? Qinze was at a loss. I don't want to take a bath. So you explained. Qinze chuckled. He understood. After all, it was not good to be in the water, it was not hygienic. So he soaked for a few minutes and felt that the soreness in his chest gradually faded away. He stepped out of the bathtub, pushed open the glass door of the shower compartment, and hugged Suyu from behind. What's the matter with Sister Man? She usually calls me directly when she has something to do. Qinze said. You can talk about it later. It's not appropriate for me to say it. Suyu replied. So mysterious? Qinze was surprised. Is it about quality? At Sister Man's age, she really should have a child or something to make up for the shortcomings in her life. No, Sister Man can't have children. Suyu's body in his arms was stiff. Without saying a word, she grasped Qinze's weakness and said angrily, Oh, you really miss Sister Man? No, there is. It's just a quick mouth. Don't take it seriously. It's true that it's a quick mouth. What you think about in the day, you dream at night. You're a pregnant woman giving birth. Acupoints. Are you slandering me? Well, it's better that way, or I won't give birth to a child for you. The two bickered for a while. Qinze helped Suyu wipe her back, and then slapped her little butt. It's your turn to wipe my back. Suyu was very good at it. She hugged Qinze from behind and let him enjoy the best quality shower gel in his life. She also made trouble. When Qinze turned around and pressed her against the wall, Suyu panicked. Don't. I'm on my period. Come on. Really? You still run and take a bath during your period? Who said I can't run during my period? I don't have dysmenorrhea. I can take a shower, but I can't take a bath. I don't seem to see sanitary pads. Oh, sanitary pads are not the only choice. I don't believe it. My sisters have used them for more than 20 years. Heh. 2 illiterate women have limited your imagination. Qinze didn't understand, but he didn't care about it anymore. He said angrily, You're on your period, and you're still making trouble? Suyu stuck out her tongue. I'm familiar with it. Qinze. It's not good to let his brother fight a bloody battle, so it's not so tragic. Do you want me to help you? I'll use my hands to achieve your dream. Forget it. Qinze shook his head. When you're refined, you rely on your hands. When you're rich, you still rely on your hands. What a painful realization. So save as much as you can. No matter how rich or refined you are, you must know how to save. Putting on sunglasses, Qinze and Suyu left the bathroom, and a cleaning lady immediately went in to clean at the exit. He met the little brother with red lips and white teeth again at the exit. He had obviously just finished bathing and changed out of the sportswear. At this time, he was wearing a plaid shirt, shiny tights, and coquettish small leather shoes. I'm done. He looked straight at Qinze. Qinze smiled at him, and his eyes paused for a moment at the coquettish tights. Just as they were about to leave, the 3 entered the elevator together. Suyu stood in front with Qinze, and the little brother with the WeChat ID, more coquettish than Yangmi, stood behind them. If it's a normal man, his eyes will naturally stop on Suyu, or look at her slim and graceful back with appreciation or passion. Her slender waist, slender legs, and more plump buttocks. But he's not a normal man. He's gay. Suyu's figure can't attract him at all. He even feels that he has such a figure himself. There's nothing to envy. What makes him sexual? Interesting is Qinzhe's back. Qinzhe probably doesn't know how attractive his back is to women, and occasionally men. Broad shoulders, tight and narrow waist, perfect inverted triangle. Of course, there are also unavoidable buttocks, strong and straight. This thing is particularly attractive to some men. It's poison. The little brother's mouth was dry for a while, and the two buttocks seemed to have a whirlpool, constantly attracting him and calling him. He couldn't control himself. He reached out and wanted to pat it hard like a big man, and then praised, "Brother, good figure, teach me," to cover up the fact that he was eating tofu. But the moment his hand touched Qinzhe's buttocks, it involuntarily turned into a caress. Qinzhe was stunned at first. Then he bounced a small step forward like an electric shock, turned around, and glared at him. Fuck, he's really gay. I know that those who wear tights are either transsexuals or gay. Goosebumps all over his body. The little brother didn't see Qinzhe's angry eyes because he was wearing sunglasses. He was a little excited, and his eyes flashed with desire. "Little brother, your figure is really good." Suyu looked at him blankly and then looked at her man. Qinzhe whispered, "He touched my buttocks. He's gay." For a man, his wife was touched in broad daylight. This is a matter of life and death. For a woman, it's also a matter of life and death. What's more, the other party is gay. Suyu's two eyebrows were erected in an instant. Her pretty face was covered with frost, and she raised her hand to slap him. The little brother looked very angry. He wanted to resist, but Qinzhe pushed him gently, pushed him like a weak chicken, and then looked at Suyu. The meaning in his eyes was, "I'm not convenient to do it, you do it, your man was molested, you hit people, you have a reason." Suyu nodded with hatred and added 2 more kicks to his stomach. The little brother covered his stomach, curled up, and his face was white. Just at this time, the elevator stopped and the door opened. There were 3 or 4 people standing outside. When they saw the elevator, they subconsciously stepped back a few steps. Suyu wanted to burst out with a swear word, "I'll fuck your whole family." But there were people standing outside the elevator, and the swear words couldn't be said. She thought about it and said, "Shake." She grabbed Qinzhe's arm and quickly slipped away. "Let's change places. That guy may call the police." On the way to the private room, Suyu said with a frown, if she was beaten, she would definitely call the police, and then let the person who beat her know how expensive that slap was. It's the practice of ordinary people to keep the peace. Rich people will only kill you. Call the police and say you're gay, molesting a man and being beaten? Qinzhe rolled his eyes. Men also have human rights, okay? In fact, he was not sure. After all, there was a crime of rape in the law, but there was no crime of tearing the chrysanthemum. It can be seen that this society is unfair to men, and this is the ironclad evidence. But for this kind of thing, people who have a little face will not make a big fuss and let the world know. Suyu said, "Oh," and suddenly looked at Qinzhe's buttocks with disgust. "Go back to the private room and wash your buttocks." Chapter 6:25. Sister man. Let me tell you, Qinzhe was molested just now. Molested? It was a man, and he touched his butt. Touched his butt? Well, I've been here for so long, but I didn't know that there are gay people here. So many men hit on us before, but I didn't see it. The man who hit on you is innocent. Since he is gay, of course, he will ignore you. Suyu and Nanman Pei chattered endlessly. At this moment, they were not angry. Instead, they had the enthusiasm of sharing gossip between little girls. Nanman Pei listened silently and glanced at Qinzhe from time to time. "Why are you looking at me?" Qinzhe felt that Sister Man's eyes were strange and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Nanman Pei retracted her gaze and secretly thought that men with this figure and appearance were really attractive to gays. The more developed the area, the more people believe in same-sex true love, heterosexual reproduction. In this respect, people in backward areas are very positive. Poverty limits their imagination for sex. It is said that 9 out of 10 men have a hobby of smelling chrysanthemums, but some people hide it in their hearts and some people show it. The tea is cold, sister man. Boil another pot. Qin Zhe smacked his lips. The herbal tea was particularly bitter. After drinking a few mouthfuls, his tongue felt uncomfortable, as if there was a thick layer of tongue coating. This was the reason why he and his sister preferred coffee to tea. If you want a drink, you cook it yourself. Nan Man Pei glanced at him and said, Suyu, call someone to come over and take a foot bath. When the 3 aunties in work clothes came up, Nan Man Pei and Suyu had changed into swimsuits and bathrobes, while Qin Zhe was still dressed in the same way. Fortunately, when Suyu called, she asked the staff to send a pair of men's swimming trunks. Qin Zhe closed the curtain and changed into his swimming trunks. The swimming trunks were tighter, so he had to make do with them. A dragon in shallow waters, a tiger in the plains. During the foot bath, Qin Zhe's eyes were always fixed on the 2 pairs of jade feet of Suyu and Sister Man. They were white and exquisite, and the red soles were very cute. No wonder there were so many extremities control. Small things were always very cute, such as little puppies, little feet, little penis. This was not cute at all. The process of foot bath was not comfortable. The aunties rubbed the acupoints with all their strength, which made Qin Zhe's chrysanthemum clench. However, he did feel much better afterward. The effect of the foot bath was quite good. The aunties washed their hands and prepared to massage the guests. Just leave one person, I don't need him, Suyu suddenly said. The aunties looked at each other in silence, looking disappointed. Massage oil and foot baths were all charged, and they were much more expensive than outside. They could make a lot of money. Just a massage? It's good for the body. The middle-aged woman tried to fight for a few words. No need, no need. Suyu waved his hand. Thus, they left in disappointment. Suyu lay on the bed and said happily, A's, help me push the oil. Big sister man, let me tell you, he's amazing. Last time, he made me feel so comfortable, so comfortable. Which aspect are you talking about? Nan Man Pei's mouth twitched. So only Suyu and Nan Man Pei were left to enjoy. Qin Zhe, like the aunties, became a waiter. Out of professional habit, the aunties liked to chat with the guests, but no matter what she said, Nan Man Pei was too lazy to pay attention to it and closed his eyes to sleep. Because of his birth, Nan Man Pei's character was not good. He was strong, cold, and a little proud of everyone here is trash. Not to mention an auntie who pushed the oil. Even if the manager of the club came, Nan Man Pei would not necessarily care about him. The scenes of those big shots with a net worth of tens of billions of dollars chatting amiably with the small fry were all in novels to coax people. After all, there were no reporters and cameras around the rich big shots, and they did not need to play the drama of loving the people as their children. Young man, she's your wife, the aunties said. The aunties did not see Qin Zhe's body because he was still wearing sunglasses. Yes. Qin Zhe nodded. You're so lucky. Your wife is very beautiful. Thank you, aunties. We're tall and handsome. We're really a good match. Only Qin Zhe, who had just become a big shot and was used to pretending to be gentle, could talk to her. What do you do? No, I'm unemployed. Your wife? My wife is capable. The company is supported by her alone. I don't do anything. I just eat, drink, and play. The aunties suddenly realized that he was a gigolo. So she said against her will, Young man, you're capable. You're capable. Nan Man Pei frowned, as if she thought it was too noisy. She opened her eyes, looked at Suyu, and found that she had fallen asleep. No wonder she did not speak for a long time. She fell asleep so quickly. Usually, Nan Man Pei was the one taking a nap, and Suyu was bored playing with her phone. Suyu's sleep quality had always been poor. She's asleep, Nan Man Pei said. Qin Zhe nodded. Nan Man Pei patted her shoulder. Okay, no need to massage. Huh? Only 10 minutes. The aunties were stunned. No need. Nan Man Pei said. This guest was too cold and difficult to get along with. The aunties nodded and left. Anyway, according to the rules, the charge was the same for 1 minute and 1 hour. She earned an hour's money in 10 minutes, which was more than the two colleagues who left first. After he left, Pei Nanman glanced at Suyu. She was sleeping peacefully. So, she tilted her head and looked at him with a pair of eyes that were as bright as the autumn water after hiding her fierceness. Qin Zhe, massage me? I'm very expensive. 500 for an hour, 2,000 for the night, and 500 for the full set. Okay. Nanman Pei nodded seriously. Qin Zhe saw that Suyu was sleeping soundly, so he went to Nanman Pei's bed, poured oil, and massaged. Nanman Pei's skin was delicate and white. She was a 31-year-old young woman, but her skin was well-maintained like a young girl's. The curve of her back was beautiful. Not only was it a woman slender, but it was also a strong curve. This was unique to a well-trained woman, just like the Apollo's belt. Her small waist with the Apollo's belt, TSK. Her magic power was boundless. So, a thin woman did not necessarily have a good figure. Women who exercised were the most beautiful. This was what it meant. He glanced at Suyu from time to time. Although it was just a simple massage, this kind of sneaky scene with his wife's best friend while she was sleeping had a kind of perverse stimulation. Perhaps she felt too comfortable. Nanman Pei couldn't help but moan out of her nose, but she immediately held it back. Sister man, if you feel good, call it out. Qin Zhe said. Nanman Pei turned her head and glared at him. Unfortunately, her coquettish and charming appearance was not lethal. How many times? What? Massage her. This is the second time. Nanman Pei nodded. 20 minutes later, Nanman Pei said softly, Well, Qin Zhe, let's take a bath? A bolt from the blue. Qin Zhe opened his mouth and stared. Sister man, today is she really going to give birth? Sister man, when did you fall in love with me? Nanman Pei was stunned at first, then turned over and sat up, kicking him hard in the lower abdomen. Her pink face rose with two faint blushes. Qin Zhe covered his stomach and laughed dryly. Just kidding. Nanman Pei got out of bed and took off her bathrobe, leaving only a set of black swimsuit against her white skin, blinding Qin Zhe's dog eyes. The two leaned against the edge of the pool and chatted. This time, I asked you to come out because I want to ask you for help. What's the matter? Qin Zhe lit a cigarette. Borrow money. Borrow money? He looked at Nanman Pei in surprise, her slender and graceful body rippling and twisting in the clear water. Her 34D chest was firm and firm. Sister used to complain to him that she was always worried that the secret would be too big. But Nanman Pei didn't seem to be on the verge of collapsing. This might have something to do with her constant exercise and abstinence. In Taoist and Confucian health, one of the rules was abstinence. Regardless of gender, if one's private life was too dissolute, they would age quickly. I'll take notes and pass on my experience to sister later. No, now is not the time to be unrestrained. Qin Zhe returned to the topic and asked blankly, What do you want to borrow money for? Sister man's assets were definitely more than his, this was without a doubt. After all, no matter how much money he made, it had only been a year. There's a group fighting with me for a piece of land, and we've put aside our official relationship. Next, it's a money war. I've used all the money I can, but I don't have as much as them, she said. 20 billion is no problem. Qin Zhe pondered for a moment. If it's really urgent, I can give you another 10 billion later. That's the limit. What he had the most was liquid capital. His total assets might not be comparable to those big shots with hundreds of billions, but he could take out a lot of money in one go. This was the advantage of not doing business. Although Bao's investment was huge, it could be taken out easily. In fact, Tianfeng Entertainment didn't need too much money to maintain the company's operations. Purple Crystal Technology was famous for having abundant funds on the internet. Nanman Pei's eyes flashed, and she hid her emotions very well. She turned to face Li Xianyu and said jokingly, You agreed just like that? You're not going to mention any conditions? Qin Zhe thought for a moment. Give me a baby? Nanman Pei. You can't give birth. He rolled his eyes. We're in the same boat, so don't be so pretentious. Of course, you still have to write an IOU. Forget about the interest. If you really feel bad, You can massage my back and serve me. Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "Okay, sir." Qin Zhe's entire body quivered. "Disgusting," he said. Nan Man Pei splashed a ladle of water at him. Qin Zhe ignored her. She splashed him again in a fit of pique. Qin Zhe was furious. He grabbed her arm and made her stumble. Then, he twisted her hands and pressed them against the side of the sink, squeezing her chest from a spherical shape to an oval shape. The whole process took only 2 seconds. Nan Man Pei couldn't resist at all. Her strength was negligible in front of Qin Zhe. She struggled a few times but couldn't break free. She said angrily, "Let go. Beg me." With Nan Man Pei's personality, it would be strange if she begged him. She struggled with all her might. In this position, their bodies were inevitably pressed together. Nan Man Pei struggled for a moment. Suddenly, her body stiffened, and she stopped moving. She was held at gunpoint. She didn't dare to move. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched, and he silently let go of her. The chickens were very noisy today. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Nan Man Pei said lightly, "Putting aside our friendship, Su Yu is my best friend." In the end, she fell in love with a scumbag. You know my personality. If it were any other man, they would have died long ago. But do you know why I've tolerated you for so long? Chapter 626. Let's make things clear, Qin Zhe said unhappily. Liking a scumbag is Su Yu's personal character problem. Liking a scumbag is my personal character problem. I'm a scumbag? Are you kidding me? I don't agree with this. The entire country doesn't agree. Could it be that in your heart, I'm just a scumbag? Qin Zhe said angrily. A scumbag lent you 30 billion just now, although I don't know what kind of place would require tens of billions of funds to fight for. Tiananmen Square? Isn't that so? Nan Man Pei's expression was calm, and she took this opportunity to hide the blush on her face. Qin Zhe felt sad. Although he wasn't outstanding, he had been a calm and obedient child in the eyes of his elders since he was young. Although his future was bleak, he had a strong character. Yet, he had become the scumbag in Nan Man Pei's words. There were countless scumbags in Cantonese, and there were groups of them. However, he had only bid farewell to his ex-girlfriend last year, with both hands. Right was passionate and unrestrained, while left was reserved and reserved. They were both very unique. But I don't hate you, Nan Man Pei said seriously. Not at all. Qin Zhe said. So, Sister Man also likes a scumbag? Nan Man Pei sighed. By right, based on my experience, I should hate men like you who are two-timing. In my circle, the higher the status of a man, the more he won't be loyal to only one woman. It's the same for women. I'm used to it, but I don't agree with it. Qin Zhe. Do you know? But I have unlimited tolerance for you. Qin Zhe said carefully, "Thank you for your love." Nan Man Pei shook her head. Because you're still a child. Qin Zhe felt a mouthful of blood stuck in his throat. He wanted to spit it all over her face. This was the most humiliating sentence Qin Zhe had heard this year. Although he was indeed much younger than Nan Man Pei, he was still a 24-year-old man. How could he still be a child? When Su Yu and I were together, the topic was always about you. She complained to me that Wang Zijin was too difficult to deal with. She didn't know what kind of bewitching potion she gave you, making you in a dilemma and difficult to make a decision. But she did not see it clearly. It's not that it's hard for you to make a decision. It's just that you don't know what to do. Nan Man Pei let out a long sigh. Your handling of relationships is worse than a high school student's. In love, you are a child. You're holding a toy in your hand. When you see another toy, you can't help but want it. You like both toys from the bottom of your heart. Cutie is not a toy. When you need to choose between the two, you hesitate and don't know what to do. You have no experience in dealing with relationships, so other than hesitating and delaying, you don't dare to do anything. You can't do anything. This is different from those rich people. Perhaps they only have one home in their hearts and play with women for the sake of playing. Or maybe they don't care about feelings for a long time and openly indulge in sex. You are different from them. Except for Su Yu and Wang Zijin, you never play with other women. Obviously, as long as you hook your hand, there will be women fighting to get on your bed. But Suyu told me that you only had a relationship with her. As for me, I see you between two women. On one hand you like, and on the other hand you are entangled like a child who has no idea what to do. You are a person who makes me very curious. Sometimes you are mature and wise. Sometimes you are timid and guilty. You are not casual about love, but you are trapped in the mire of love and can't extricate yourself. I always wonder how there can be such a contradictory person like you. It's like there are two completely different positive and negative sides. The positive side is talented, wise, and decisive, and the negative side is unknown, sensitive, and inferior. There are many people who have difficulties in choosing in relationships. They will finally choose the most suitable marriage partner, which is an ordinary person. With your current value and status, talent and ability, society will treat you well. If you say that you only have one woman in your life, I don't believe it. When a child does something wrong, he can always be forgiven by adults. So I don't dislike you, even if Suyu is my best friend. Sister man, what do you want to say? Qinze scratched his head. I want to ask what you plan to do in your heart. Suyu, that stupid girl, said that she wanted to poach you and give birth to a child for you, and then marry and defeat Wang Zijin. In fact, she is stubborn. Do you really think that a woman can bear her man's foot in two boats and is willing to not cry and make trouble? She is not the kind of weak woman who needs to rely on men. In fact, her attitude is already very obvious. She just doesn't want to leave you, just like those women who swallow their anger for marriage. But you really love her and spoil her, which is another reason why I tolerate you. But what about the young lady of the Wang family? Can she bear Suyu? Can she be willing to share a man with other women? What if she forces you to choose? Will you let go of Suyu? Qinze opened his mouth. You don't have to answer me. You weigh it in your heart. With Suyu's character, if you really separate, no matter how painful it is, she will not pester you. In the future, she may meet someone she likes. Although love is pure, it is not the only one. But for her, after liking you, anyone is a kind of compromise. Compromise for the rest of her life. Qinze thought of Aunt Su. From the moment she decided to marry, the rest of her life was probably just 2 words for her. On the contrary, you have to pay attention to Wang Zijin. I don't know much about her, but there is one thing I am very concerned about. This girl ran to Shanghai City to escape marriage. To be precise, she is not satisfied with her parents' random matchmaking. After all, it is not settled, so it is not considered running away from marriage. Qinze said, this is a person who is obsessed with emotional cleanliness. She is paranoid, single-minded, and stubborn. The kind of woman who will become particularly strong if she likes someone. Even if the whole family is against it, she doesn't care. Nan Man Pei said. Qinze thought for a while and nodded. This kind of woman is too paranoid. If you don't handle it well, it may be a knot in your heart for the rest of your life. She will not marry you for life and die together. Qinze's mouth twitched. Sister man, I seem to have more than one such woman around me. What do you think I should do? Nan Man Pei said in a bad mood. Don't worry. Suyu is not such a woman. Qinze was speechless. He was roaring in his heart. No, it is not Suyu, it is my sister. She is a lunatic who is more paranoid than Wang Zijin. She is my inner demon. If he had known, he would not have talked nonsense with Nan Man Pei. Before this, he was still full of confidence in Hei's king. He thought that Hei's king could conquer all difficulties. But when Nan Man Pei said that, half of his heart was scared. Sob, sob, sob. Nan Man Pei's eyes moved, and the corner of her mouth was full of gloating. Qinze was lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Nan Man Pei asked curiously. Qinze answered subconsciously. If I can get you, sister man, my harem will be peaceful. As soon as he finished speaking, his left waist was kicked by a long white leg. It was skillful, so it did not hurt, but he rolled to the right. Qinze stood still in the water and curled his lips. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Nan Man Pei said coldly, I am a woman. Qinze straightened his lower body. Come on. This action was full of threat. Nan Man Pei did not want to be hit by a gun a second time. She glared at him fiercely and stopped. Qin Zhe slowly sank into the water, half of his head exposed, and blew a series of bubbles. After soaking in cold water for more than 10 minutes, the big cloth bag under Qin Zhe's crotch shrunk into a hard walnut. His testicles were cold. The ancients did not lie. How about I tell you a story too? Qin Zhe asked. Nan Man Pei looked at him and waited for him to continue. Once upon a time there was a wretched boy. He was neither smart nor stupid. He was just an ordinary man. He had never been in a serious relationship until he was 23 years old. His dick was hard all the time. He thought about how difficult it was to find a girlfriend in this F***ed-up society. The country did not know how to sympathize with the empty nesters of the 90s and give them girlfriends or something. He was envious when he saw the rich kids in school driving luxury cars and going for a spin. He could only be envious. Since he was young, his father would only whip him with a feather duster and feed him poisonous chicken soup. His relatives and friends also thought that he was very ordinary. It would be good enough if he could have a stable job in the future. The proudest moment of his life was when he won the second prize in an essay competition in junior high. That was the greatest honor in his school life. Just like a blade of grass, no matter how green it was inconspicuous. A passerby would step on it and not even look at him. But even a blade of grass hoped that it could stand on a dazzling stage. He once loved a girl, a very radiant woman, but that love was as lowly as himself. He couldn't even tell anyone about it. When he was 18 years old at his alma mater's ball, he stood there like a minion. At that time, I tearfully swore that everyone must see me. There are too many ordinary paths in the world. Which house do you live in? I've been neglected too much in love and at work, she said. My self-esteem has been greatly damaged. Attention can cure hunger. Nan Man Pei looked at him silently and listened to him sing softly. His face was expressionless, but his eyes flashed with complicated emotions, like a lonely child singing loudly. In the eyes of girls, the only thing that shines about him is the big house at home. That is a luxury that ordinary men can never afford in their lifetime. Don't you think it's funny? The biggest shining point of his life has nothing to do with him. That humble blade of grass, he also wants to be liked. To hell with his house. Until one day, one night, when he was drunk, a girl said to him, I like you. I like you very, very much. At that moment, it was as if a ray of light had struck his heart. It was the first time in his life that a girl said that to him. It was not because of money, but because the girl was very rich. The first time, Qin Zhe murmured. The first time a girl liked him and said that she liked him. Nan Man Pei whispered, Who was the girl you loved? After a long silence, he said, That's another story. There was once a girl who loved him very much. But at that time he was just a blade of grass. He could not even control his own fate. I'm afraid she would never say that sentence out loud. Chapter 6:27. Nan Man Pei was speechless. Your love life is really complicated, she thought to herself. Suyu was the first woman to say, I like you to him. Nan Man Pei knew this because Suyu had told her before. She had always thought that Suyu's love was insignificant. She did not expect Qin Zhe's love to be equally insignificant. Just because of this sentence you've hit your G-spot? How much do you lack love? How could such a talented man have such a sad childhood and adolescence? Nan Man Pei could not help but shed a tear of sympathy for him. Also, who's the woman you love and she loves you? Wang Zijin. That's not right. If it's love buried deep in the heart, then the timeline doesn't match. Wang Zijin only came to Shanghai last year. For some reason, a coquettish face suddenly appeared in Nan Man Pei's mind. She shuddered violently and chased that face out of her mind. Impossible. I'm overthinking. Qin Zhe, this idiot, is still quite decent. Pei Nanman took the initiative to have a heart-to-heart talk with Qin Zhe. She received a response from the other party. She saw that under the bright clothes, there was an ordinary big boy. However, she could not understand. With the ability and talent he displayed, How could such a boy have such a quiet childhood? Some people could be enlightened overnight and be reborn. However, there was a limit to everything. It was not as exaggerated as him. Do you need soap? Can I rub it? Nan Man Pei changed the topic. Qin Zhe nodded silently. With the sound of splashing water, she stood up from the water and left the pool. After a while, she came back with a round piece of bright yellow soap. It was crystal clear and had a faint fragrance. Qin Zhe smelled a few types of Chinese medicine from it. Chinese medicine? You have a good nose, Nan Man Pei said. She stood by the pool. Her feet were small and exquisite. The curves of her bare feet and calves were especially seductive. Water droplets slowly dripped between her legs. Splat, splat, patter. Qin Zhe's hand slipped, and the soap jumped out. Sister Man, help me pick up the soap. Nan Man Pei walked over. When she bent over, her two buttocks were especially round and perky under her swimming trunks. Qin Zhe secretly said, "Good butt." Suyu was woken up by Qin Zhe. With a dazed look in her eyes, she rubbed her eyes and said in a coquettish tone, "What time is it?" Qin Zhe patted her head and said softly, "It's only been half an hour. I've finished talking with Sister Man." "Did you promise, Sister Man?" Suyu blinked and asked expectantly. "Of course I'll agree to such a beautiful lady's request." Beside him, Nan Man Pei's face twitched. Suyu laughed and said, "She is a little sister, what am I?" Little sister. She did not expect that at the age of 28, she would become a little girl. She was not happy. Carat Omega Carat, Suyu's eyes curved, and she forced a smile. "Don't be rude, call me sister." Qin Zhe, "Well, you are also a little sister." Suyu rolled over and almost rolled out of bed. She said happily, "Then I'll call you little brother." Qin Zhe, "Good." Look, he was not embarrassed at all when he said mushy words to Suyu. She remembered that when he called Qin Bao Bao little sister, she had goosebumps all over her body. This was the obstacle brought by the sibling relationship. It was like a woman calling her godfather a dead ghost and annoying, which seemed very emotional. Why don't you try calling your own father like that? Nan Man Pei was speechless. It was true that love could lower one's intelligence. The air was filled with the sour smell of love. She was inexplicably upset and said angrily, "Get out of here. Don't disturb me drinking tea." Qin Zhe and Suyu left the club and drove back to the company. "Oh, that gay really didn't call the police," Suyu said. "If we were abroad, we would have been questioned by the police or paid money. The human rights ideology abroad has surpassed etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame. By the way, are there many gay people abroad?" "Many. I often saw them when I was in graduate school. But gay people abroad are different from gay people in China. Gay people abroad look very manly and muscular, unlike the sissy people in China who like to dress up as women." He said in his heart that men should do men, and those who do women are all sissy. There's nothing wrong with that. There are many pure men abroad. Little sister is really experienced. Then, are there many lilies? Lilies are quite a lot. So you thought for a moment. Among the people I know, there are two who like to grind tofu, but they both have boyfriends. So, exciting. Qin Zhe imagined all kinds of cosplay, such as. Suyu frowned and said, "Many college students abroad open parties for that kind of thing. I didn't know the inside story in my first year abroad. I attended several parties and then I heard about it. I never went again. I didn't have many friends, so I have even fewer. Chinese friends should be easy to make. After all, we are fellow countrymen." Suyu sneered. "When fellow countrymen see fellow countrymen, they will be cheated to tears. Haven't you heard of this sentence?" As a nationalistic youth, Qin Zhe wanted to argue, but he thought forget it. There was no need to argue with Suyu about this kind of thing, and he couldn't argue. As soon as he frowned and was unhappy, Suyu would immediately bow her head and say, "Well, Ace is right. My vision is too shallow." Only his sister was keen on arguing with him. Suyu said, "It's good to have fewer friends. I can study at ease. A few considerate friends are enough. It's just that I'm back in China now. I don't know if I will have a chance to meet them in the future. Qinze, it doesn't matter. It's not difficult to go abroad. I'll accompany you when I have time. Suyu nodded happily. On the weekend, the Super Brain program was broadcast. The popularity was far higher than expected. Thanks to the publicity of the program group, the audience was full of expectations for this episode. Qinze himself was a shining signboard, and the program team's promotion was also very interesting. First, they boasted about the guests for this episode, claiming that they had recruited 100 geniuses from famous universities, and that they were all contestants who had received so many scholarships that their hands went soft. It created a kind of atmosphere of a gathering of heroes and invincible in the world. It seemed that this was the legendary martial arts assembly, in which a hero would break out of the encirclement and win the throne of the martial arts alliance leader. Then the picture changed, and the heroes were slapped down by Qinze before they could show their skills. It was terrifying. The audience was horrified. In several scenes edited, the players were stunned, and the audience was stunned, which could particularly arouse people's curiosity. As soon as the program was broadcast, it directly broke the ratings record of Super Brain. The network hits also broke 100 million on the same day, giving the program group the illusion that we recorded a fake program. Super Brain could only be regarded as a moderate hit in the variety show. In the first season, the results were very good, and then it could not escape the mold of the loss of popularity. But after this episode was broadcast, the topic and popularity exploded in an instant, making the program group seem to return to the heyday, even if it was temporary. The self-media, which didn't like to pay attention to them, published articles and pushed them with various titles. The official Weibo of Super Brain was flooded with a large number of fans. How does Qinze's brain grow? Seeing the dumbfounded expressions of those top students, I laughed. The best part of this episode is the first 10 minutes, and you don't have to watch the rest. The comments on Weibo were overwhelming. After watching the program, netizens came to Weibo to vent their shock. Many people asked if Qinze was still a guest in the next episode. The program group kept silent and did not confess. Originally, many netizens raised doubts in the puzzle segment, thinking that it was a script deliberately created by the program group. But then another video appeared on the internet which was not on the program. It was a video taken by the audience with their mobile phones. Another puzzle video of Qinze. In the hearts of the audience, Qinze was a genius among geniuses. After watching the video, Nan Pei also had the same idea, but she was puzzled when she thought of Qinze's words a few days ago. Such a person had nothing to do with being mediocre at all. In the past, she didn't pay much attention to Qinze's news. It was either a catfight, a scandal, or a movie. But when she saw the promotional title of Qinze beats 100 top students, she couldn't help but read it. What else could she say? She was amazed and impressed. She rarely admired others, because she wanted to know more about him, but the more she knew about him, the more curious she was. She always felt that he was shrouded in a layer of mystery. She couldn't see the flowers in the fog. Nan Pei sat on the sofa in the living room inside. Auntie is frowning and sighing. What's going on? In the corner, Li Donglai and Pei Ziki whispered to each other. She's in trouble with her business. But I heard from Auntie Suyu that Qinze will help with the money. Is it related to Qin Gu? For example, the unspoken rules of the business world. Li Donglai, your heart is so dirty. So you're in love? Otherwise, why would Auntie watch a variety show with Qin Gu? Get out. Qinze is a little fresh meat, a little rooster, not Auntie's dish. Don't mention Auntie's dish. It's hard to swallow. By the way, is the little rooster your dish? Get out. Chapter 628. The rain is really heavy. In the general manager's office, Qinze stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the pouring rain outside. The rainstorm blurred his vision. The rainwater flowed down the glass and formed a transparent water film. Yes, it's annoying. It rains from time to time in the south. Wang Zijin sat on the sofa not far behind him and made tea. Rain is better than a sandstorm. Sandstorm is better than rain. I hate rain. I think Shanghai is better than Beijing. As a poor soul in the whole country, Shanghai's perverts had a unique pride. How can Shanghai compare to the emperor? As a grassroots pervert in the whole country, Beijing's perverts had a domineering air. You Beijing pervert wanna fight with me, Shanghai pervert? Humph! Wang Zijin snorted. In addition to high status and wealth, the people in the two places had one thing in common. They were immune to all kinds of poisons. It was mid-October. The weather was hot and torrential. It had been raining for a week. Even during the rainy season, such rainfall was rare. Fortunately, Shanghai's drainage system was very good. Although some parts of the city had serious water accumulation, it did not hinder traffic. Other than a lot of minor problems and frequent subway delays, it did not cause too much inconvenience to the citizens. The super rain clouds covered most of China. Compared to Shanghai, many other cities were affected by the heavy rain, such as Hangzhou and Guangdong, where his sister was currently located. She was holding a concert in Guangdong, but because of the heavy rain, it was inconvenient and could only be postponed. She was wondering if she should come back or wait for the rain to pass in Guangdong. Ding di! The phone in his pocket rang. Qin Zhe bit the cigarette and took out his phone. His sister had sent him a video call request. Did you miss me? In the video call, she had just taken a shower. Her hair was loose, her face was flushed, and her eyes were watery. She was lying on the bed in a purple nightgown with a low collar. Her cleavage was faintly discernible. No. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes with the cigarette in his mouth. Humph, heartless little pervert. Qin Baobao wrinkled her nose and quietly pulled down her collar. Now, her true colors were exposed, although only half of them were exposed. Have you thought about it? His elder sister, who had escaped the shackles of the ominous omen, was indeed pleasing to the eye. Good shot. If the national football team could play such beautiful football, Qin Zhe felt that he would lose some of his anger during his teenage years. As a team, the national football team had obviously gone astray. Their main job was not to play football, but to provide material for splitters. Qin Zhe nodded vigorously. Yes. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes and complained. The rain in Guangdong is so heavy, I feel like I'm floating when I walk on the road. Qin Zhe said, then stay in the hotel and don't go out during this period of time. Be careful not to drift to Guangdong and lose contact. This time, he did not accompany his sister to the concert. Qin Baobao led a mighty team to Guangdong. There were 4 assistants, 8 security guards, and more than 20 other staff members. The reason why they chose Guangdong as their first stop was that Qin Baobao had voted on Weibo. There were a total of 6 cities, and Guangdong had the highest number of votes. The people in Guangdong felt that Qin Baobao, a northerner, sang well and was beautiful. They were looking forward to her concert. Qin Baobao was also very surprised. She did not expect that she had so many fans in Guangdong. Is there a donation event tonight? I saw it in the group chat. Qin Baobao said. It was a donation event about the floods in several areas. The entertainment industry spontaneously organized it. On one hand, it was for public welfare. On the other hand, it was to appease the public anger. After all, no one cares about the bones of heroes, but the family affairs of actresses are known to the world. Everyone felt that the money made by celebrities was too scary. Just a performance, a visit, and hundreds of thousands to millions of yuan in their accounts. A TV series could make hundreds of millions. Ordinary people might not earn as much money as they did in a week even if they spent their whole lives working. This was a very desperate thing. Therefore, many celebrities actively participated in public welfare activities to build up their bright image. This operation was called giving back to society. It was like a literary tycoon selling newspapers. From time to time, he would send a small red packet to a group of lousy writers to appease their anger and beg them to let him go. Although he did not have many copper coins in his pocket. I'll go tonight. I'll help you donate your share, Qin Zhe said. As the 2 great bodhisattvas of Shanghai's entertainment industry, he and his sister naturally received an invitation. In the areas where the floods were the most serious recently, the subway and bus stations were flooded. Cars parked on the road could only be seen. People could not walk. They had to take boats to travel. The news said that this was a once-in-a-century rainstorm. In recent years, it had been a once-in-a-century rainstorm. The natural environment was getting worse. Fortunately, living conditions were better now. It was not a big disaster. Many people found it exciting and fun. Even the locals posted on Weibo and WeChat moments to joke about their homes being flooded. In ancient times, a flood in such a situation would mean the end of a dynasty. How much should we donate? Qin Baobao asked. 1 million per person. So much? Qin Baobao said softly and pretended to be delicate. I want to donate less. How about 500,000? You can use the remaining 500,000 for my marriage. Considering your status, 500,000 is too little. It's hard to explain. Qin Zhe said helplessly. Thousands of Virgin Mary bitches were watching. If he donated less, he would attract more hate. Qin Baobao pulled her neckline lower, and the two halves blinded Qin Zhe's dog eyes. Qin Zhe was speechless. He was about to say something when he saw his sister in the video pull her collar back in panic. She looked like a shameless sister who had been caught trying to seduce her younger brother. No, it was. Qin Zhe's scalp went numb. He turned around and saw Wang Zijin standing behind him. Wang Zijin was speechless. She sneered. It's okay if you don't donate. 500,000, right? I'll donate 5 million in the name of the company. Shameless little bitch. She would not even let her younger brother go. He was furious. Sister Ziwei is indeed a member of the Communist Party. She has high ideological awareness. I'm ashamed of myself. Qin Zhe gave her a thumbs up. I didn't say I wouldn't donate. It's just 1 million. Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. Watch her. Don't let her do anything stupid. She was born in a well-off family. Like Qin Zhe, she was only a sister in the Communist Youth League. Whether it was education or the environment she grew up in, she could not be as concerned about the country and the people as Wang Zijin. She had a small heart, but she had to hesitate when she had too much money. After the video ended, Qin Zhe's cigarette burned out. He threw the butt into the ashtray and pulled Wang Zijin, who was still angry, to his side. Don't do this in the office. Wang Zijin's anger disappeared. She said angrily, Your mouth is full of cigarette smoke. I have Dazzle in my bag. Sister Ziwei, please help me with it. Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin threw herself onto the other sofa and stuck out her little butt. She opened Qin Zhe's bag and rummaged for some chewing gum. She felt a little shy in her heart. She knew that she would definitely be taken advantage of later. Although she didn't mind doing some very forbidden things with Qin Zhe, it was only limited to at home and in the office. At most, she could accept kissing. There were not many things in the bag. Wallet, keys, and a box of Dazzle. And a strange bottle. Wang Zijin held it in her hand. She looked at it and raised her eyebrows. Dear Blood soft capsules. How did you get this? Wang Zijin turned around and waved the bottle in her hand. Qin Zhe said, the advertiser forced it on me. Dear Blood soft capsules, Yang Qi, kidney invigorating Yang Qi. In his mind, Su Yu's boasting expression with a thumbs up appeared. So you bought this thing. She bought 2 bottles. One bottle was for him, hoping that he could turn the tables next time. The other bottle was for Qin Zhe, hoping that his body would get better and better. At that time, Qin Zhe said, I don't need it. I'm already a fast buck. 3 shots in 1 second. High-speed crazy output. Later, so you secretly put it in his bag when he was not paying attention? Oh. Wang Zijin put the capsule back and did not suspect anything. Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was an aphrodisiac. If it was replaced with a condom or a small blue pill, he would be finished. He pulled Wang Zijin into his arms, bowed his head, and wantonly ravaged her wet and soft lips. Lipstick. Qin Zhe smacked his lips. I'll wash it? No, put some on. Then what flavor do you want? I have strawberry, blueberry, and apple here. In terms of color, there are light, pink, and chocolate. Wang Zijin turned out her lipstick box. I like pink lips and black lips. 5 minutes later, Wang Zijin tidied up the messy collar, buttoned up the shirt, and looked at him. "There's something I want to tell you," she said. Qin Zhe was stunned. He thought, "How can you be so hot and do shameful things with me in the office? What's the matter? Let's go to Luanshui town." Luanshui town? Qin Zhe was busy. "Most of the town is flooded." Wang Zijin reminded him. "Oh, why are we going there?" "To send supplies and money." "No, your awareness is too high. You're not in the system now. We just need to donate money. There's no need to go to the battlefield personally." "We're going to make a show," Wang Zijin said. "We'll help the flood victims a little, and then the media will definitely broadcast your news. And then my dad and grandpa will see it. They'll like you more. Then I'll bring you home before the end of the year. It'll be easier for us to do things." How scheming. Chapter 629. The charity banquet was held at Shanghui Hotel. The whole place was booked tonight. Luxury cars were parked downstairs and the red carpet was laid out. The organizer was the Antai Foundation. This donation was organized by the celebrities and the foundation. The singer Su Jiao accompanied Qin Zhe to the banquet. A big shot must have a pretty vase beside him. His sister wasn't here and Yi Lu and the other movie stars were out filming, so they couldn't make it back in time. 8:30 p.m. The lights were bright. Su Jiao was dressed to the nines. Her long dress touched the floor and her collar was very low, revealing her deep cleavage. Qin Zhe guessed that she was wearing a special bra inside, the kind that even men could get a cleavage. With Su Jiao's size, he estimated that she couldn't squeeze out such a deep cleavage even if she tried. Under the guidance of the staff, they took the elevator and arrived at the venue. The venue was originally the hotel's revolving restaurant, but now it was changed to the venue of the charity banquet. In the Shanghai entertainment industry, Qin Zhe was probably the most dazzling one. His fame and status were far above the other celebrities present. The moment he appeared, both familiar and unfamiliar celebrities greeted him. Even Su Jiao received a lot of attention. "CEO Qin, you're really dazzling," Su Jiao said. As a B-list singer, it was hard for her to receive such attention at a banquet where so many celebrities gathered. Everyone was quite famous. Because it wasn't a public event, there weren't many people present, so they invited a few reporters with good reputations. They took photos of Qin Zhe like crazy. Qin Zhe and Su Jiao sat down. His table was full of A-list and B-list celebrities from Tianfeng and Star Art. The outside world knew that he had a good relationship with Star Art CEO, Huang Yizong. Interestingly, Su Lu, who had a few fights with her sister when she was at Star Art, was also present. This woman in her 30s had a mature charm. She was even prettier than Su Jiao. It was because of her good looks that she could switch to the film and television industry when she reached a bottleneck in her singing career. "Yo, Miss Su, long time no see. How come you don't have any works recently?" Qin Zhe was full of smiles. "How can I have CEO Qin's talent?" Su Lu forced a smile. She gritted her teeth secretly. Qin Zhe was clearly mocking her. After Kang Xian left, her resources at Star Art didn't get suppressed, but she wasn't as successful as before. In the past year, he had released an album and filmed 2 TV series, but none of them were popular. On the other hand, Qin Baobao and her brother were like the sun in the sky. Qin Baobao even went to Guangdong to hold a concert a few days ago. Every time Su Lu thought about the circumstances of both parties, half of her pillow would be wet with tears. He had casually stepped on a little vixen with potential, and in just a year's time, she had already achieved meteoric success. Even karma wouldn't come so quickly. "I have a few good scripts on hand. Are you interested in joining us?" Qin Zhe took a sip of wine and said casually. Su Lu's eyes were filled with gentleness and joy. Thank you, President Qin." Qin Zhe laughed. "I'm just kidding. How could I have a script? I just finished shooting a movie." Su Lu was speechless. It was infuriating. Looking at Su Lu's stiff smile, Qin Zhe's expression didn't change. He even felt a little smug. "I like it when you hate me so much but can't do anything to me." This woman bullied his sister back then and even wanted to punch a monster to death. She didn't give me any face at all. It wasn't that he and his sister were soft-hearted when dealing with Su Lu, but Su Lu was an A-lister and an artist of star art. So they didn't find trouble with her. They couldn't force Huang Yizong to freeze her either. It wasn't realistic. Su Lu was on Tianfeng Entertainment's blacklist. She knew this too, so when she heard Qin Zhe say that he had a script for her, she was pleasantly surprised. The charity banquet soon began. The male and female hosts were both from the entertainment industry. They were professional hosts of a TV station. The male host said, "Hello, guests. I'm very happy to be able to gather with everyone at this charity banquet." The female host said, "When I first arrived, I asked Teacher Xiang, how much do you intend to donate? Teacher Xiang told me 5 million. I was shocked and gave a thumbs up. Look, Teacher Xiang is so understanding." Guess what Teacher Xiang said next? The male host said, "Don't say it. Don't say it." The female host said, "He said 5 million, that's right. I won't charge an appearance fee this time." The audience roared with laughter. The male host said, "To show our love, the amount isn't important. What's important is that we have the heart to do charity." Following that, every artist had to go on stage to donate. The singer would sing a song, and the movie star would give a few words of gratitude or a joke. Only a charity banquet could invite so many celebrities without spending money. Huang Yuding and Su Jiao went on stage together. They sang the recently popular song, "Let the Whole World Know I Love You." This song is really popular. It's enough for them to eat for a few years. Yeah, Qin Zhe's song. How can it not be popular? It's a pity that he can't book a song. He doesn't sell it and only writes songs for his own company's singers. Their condition for joining Tianfeng is that Qin Zhe writes a few songs for them every year. I can't help but be envious. The artists discussed animatedly. Su Lu secretly glanced at Qin Zhe. Back then, if she had turned from an enemy to a friend with Qin Baobao earlier and tried to rope her in, the situation might have been completely different. However, this was not an emotion of regret, but an emotion of anger. Damn it, why was Qin Zhe so amazing? In many plots, the supporting characters should be extremely regretful when the main character pretended to be pretentious. Actually, that wasn't the case. The supporting characters would only hate the main character more. Huang Yuding and Su Jiao returned to their seats and said, "CEO Qin, it's your turn next." According to the order, the next person was Qin Zhe beside them. The host thanked Huang Yuding and Su Jiao for their 500,000 donation as usual, then said, "Next, let's welcome Qin Zhe on stage." Under everyone's gaze, Qin Zhe went on stage and took the microphone. "This time, my sister Qin Bao is holding a concert in Guangdong and can't make it. She entrusted me to donate on her behalf." He paused when he said this. The male host continued, "The two Qin's donations are 1 million each." Applause sounded. 1 million wasn't a lot. Many people even thought that with Qin Zhe and Qin Bao's financial resources, it was more like 2 million each. Qin Zhe suddenly said, "Next is the singing segment, right? I have something to do here. I recently wrote a new song, and it just so happens that it's in time for this charity gala. I'm planning to donate this song. Host, can we auction it live?" The crowd suddenly started discussing and whispering, especially the singers, who were instantly excited. The female singer's eyes sparkled as she looked at the stage with anticipation and excitement. Good songs were hard to come by. Qin Zhe's songs were even harder to come by. In the entertainment industry and the singing circle, Qin Zhe was recognized as a golden ladder. Singers could climb up the ladder to the sky by following this ladder. Yes, of course. The male host was very surprised. Qin Zhe didn't say anything beforehand. "But there's no accompaniment." The female host shook her head and laughed. "CEO Qin must have brought it." Qin Zhe nodded and took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to her. "Wait a moment." The female host walked backstage. Su Jiao smiled and said, "Yuding, are we buying it?" Huang Yuding rolled his eyes. "Why should we buy it? We don't lack songs." "Haha, that's true." A moment later, the music started. The dark sea is covered with white moonlight. I'm lost in thought. I don't know where the heart of the sea is flying. Many singers nodded to themselves. Yes, it wasn't a catchy song. They were all professionals. They could tell how a song was from the beginning. They could at least conclude 2 points. Qin Zhe's singing was as impeccable as always, and the accompaniment was actually average so far. The beginning of this song was quite good. It wasn't a catchy song, but it wasn't as amazing as Blue and White Porcelain, Exaggerated, and Fairy Tale, The Secret I've Hidden. In the early morning of every day, warmed into coffee, brought to you quietly. If I'm willing, with a black pencil, draw a silent stage play. No matter how bright the lights are, I can still hug you. Scalp tingling. Many people really felt their scalps tingling. Previously, they listened to the song with an appreciative attitude. Now, the song was suddenly running with an appreciative attitude. Without any warning, their emotions were immersed in the song. If I'm willing, singing a horse song in the corner. No matter how loud it is, it's still for you. Please listen with your heart. Don't speak. Qin Zhe closed his eyes and pressed a finger to his lips. Su Jiao shuddered violently, her hair standing on end. She glanced at the wide-eyed Huang Yuding beside her and whispered, "Hey, you said you don't want it, right?" Chapter 630. Huang Yuding was dumbfounded. He thought that Qin Zhe would at most use a slobber song to deal with it, but after listening to this song, it wasn't a slobber song at all. There was no problem with premium quality. No, it was the best of the best. Not only would this kind of song be a hit upon release, but it would also last for a long time. Even if one listened to it again many years later, they would still think it sounded good. It wasn't like a slobber song that would get sick of it after a few days and not want to listen to it anymore. Huang Yuding realized that Su Jiao's eyes were frighteningly bright. She was humming the rhythm of Qin Zhe's song. Not only her, but Su Lu at the same table, the singers next door, and even further away all had hopeful and excited expressions on their faces. They chewed on the song while looking at the stage with burning eyes. Of course, they wanted this kind of song. No one wanted to give it up. The male host said, "Thank you, CEO Qin, for bringing us this song. It's called Don't Talk, right? Thank you." The artists below the stage clapped and cooperated. "But there's something we need to clarify. How much does CEO Qin plan to sell it?" The host asked the question that everyone wanted to know. "The starting price is 1.5 million, and each increment must be no less than 100,000, Qin Zhe said. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The audience was slightly stirred and whispered to each other. This price was clearly much higher than what they had expected. There weren't many gold medal composers in the entertainment industry today. The most famous ones were in Taiwan and Shangjiang, and they had worked with the heavenly kings and queens of the 90s. They charged 60,000 to 100,000 yuan for a song or lyrics. They were the top composers. Low-level songwriters could thank the heavens for a few thousand for a song. For Qin Zhe, it didn't matter if the price was several times higher. Singers were always so partial to talented fast shooters. But this price was too exaggerated. The starting price was 1.5 million, and each increment must be no less than 100,000. Even celebrities who reeked of money found it hard to accept. Because it's a charity gala, he's unscrupulously offering such a high price. That's reasonable. Many charity galas had auctions, and only in this kind of occasion could the item be sold for 10 times the original price. It didn't matter what was sold. The most important thing was the donation. TSK. I reckon most of the singers will withdraw from the auction. It's not worth it. Let's see how it goes. It's still acceptable if it's within 2 million. Those who were more flexible wanted to use the auction to get closer to Qin Zhe. All copyrights, Qin Zhe added. All the copyrights. Everyone suddenly realized that this was reasonable. If it was all the copyrights, based on the words Qin Zhe produced and the quality of this song, there would be no problem at all with such an auction. The scene immediately heated up, and the stars' eyes lit up with excitement again. The income of a composer was not just limited to composing songs and lyrics. Famous composers and singers had a kind of cooperative relationship. They wrote songs and composed songs, and the singers sang them. If they became popular, they would receive all kinds of copyright fees. Moreover, this kind of income was long-term. KTV requests, website downloads, album resales, and so on. There was also the annual royalties paid by platforms such as China's Adong and so on. This was the reason why some singers and composers could live off a single song for a lifetime. Then, let's begin. Qin Zhe looked at the male MC. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll keep it simple. During the auction, please shout slowly and quietly. Otherwise, we won't be able to see all of you. We won't shout the countdown either. We'll give you enough time, the male MC said. 6 million. Huang Yuding raised his hand and shouted. His voice was clear and audible. It was undeniable that the quality of celebrities was definitely one of the best in the entire society, at least on the stage. Such a large venue quieted down just like that. 7 million. The second to bid was Su Jiao. As Qin Zhe's underlings, they were very responsible in supporting him. At the same time, if the final price was within an acceptable range, they would fight for it. If not, then so be it. They were different from other artists. Other singers had a hard time getting a song, but they did not lack Qin Zhe's nourishment. We're different. 8 million. Su Lu, who was at the same table, made a bid. 9 million. 2 million. 1 million. Bidding voices rose one after another. Qin Zhe stood on the stage and was very satisfied with the artist's enthusiastic bidding. Usually, he scrimped on his points and carefully held them in his hands. It was only at times like this that he was willing to be generous. In any case, he was the successor of communism. When society was in trouble, of course, he had to help. If you're in trouble, I'll help. I live next door, and my surname is Wang. At this moment, the bidding had reached 3 million. It was very worth it, wasn't it? It was only 30 points, so it was not a loss. If Qin Zhe really donated 5 million in one go, he would have to hesitate. Although he was the successor of communism, the fact that the country tried so hard to get rid of him back then could not be erased. That didn't seem right. The me that the country wanted to get rid of had already been dead for 24 years. Sure enough, going against the heavens did not end well. Under the light of the national emblem, even animals were suppressed and could not become demons, let alone a mere Qin Zhe. In the end, the auction was sold for 5 million. It was won by a little fresh meat. He went on stage with a face full of joy and shook hands with Qin Zhe. The money would probably be paid by the entertainment company directly to the foundation, but it would be under Qin Zhe's name. Thank you, Chairman Qin. Thank you for the opportunity at this charity banquet. The little fresh meat smiled. His 2 cheeks filled with hyaluronic acid were especially hilarious. 5 million for a song. No one would believe it if he said it out loud. Felt like the audience would be shocked again. At first glance, it did not seem worth that much, but this was a charity banquet, so it was understandable that it was more expensive. And if you looked at it carefully, it was actually a profit. First, it was Qin Zhe's brand effect, which was destined to be widely noticed. Then, there were various royalties which would make a long-term profit. In addition, the little fresh meat would gain a wave of popularity and fame. All in all, it was definitely worth more than 5 million. I'll get someone to send you the lyrics and music later, Qin Zhe said. Okay. The little fresh meat nodded vigorously and could not help but shake hands with Qin Zhe again. There was another interesting thing. Although the little fresh meat's acting skills were often criticized, in terms of quality, they were better than the older and second-generation artists. At least in the few years since the rise of the little fresh meats, no one had ever seen a little fresh meat boasting shamelessly and arrogantly. They were very humble in the industry. Qin Zhe and the little fresh meat in front of him were both little fresh meats, but there was a fundamental difference. He calmly accepted the little fresh meat's respectful attitude. The charity banquet ended at 10 o'clock, and the celebrities left one after another. In the nanny van, Su Jiao's tone was slightly unwilling. Chairman Qin, you're really generous. You donated such a song just like that. In her opinion, it was obviously not worth it. Qin Zhe did not lack a few million, so donating money was better than donating a song. Donating a song was a huge loss. Not only was it money, but there were also many hidden benefits. For example, it would bring a huge amount of popularity to the singer. Many singers relied on one song their entire lives to become popular, and many years later, people would still remember their names. Giving back to society, Qinze said. 5 million plus the 2 million from before, it would be 7 million. Not to mention his sister, even he would feel heartache. Donating a song was not so heart-wrenching. After all, it was not real money. Moreover, it was actually just 30 points. Su Jiao secretly rolled her eyes. She wore brown eyeshadow, which made her eyes very eye-catching, charming, and pretty. After thinking about it, she burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Chairman Qin, do you have a girlfriend? Yes. Qinze looked at her in confusion. What did she want to say? I just thought that if Chairman Qin was an ordinary songwriter, he could have many girlfriends in the entertainment industry with this talent alone. How do you know that I have many girlfriends? Ah! Su Jiao was stunned and widened her eyes. Then how many girlfriends do you have? Her tone was very gossipy. I'm just kidding. I don't have a girlfriend, Qinze said. It was not good to say too much. This girl had a good relationship with Qin Baobao. What if she let it slip one day? Even a wise man would make a mistake. Many amazing people often ended up miserably because of a small oversight. Liar. Su Jiao wrinkled her nose. Single dog, no girlfriend. Don't slander dogs. Dogs are not single. My 2 poodles work every day. Heh! This girl was quite eloquent. How could a single dog endure this? She was even worse than a dog. What a coincidence, I don't have a boyfriend either. Su Jiao's smile was reserved and sweet, but her eyes were very bold. It was a look that said, "Come and chase me. If you chase me, I'll catch you." Qinze had seen many similar looks. Young, handsome, talented, rich and famous. Being a bachelor wasn't enough to describe him. Being a diamond-salted fish king was more like it. Thus, his girlfriend had always been a mystery to him, and he was coveted by all kinds of female heroes. Qinze himself often sighed with emotion. I'm bearing the handsomeness that shouldn't exist at this age. Qinze pretended not to understand the meaning in Su Jiao's eyes. Start preparing for the single next month. Although it's not wrong for us to shoot you, we cherish essence. An inch of time is an inch of essence, and an inch of een can't buy 10 drops of essence. I know. Su Jiao pursed her lips and said, You have to practice singing every day. You didn't understand what I meant. Qinze said, What I meant was, take on more work this month and finish the album next month. You have to make up for your losses. Su Jiao muttered, Skinning boss. The MPV drove into a certain villa district, and Qinze personally sent her to the door. Su Jiao stood in front of the wrought iron gate, her skirt fluttering as she waved goodbye. Chapter 631. Back home in the evening, Wang Zijin leaned against the bed and read a book, with a pillow behind her back. Her black curly hair was scattered, and the orange light at the head of the bed reflected on her face, which was as gentle as jade. She was also led astray by Qin Baobao. The long black straight hair that Qinze liked very much was gone, and it was slightly curled at the end. Therefore, when 2 people get along, the dirty one will always lead the upright one astray, because when people fall, the brake pads can't be stopped. It was not easy for Qinze to control the object of Guanbao's friendship to Suyu. Now he wanted to go further and reach a close friendship with Wang Zijin. Unfortunately, Wang Zijin was well versed in the tactical essence of unobtainable things are always in turmoil, and always kept Qinze hanging. A beautiful name. Wanna fall in love, but be afraid of being F***ked. Bah. Because love is not easy to F***ck. His sister was not at home, so Qinze and her had been sleeping together. At most they kissed, hugged, and touched. Qinze could rub against her and she would allow it. But Qinze only rubbed against her twice and did not do such a thing again. He couldn't be Diyu and not enter the house 3 times. In the future, he would say to his son, Son, Dad rubbed against your door 3 times, and it was not easy to get in. It was shameful to think about it. Moreover, doing this kind of thing, Qinze and Wang Zijin were uncomfortable. One was a spring flood, the other was a big stalk. harming others without benefiting oneself. Qin Zhe kicked off his slippers, lifted the quilt and went to bed. He hugged her in his arms and hummed a song. Yes, with a black pencil, draw a silent stage play. No matter how bright the light is, I will hug you. Wang Zijin put down the book with a smile in her eyes. It's good. What song? I wrote a new song. Qin Zhe said, I just donated it at the charity dinner and sold it for 5 million. Wang Zijin smiled. My brother is amazing. Do you want a kiss as a reward? The tone of your voice is more and more like Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe kissed her little mouth. Since you are so capable, help me think about how to develop the company. Wang Zijin held Qin Zhe's waist and frowned. Purple crystal technology had developed to this point, and they needed to continuously expand their business. The competition in the internet was even more intense than in the industry. If they did not change, they would have to wait for death. She needed to constantly innovate, especially the path she was taking now. Didn't you say it's a mountain stronghold? This road is the brilliant avenue that leads straight to the heavenly gate. Qin Zhe laughed. A knockoff is a knockoff after all. It's fine to make quick money, but it's hard to stay popular forever. Letting out a sigh, Wang Zijin closed the book and gently placed it by the bedside. She then returned to Qin Zhe's embrace and said, How about my pirated PUBG mobile game? But there are already many of them in the market, and I'm afraid that I won't be able to produce any results. Qin Zhe suggested, It's time to kill a few programmers as a sacrifice to the heavens. Wang Zijin felt that this was a good idea and nodded in agreement. Have you played a PUBG game before? No, don't ask me about games. I've quit. As a veteran shooter, Qin Zhe started playing Counter-Strike when he was in junior high. Later on, he started playing CF. Shooting games practically ran through his entire youth. Now that he could not play them anymore, he really did not have the interest to eat PUBG. Men should not eat PUBG either. That was a woman's patent. Whoever ate PUBG was gay. Sleep early tonight. Let's set off tomorrow. Wash up and sleep. Qin Zhe chuckled. They took a bath together. Tomorrow, they would go to the disaster area to send a batch of supplies and a little money. Money was secondary. In the disaster area, money did not have much use. At most, it could be used to comfort people. The supplies were the most important. Wang Zijin curled her lips and said aggrievedly, I work myself to death every day, but you never praise me. You just want to take advantage of me. When she said this, Qin Zhe remembered that he had never praised Wang Zijin. She was not a woman like his sister who liked to whine and act coquettishly, nor was she a woman who lacked love like Suyu who needed him to nourish her. She should be an intellectual, mature, and steady woman. Not to mention whether she was steady or not, she was definitely a woman with strong opinions and a strong heart. But Qin Zhe ignored that a strong woman was also a woman, and she also longed for her boyfriend's praise and love. Just like a mature man, he would also fight for his son's milk like a child. Good girl. Zijin is so sensible and amazing. Qin Zhe pressed his big hand on her head and rubbed it. His eyes were gentle and loving. Wang Zijin was stunned for a long time and then burst out laughing. Your expression just now was like my father's. When I was young, he rubbed my head like this. Now that I think about it, I feel that your eyebrows and eyes are a bit similar. Your father is as handsome as me, Qin Zhe said in his heart. You haven't seen Su Yao. I'm the one with similar eyebrows and eyes. But now it didn't look like him. Qin Zhe's facial features had been optimized. Bah, my father was very handsome when he was young. He's as talented as me? That's also true. My father has been scolded by my grandfather since he was a child. But my grandfather also said that among his children, my father is the only one who can be regarded as a talent. But my father's qualifications are not as good as mine. Wang Zijin said proudly, You must not like your father. Why? Your father is too serious. Otherwise, you wouldn't like a humorous and interesting man like me. Humph, stinky man. My father was very serious when he was young, and it's the same now. Stinky man, take you to take a bath. Qin Zhe's hand passed through her legs and wanted to pick her up. Wang Zijin held him down and said, Change into your swimsuit first. I'll help you get it. Qin Zhe took out a set of blue swimsuit from the wardrobe beside the bed. It was fashionable and sexy. It was not the kind of swimsuit that was paired with a short skirt or a tube top. It was a bikini. There were more than 10 similar swimsuits in his sister's wardrobe. Wang Zijin curled up under the blanket and silently changed into her swimsuit. Qin Zhe watched as she pushed her bra and fat CI out of the blanket one by one. When she lifted the blanket, the swimsuit had already been changed. She was about 1.6 meters tall, a head shorter than her sister, but she was slim and well-proportioned. Her delicate body was white under the light. In the bathroom, it was steaming hot. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin were soaking in hot water. Beside them were 2 glasses of Yamazaki water, and ice cubes were floating in the wine. Wang Zijin's hair was tied into a ponytail, and her forehead was pasted with bangs. Her face was flushed red, and the tip of her nose was dripping with fine beads of sweat. She squinted her eyes comfortably. The central air conditioner above their heads was blowing cold air. It was actually very comfortable to take a hot bath in summer. After soaking, one's whole body would be soft and light, and it would detoxify. With a glass of water, it was like a combination of ice and fire. Qin Zhe picked up the goblet with his right hand and drank wine. His right hand lingered between Wang Zijin's slender waist and buttocks. You can swim, right? Yes. Teach me how to swim. Okay. There were more landlubbers in the north than in the south. Wang Zijin couldn't swim. At most, she tried to hold her breath. Fortunately, the pool was big enough for them to play around. Qin Zhe held her waist and taught her how to dog paddle. From Qin Zhe's point of view, Wang Zijin's smooth and white jade back, slender waist, and perky buttocks were all visible at a glance. After a long time of dog paddling, she still couldn't learn. As long as Qin Zhe let go, Wang Zijin would sink. On the other hand, the dual impact of touch and vision made Qin Zhe burn with anger. A few minutes later, they leaned back to the edge and drank a mouthful of cold wine. Wang Zijin's eyes swept over Qin Zhe's lower body, and her face became redder. Qin Zhe's eyes also fell on Wang Zijin's chest and couldn't move away. The crotch-peeking cat and the man-peeking cat looked at each other silently. Sister Ziwei, can you do something else? He swallowed. No. Wang Zijin quietly shrank to the side. I know you don't want to open it, and I don't mean that, Qin Zhe said in a bewitching tone. But we still have a lot of room for manipulation. Wang Zijin looked at him blankly. Oh, you're already an experienced internet user. Why are you still pretending? Qin Zhe whispered in her ear. Have you seen a stroke from the sky? If you don't know, I'll teach you. Wang Zijin. Bathroom. Qin Zhe let out a long breath and felt comfortable. Wang Zijin curled her lips and said, It's so dirty. I'm not washing. Qin Zhe said, Don't. Wait a little longer. Maybe you'll get pregnant after a while. Wang Zijin hit him angrily. Ding, ding, ding. His phone rang. It wasn't a phone call, but a video call request from his sister on the messaging app. My sister's video call. Qin Zhe's mouth twitched. Wang Zijin nodded and silently retreated to the other corner of the pool. Qin Zhe took a deep breath and chose to accept the call. His sister's sharp face appeared on the screen. She had light makeup on and was dressed up. The background was a hotel room. It seemed that she had just returned. Room rounds, little chick. Qin Bao's cheerful voice sounded. Just returned? Yes, I took a job tonight. Are you taking a bath? Yes. I'm gonna take a bath and sleep. Tomorrow, I'll go out with Sister Ziwei for disaster relief. Humph. Can't she go by herself? Why did she have to drag you along? You said it yourself. You're very supportive of me going with her. Of course I have to say that. Qin Bao pouted and emphasized softly. She was beside me at that time. What else could I say? Now it's just the two of us. Let me tell you, I'm not happy. The wolf in the house misses you every day. Humph. Sister, she's actually here. Qin Zhe smiled dryly and said, Are you getting used to it over there? I'm getting used to it. It's like a vacation. Guangdong is simply a paradise for foodies. Every day, my assistant brings back different delicious food. She did seem to enjoy the days in Guangdong. She was cheerful and lively. I just miss you a little, Qin Bao Bao said softly. Her voice lowered. It was as soft as a lover's whisper and coquettish. Qin Zhe did not dare to look at Wang Zijin's expression, but he knew that it must be very strange. Sister, I'm almost done showering. Let's talk later, okay? Okay, bye. Bye. Qin Zhe put the phone next to the wine glass. Wang Zijin, who was in the corner, staggered over in the water and said faintly, I want to scold your sister. Qin Zhe, you'd better scold me. Wang Zijin glared at him. Ding, 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 the phone rang again. It was not a phone call, but a video call request from Qin Bao Bao through the chat software. This time it was Wang Zijin's phone. Sister Ziwei's face turned pale. Your sister. I'll hang up first and go back to the room. Qin Zhe lifted Wang Zijin out of the water and rejected the video call request. Wang Zijin grabbed the phone, twisted her little butt, and ran out of the bathroom. After she returned to the room, she wiped the water stains on her body, dried her hair, and changed her swimsuit into pajamas. Just then, she accepted Qin Bao Bao's third video call request. What are you doing? You keep rejecting me. In the video call, Qin Bao Bao's cheeks were puffed up like a bun. I just washed my hair, Wang Zijin said and put a mask on her face. Because she had just finished bathing, her face was red, and Qin Bao Bao could easily see it. Oh, when did you come home? Qin Bao Bao asked. I forgot. I've been back for a while, Wang Zijin said. Keep an eye on him. When I'm not at home, he can easily become a wild dog. Don't let him sleep with women. Qin Bao Bao joked. Wang Zijin felt guilty and snorted. Don't you know what your brother is like? Qin Bao Bao said. Isn't it because the outside world is too tempting? There are so many flirtatious men out there. Wang Zijin thought to herself, are they as flirtatious as you? Ace is an adult. He doesn't need you to control him like this. I'll control him. Why can't I control my brother? At his age, isn't it time for him to get a girlfriend? What do you know? Those women are after his money. I'm not after his money. Zijin, let me tell you a secret. I secretly installed surveillance cameras at home to prevent theft. Is that so? Why didn't I know? Fortunately, Wang Zijin was wearing a mask. Otherwise, the horror on her face could not be hidden. Haha, I lied to you. Haha, I know you lied to me. The two best friends chatted until 11:30. After the call ended, Wang Zijin's back was sweating. She subconsciously lifted the quilt and got out of bed. When her feet landed on the ground, she paused for a moment and shrank back. She did not dare to stay there. She sent a message to Qin Zhe. Your sister said that she installed surveillance cameras at home. After a moment, Qin Zhe replied, Damn, is it true? I was so scared that I dropped my dried fish. Wang Zijin, don't ask if it's true or not. Hurry up and take a look. About 10 minutes later, Qin Zhe replied, There's no surveillance camera. Wang Zijin lay down on the bed, her chest heaving up and down as if relieved of a burden. Bah, black-hearted maggot. Chapter 632. More than 10 years ago, Luoshui town was still a town, but because it was located along the coast and near the port, it was designated as an economic development area by the government and slowly became a city. The locals still like to call the city a town. The origin of the name of Luoshui City was very interesting. There were 3 large rivers that converged here and flowed to the sea. Luoshui City was named after the meaning of placing water. It was located in the eastern part of Zhe province and had a subtropical monsoon climate. Typhoons were not unfamiliar to the city, but compared to the calamitous Blue Creek next door, it was still considered good. Blue Creek was a city that suffered from floods, and there was a flood almost every year. The people of Blue Creek loved and hated Lanjiang. It destroyed the once rich city, and it was said that it lost hundreds of millions every year. This year, Blue Creek was still unable to escape the devastation of the flood, but the people of Blue Creek did not panic at all. They went to work in boats and posted in their circle of friends that the flood this year was still so spectacular. On the contrary, the flood of Luoxue City was far better than any other in history. It could be said to be a once-in-100-years occurrence. At present, 70% of Luoxue City was submerged in water. Hundreds of thousands of people were affected. The roads were paralyzed, water and electricity were cut off. There was no communication signal, and there was not enough food. Schools, units, and factories had all stopped operating. Even if it did not rain, the flood would take 2 to 3 days to recede. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin held an umbrella and stood at the bow of the boat, driving on the main road of the city. Behind them were several large trucks, transporting some supplies and food. Raindrops fell on the muddy water, creating circles of ripples. The main road was drained, the water was not turbulent, and the depth of the water just reached the position of the balls. The government invested a lot of manpower and resources in disaster relief. Other than the soldiers, there were also some volunteers and charity organizations. At this time, on the street, many disaster relief workers could be seen trudging in the deep water, pushing a basin and delivering supplies from door to door. Some citizens were evacuated to the suburbs to settle down, while others were trapped at home, relying on food reserves and food distribution. Leader, is there a way to get rid of the water on the street? Wang Zijin asked a district leader beside her. This time, the district leader in charge of receiving them was surnamed Wu. He was a middle-aged man with parted hair. His trousers were stained with mud. He said helplessly, "We've already tried our best to divert them. This road is still considered good. Some parts of the road have already turned into rivers. The rainfall this time was once in 100 years. The 3 rivers flooded at the same time, and the water did not flow to the sea in time. The river water flowed backwards, and Luoxue City was like a frying pan, instantly flooded. This kind of natural disaster is not something that can be resisted by humans." He seemed to be very familiar with this speech as he spoke it very smoothly. This time, they were going to send the supplies to 2 distribution points, one in the suburbs and the other in the town. The total value of this batch of goods was about 200,000 yuan, including mineral water, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, canned food, ham sausages, and other fast food. 2 more batches of supplies would arrive tomorrow and the day after. "How are the casualties?" Qin Zhe asked. The district leader surnamed Wu said, "The government responded promptly and launched rescue operations immediately. There are no casualties for now." "Was this a joke? Didn't you just say that it wasn't something that could be resisted by humans?" In fact, Qin Zhe could use Wang Zijin's connections to investigate the real situation, but that would be meaningless. He took out his phone and logged into Luoxue City's flood forum. After a few days of emergency maintenance and rescue, the network had been restored, but the power supply had not. It was common sense that there was no power supply in the flood area. Everyone who had electrocuted fish with a battery knew this. Once the power supply in the flood area was restored, people would float up one by one like fish. Therefore, candles became a source of light for many citizens. Of course, they could not go online. If a smartphone was not charged for a day, it would automatically shut down. Only the citizens near the material distribution points could go online because there was electricity there. Qin Zhe glanced at the forum. Most of them were foreign netizens asking about the situation in Luoxue City. The replies were very uniform, saying that there was no big problem. The citizens who were really caught in the flood could not go online at this time. There were also a few posts by citizens who were not affected much. "Sleeping in tents every day, there are so many mosquitoes. I really want to eat chicken. When will it return to normal? Eat chicken, eat chicken." Their homes were flooded, and they still wanted to eat chicken. "The inner jokes have been blocked. I'm so bored. I really want to watch jokes. I can only download TikTok and Kuaishou. Damn, it was blocked well. F***ck. My pig was washed away by the water. The loss is heavy. If you find the body, please return it to us. My dad said we can make it into bacon and sell it." They would not eat bacon this year. Qin Zhe was a little relieved. At least it was not a tragedy. Just as he was about to exit the forum, He refreshed it and saw a new post. The rescue was not in time. The person is gone. He clicked on the post. It was a short video. After the video was buffered for more than 10 seconds, it could finally be played. A half-collapsed house stood in the middle of the flood. Looking at the environment, it should be in the countryside. In the corridor on the second floor of the dilapidated building, there was a man. He paced anxiously down the corridor like a white mouse that had nowhere to go. Below, the flood was surging, and the mud was wrapped in rocks. Boom! The house collapsed, and in an instant, the person disappeared in the ruins. The videographer took the video from his home not far away. Qin Zhe turned his head, looked at the district leader, and typed in the comment, "This is a foreign video, right? Be careful to check the water meter. It's illegal to spread rumors." The comment failed, and the post was deleted. Half an hour later, the car drove out of the disaster area, passed through the city, and arrived at a nearby distribution point. Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe each held an umbrella and watched the volunteers and staff moving the supplies. It was time for lunch, and the two of them had fast food at the distribution point. This was the treatment of leaders. Usually, no one would take fast food seriously, but at this time, it was not easy to eat fast food. Wang Zijin noticed that outside the distribution point, many soldiers were covered in mud, eating canned military food and compressed biscuits. Some of them directly fell asleep on the ground after eating. "Being a soldier is really tough," she said. "We are all soldiers of the people," Qin Zhe said. "Have you been a soldier before?" "No. You'll regret it for 2 years if you were a soldier, but you'll regret it for life if you don't." Wang Zijin squinted. "What soldier? I'm a student who can get into the University of Finance and Economics. Wouldn't it be a waste to be a soldier?" Qin Zhe looked disdainful. In fact, there was a very awkward truth that he was embarrassed to say. Although his parents did not want him to be a soldier, the government did not want him at all. To be precise, they did not even give him the qualifications to be a soldier. It seemed that when a man became an adult, he would have to undergo a physical examination or something. However, Qin Zhe lived peacefully until he was 24, and no one informed him at all. This was very awkward. "I am willing to shed my blood for the country, but the country thinks that I am too weak and that my blood is not hot enough." If he had the chance to pass the physical examination and join the army, he would not be in the entertainment industry. He would be a super soldier in the city. On his left hand was a university beauty, on his right hand was a beautiful CEO, and on his crotch was a superstar. During the day they kissed, and at night they had sex. That was not right. If he was going to be a soldier, he would not have the chance to live with his sister. The low-level system would not choose him, but his sister. He could eat his sister's soft rice at home, live in a mansion, play games, and reward female streamers with a lot of money. Wherever he went, there would be people who would praise him and say, "My sister is Qin Bao Bao." Immediately, someone went up to flatter him and shouted 666. When he thought about it this way, he was unexpectedly moved. "My little brother is a salted fish. The next distribution point is in a town. Shall we go there first?" Wang Zijin said, "The situation there is much better. Most of the places can be walked. Rain boots are enough." "Miss Zijin, are you trying to empathize with the people?" Wang Zijin rolled her eyes at him. Actually, she felt that strolling in the disaster area with Qin Zhe was very poetic, even though this method was a little unethical. It was like drinking tea with friends on the battlefield and having a seminar, and there were piles of bones under your feet. However, the emotions between people were not interchangeable. Wang Zijin felt that she had already done her duty by delivering supplies to the disaster victims. Next, she wanted to be romantic with Qin Zhe. "Okay." Qin Zhe agreed. The two of them exchanged a few words with the captain of the supply team, then bade farewell to the district leaders and headed to the next distribution point. They took a small boat to cross the area with deep water. Along the way, they saw all kinds of people. There were citizens trekking in the water, boatmen doing ferry business with small boats, soldiers resisting the disaster, and volunteers transporting supplies in the water. It was a bleak scene. The The two distribution points were more than 10 kilometers apart. Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe walked on foot. The road was muddy, but the situation was much better. There was no waist-to-knee water, until they were blocked by a turbid river. This was a suburb. If the river did not flood, it should be a clear and small river. However, at this time, the water level had spread to the shore and submerged the flat bridge across the river. A pickup truck slowly drove across the flat bridge. It drove very slowly and crossed the river bit by bit. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin were trapped at the end of the bridge. They looked at each other and said, "Let's wait for the convoy to come." Wang Zijin nodded vigorously. "Call and inform them to change vehicles. The flat bridge is not enough to support a truck." Qin Zhe said, "We don't have to worry about that. The person leading the way knows the situation. They definitely won't drive a truck." "No, this wasn't that big yesterday. Today it suddenly can't cross," someone on the side explained. Wang Zijin said, "Then I'll make a phone call." Many local residents were also blocked by the flood. They were carrying plastic bags with fast food in their hands. The flood had caused them a lot of trouble, but life had to go on. Compared to the city, which was more serious, this side was considered better. After the pickup truck passed, a local rode a motorcycle and tried to cross the river from the rushing flood. The iron baskets on both sides of the motorcycle were filled with mineral water and other supplies. "Don't go over. Wait for a car to come and take a ride." The resident beside him said to him in a dialect, "I can't leave my car here. I still have to drive it over," the motorcycle owner said. "Then wait for the water to become smaller," the person beside him advised. "Damn it. Who knows when the water will become smaller? That's how I got through," the motorcycle owner said. With the roar of the engine, the motorcycle rushed into the water. The two wheels worked hard to roll as it trudged forward. The motorcycle drove to the middle of the bridge. The rushing water rolled up the gravel and hit the wheels. Then the wheels suddenly got stuck. The motorcycle, which had lost power, was washed down the bridge bit by the flood. The sudden change made the people on the shore exclaim, "Get off quickly. Be careful. It's going to be washed down. Leave the car. Get off quickly." There were more meaningless screams and exclamations. In fact, it was the same whether they got off or not. If they got off the car, they would be washed down by the current. The motorcycle owner subconsciously put his feet on the ground to stabilize the car. However, it was not the ground under his feet, but the surging flood. The car fell and was washed down the flat bridge. The people and the car were instantly swallowed by the surging turbid waves. Wang Zijin screamed. She instinctively grabbed Qin Zhe's hand, but she grabbed nothing. Chapter 633. A's. In her line of sight, Qin Zhe rushed towards the river, jumped, and disappeared into the turbulent river. Wang Zijin's shout was almost synchronized with the splash of him falling into the water. She never thought that Qin Zhe would be so impulsive. Saving people was not something he should do. The water was so strong that it was not comparable to a swimming pool. She took a few steps forward and stepped into the river. She shouted a few more times until her voice was hoarse. "Io, that kid jumped in. How can you save people like this? It's over." The people on the side discussed animatedly as they pointed at the river. Their faces were also filled with panic. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. This was the most torturous moment in Wang Zijin's heart. 5 minutes later, there was no movement on the turbulent river. A's. A huge fear exploded in her heart. She had never been so scared and helpless in her life. Wang Zijin asked the people behind her for help, but they looked at each other and thought that there was no way to save him. They did not have any tools or equipment. She did not want to lose her life again. They advised her that someone had already called for the rescue team. It was too late. When the rescue team arrived, they did not know where they had gone. The sky was gloomy, and it was drizzling. A chill rose from the bottom of her heart. Wang Zijin suddenly rushed towards the river. The water was above her knees and waist, but she was pulled back. Don't go. You can't save him," the middle-aged man who pulled her said in broken Mandarin. I don't know how to swim, but I must save him. This was the only thought in Wang Zijin's mind. People were like this. The moment they saw the most precious thing disappear forever, even if they knew that they would lose themselves, they would not hesitate to rush over. She was forcefully dragged back by the middle-aged man and a young man and fell on the shore. Wang Zijin looked back at the river and remembered a sentence she read in a book a long time ago. It was the autobiography of a female scholar in modern times. She remembered her first love. In the 38th year of the Republic of China, there was a strong wind and heavy rain, and the flood flooded half of Yang. In this flood, I lost my love. In an instant, the color of the entire world faded away. "Hey, there's someone there," someone shouted. Wang Zijin's entire body shook. She turned her head abruptly and looked over. More than 10 meters away, a human head popped out of the surface of the river. It bobbed up and down for a moment, then swam towards the shore. After climbing ashore, it walked towards them. The sparse crowd let out cries of joy. The only regret was that he was alone. Wang Zijin stood rooted to the ground as she watched him walk over. This idiot stood in front of her, stroked his bangs, and sighed. "I didn't save anyone." He looked extremely miserable. His entire body was drenched, and muddy yellow water dripped down along his body. His hair and face were covered in mud and sand. His left ear was struck, and a stream of blood flowed out. There were many scars on his arms. Qin Zhe was a little depressed that he didn't manage to save her. The undercurrent at the bottom of the river was turbulent, mixed with mud and gravel. It was impossible to open one's eyes. If a person was sucked into the undercurrent, they would disappear in an instant. No one could find them no matter how hard they tried. He had overestimated himself. "Wasn't I handsome just now?" Qin Zhe tried to find joy in his misery. "Slap." Wang Zijin raised her hand to slap him in response. The tears that she had been holding back for a long time rolled down. "I was wrong." Qin Zhe opened his arms and wanted to hug her, but when he thought about his embarrassing appearance, he awkwardly stopped himself. Wang Zijin took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. She cried and wailed. "What does this have to do with you? Who told you to be a hero? If you save someone, at most I'll thank you. If you fail, you'll lose your life. Can you be more mature? Are you crazy? Who wants you to save them? Who wants you to save them? If something happens to you, how am I supposed to live? If I want to live, Bao Bao will kill me." She cried and scolded at the same time. Qin Zhe kept saying that he was wrong, but he couldn't explain that he had measured it in his heart. With his physical strength, he could swim 3 laps in the whirlpool. Holding his breath for 10 minutes wouldn't be a problem. If he said that, he would probably be slapped again. "I'm still angry. Slap me again." Wang Zijin cried. "Slap, slap me to death." Qin Zhe coaxed her. Slap. A loud slap landed on her face. "Qin Zhe, you really hit me." Slap. Sister Xian gave her another backhanded slap. This wasn't over. She slapped him twice more, as if to vent all her emotions. Wang Zijin took 2 deep breaths. The anger in her heart was finally gone. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the rescue team came. They were dragging a kayak and wearing survival suits. 2 were washed away by the water, right? Did any of them float up? The leader asked. "1, just 1. The person beside him explained. "This one jumped down to save people. He came up, but the other one didn't. They should be dead by now. I didn't touch anyone. They might have been swept away by the water," Qin Zhe said. The leader nodded. As usual, he said some words of thanks and criticism. He reminded him not to be impulsive if he encountered such a thing again. Then, he led the others and paddled the kayak downstream to try to pull the people up. Wang Zijin wiped the sand off Qin Zhe's face with a tissue. She wanted to take him back to the hotel where they were staying to take a shower and change clothes. At this moment, she received a call from the motorcade. "President Wang, the car is blocked on the road. They want to rob the supplies. What should we do?" The person who called was the head of Tianfeng Entertainment's logistics department. This time, he was recruited by Qin Zhe to be a strong man. He followed the motorcade all the way. The truck driver was hired. Wang Zijin asked for the location and hung up the phone. She frowned and said, "The car is blocked on the road. They want to rob the supplies." Qin Zhe frowned. "Get the city government to deal with it." Wang Zijin, "I called, but no one came to deal with it." Considering how busy everyone was, it was understandable that they did not have enough manpower. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin went back the way they came. After walking for about 10 minutes, they saw dozens of residents of the disaster area blocking the 3 trucks. They blocked the front of the truck and did not want to let them go. The head of the logistics department shouted. The residents were equally agitated. "What's going on?" Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin squeezed their way in. The head of the logistics department heaved a sigh of relief. They had managed to hold on until the boss arrived, so he explained the situation to him. There was a large-scale power outage in the city and suburbs. Many people's phones were out of battery and did not know where to get supplies. They were all relying on the surplus food at home. Meanwhile, some people were panicking because of the flood and wanted to stockpile more food. Hence, they wanted to rob the transport trucks. Qin Zhe climbed onto the truck and stood at the front of the truck. He took a deep breath and said loudly, "Everyone, listen to me." Everyone looked in the direction of his voice. Qin Zhe said, "You all know me, right? I'm Qin Zhe." The effect was not bad. The noisy crowd quieted down a lot. Qin Zhe continued, "There will be bread and mineral water, but not here. Go to the distribution point to get your supplies." There were still people who did not give him face. For example, an auntie retorted, "It's the same for us here. We won't leave if you don't give it to us." Her tone was shameless. Commotion broke out. Qin Zhe tried his best to suppress his voice and said loudly, "Listen to me. You can't get any supplies by blocking here. I can guarantee that not a bottle of water or a loaf of bread will be given. And you have to be prepared to be detained for obstructing disaster relief. Don't think that the law can't punish the masses. This is a critical period. If you block the road like this, you will only add to the burden of the government." Seeing the looks of disdain on everyone's faces, he said in a deep voice, "We're not a government department. Donating resources is out of kindness, not an obligation. If your actions are exposed on the internet, what will other people think? What will other donors think? Let's not talk about anything else. Just the fact that you are blocking the road will hinder traffic. Just a few kilometers in front of us, there is a river. Not long ago, someone slipped and fell into the water. Look at me now. I jumped into the water to save people. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to save them. If such an accident happens again, but the road is blocked by you, what should I do? Tell me what to do." No one in the crowd answered. Wang Zijin stood by the car, raised her head, and looked at the man who spoke in a rhythmic tone. Qin Zhe continued, "If you want supplies, you can follow behind the transport vehicle. It will take you across the river and take you to the distribution point to get food. But here, it is absolutely not possible. The outside world is paying attention to the once-in-a-century flood in Luoshui City, but there are not many people who can really help you. You have to know how to save yourself, not cause trouble. Shouldn't you all want to see us overcome this crisis as soon as possible? Everyone should cooperate with the government, not cause trouble. Now, everyone step back and let the car pass." A few scattered people retreated, causing a group effect. Most of the people retreated silently. There were still a few uncles and aunties blocking the front of the car. Qin Zhe jumped down and threw them away like chickens. "Go, go, go. Hurry up and drive." The logistics minister took the opportunity to order the driver to drive. When most people chose to let them go, a few aunties were unwilling to give up and tried to stop the truck. However, they were not enough to pose a threat and were thrown away by Qin Zhe one by one. The truck slowly crossed the flat bridge. Before crossing the bridge, Qin Zhe asked the residents on the side. After getting an affirmative answer, he let the car pass. The two of them did not follow the car to the next distribution point. Instead, they returned the way they came. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they finally arrived at the hotel. This place was far from the city and was not affected by the flood. The two of them drove here. They planned to rest for the night and return to Shanghai tomorrow morning. On the way back to the hotel, Wang Zijin was still sulking. She didn't like to talk to him and had a sour expression on her face. Qin Zhe found it hard to imagine her fear and sadness. People's emotions were different. Wang Zijin felt that his attitude of admitting his mistake was not sincere enough. She was still considerate. If it were an ordinary couple, it would have escalated to a quarrel and a breakup. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after dinner, Qin Zhe sat by the window with a cigarette in his mouth and listened to the rain. In the bathroom, Wang Zijin was taking a shower. Qin Zhe shamelessly asked to take a shower with her and was kicked out by her. The sound of water stopped, and then the noise of the hairdryer was heard. A few minutes later, Wang Zijin walked to the window in a bathrobe. Hey, you're willing to talk to me? If I don't talk, can't you coax me? You don't even coax your girlfriend half as well as your sister. Actually, Qin Zhe turned around and looked at her. I watched a video during the day. Boom! The house collapsed and the people were gone. At that time, my heart clenched and I felt terrible. I wasn't completely impulsive. I thought about it and felt that I would be fine. However, I still couldn't save him. Wang Zijin sighed and hugged his head. She pressed it against her chest and said, "There are 3 great misconceptions in life. You can kill under the tower. I can kill him, you can save him." Qin Zhe said, "That makes sense. I won't do it again." The fragrance of the shower gel wafted into his nose. Qin Zhe licked her open collar. Wang Zijin's delicate body trembled. She said softly, "A's, let's sleep. Sleep with me." Chapter 634. Sister Ziwei, have you finally thought it through? Qin Zhe stared at her. She stood under the light in pajamas. The beauty who just came out of the bath had a fresh and refined aura. Her eyes were clear and bright, hiding a trace of shyness, but she was very brave to look at Qin Zhe. God, the pretentious sister Ziwei actually thought it through. Am I dreaming? Happiness came too fast, like a tornado, blowing Qin Zhe's thoughts in a mess. Isn't this a very normal thing? Wang Zijin cheered herself up and pretended to be calm. We have been dating for more than half a year, and our relationship can go further. You also know that we can go further. Qin Zhe's emotions were very complicated. First, he was excited, like a teenager dominated by hormones in adolescence. Finally, under the shameless begging, his little girlfriend agreed to go with him to see the Lord of Zhou. The excited mushroom dragon raised its head and wanted to roar to the sky. Then he hesitated. What are you going to do with Wang Zijin? That day, Nan Man Pei asked this question out of curiosity. Some things had to be faced eventually, but it was not necessarily a choice. Qin Zhe could choose to be a gentleman. When he and Wang Zijin's relationship warmed up to the point of talking about marriage, he could confess his relationship with Suyu. Well, I do love you, so I gave you a chance to make a choice. Are you willing to accept such a scumbag man like me? Then his body shook, and the aura of a bastard surged like an ant. Sister Ziwei cried and said, I don't care, as long as Qin Long Outyin harem is not a dream, and you have me in your heart, I don't mind. Don't make trouble. The ending would only be that Wang Zijin slapped him and then left angrily. Then, how would the terrified salted fish Zhe be able to woo her again? The result of being a gentleman was only to forget each other. As Nan Man Pei said, maybe it was a knot in the heart for 10 or 20 years. Perhaps after a long time, Sister Ziwei would not thank him for being a gentleman. Instead, she would hate him for being a gentleman. Love is a small boat drifting in the vast sea. What you need to do is not to find the shore and send the sisters ashore. Instead, you let it drift away with the wind, so that your sisters can only stay with you on the small boat forever. There may be crying, there may be noise, there may be sadness and heartache, but in the end, they will still be with you. What else could he do? Watch her return to the capital sadly and marry Zhang Mingcheng or someone else. Gentleman or scumbag, please choose. Wang Zijin didn't notice his strangeness and said in a low voice, I've always been unwilling to give it to you. Won't that make me seem pretentious? Qin shook his head. No, because you're afraid of being F***ked. Wang Zijin. No. What is that? She bit her lips and said bitterly, I just feel that you don't love me very much. Girls would always hesitate. They were afraid of meeting a scumbag. I'm not the kind of person who likes to get into a dead end. I'm a scumbag? Sister Ziwei, you're the same as Sister Man. You have terrible taste. Qin said, but I really love you. Wang Zijin said, it's my own fault. I feel like I've been living in her shadow. Who? Qin didn't dare to ask, and Wang Zijin didn't want to say. In the past, I was just acting out of spite to keep you in suspense. But even if I went overboard, you never complained. You complained in your heart. Wang Zijin cupped his face and murmured, you know, after you jumped into the water, I waited on the shore. When you didn't come up, I wanted to die. She held her chest and said with a lingering fear, right here, it was like I suddenly lost something. It was empty. Those are the best words of love I've ever heard. Qin buried his face in her chest again. We still have a lot of things to do and a lot of things to say. We haven't planned our lives or looked forward to the future. How can I lose the person I love the most in my best years? I never thought that I would lose you, but when I felt that I was about to lose you, I realized how important you were. Only then did I realize that I still had so many things to do, and that I still had so many regrets. Wang Zijin said faintly. She hugged Qin head tightly and said softly, I want to do more things with you and hear more words of love from you. Whether it was because of the emotional explosion or because of love, she wanted to break the last shackles with him. At this moment, Wang Zijin already had the courage to go further. Qin picked her up and put her on the bed. The bedside lamp shone on her face. Her cheeks were red, but she didn't look away. There were ripples in her eyes. If it's my first time, do I have to wear a work cap? Qin swallowed. Wang Zijin, whose heart was beating wildly, was stunned for a long time before she realized what a work cap was. She hesitated for a moment, shook her head, and said softly, no, you have to wear it for the first time. That made sense. Qin untied the belt of her pajamas and peeled it off like a white lamb. She endured Qin fiery gaze and finally couldn't take it anymore. She said in a trembling voice, turn off the lights. At this moment, if I were to say something like, only this way can I appreciate your beautiful body, I would probably be slapped in the face. Qin, who had been slapped 4 times today, obediently turned off the lights. Sister Ziwei, I heard that the first time will hurt more, Qin said. Wang Zijin threw him a coquettish wink, her fingers clutching the bedsheets tightly. How could she not be nervous for the first time in her life? Bang, Qin said. Bang? Yes, it's a broken river crab melon. That's what the books say. I should be thankful for the flood, he said again. You're still talking. If you're so impulsive next time, I'll beat you to death, Wang Zijin said angrily. I just don't understand why kindness has become superfluous, why justice has become a cold joke, and why doing good deeds is ridiculed by others. Everyone is too utilitarian. The most common phrase people say is, what does it have to do with me? People believe in the principle of doing things. Walk your own path. Don't meddle in other people's business. Look at the main characters in novels on the internet now. 9 out of 10 of them are like this. There's even one who kills his whole family. They're smug when they do bad things, but they're arrogant when they don't save people. My balls hurt. Are you mocking me? Of course not. I love you so much that I'll only *ck you, not mock you. You say that I saved someone, at most it's just a word of thanks. But I didn't save someone for gratitude. I just couldn't stand watching a fresh life disappear in front of my eyes without doing anything. Although I still couldn't save him, if I succeeded, his life would have been saved. Maybe you're right, but aren't we having a heart-to-heart talk now? Little sister, you don't understand. This is called warming up. If there's no foreplay, there'll be friction and fire. It'll be very painful. That's what Japanese movies teach us. After warming up, Qin gently parted her legs. Wait, turn off your phone. Wang Zijin said. Qin Zhe slapped his forehead. Sister Ziwei was so considerate. If his sister called or video called, he didn't know if Wang Zijin would be scared, but he would definitely be. You turn off your phone. I'll mute it. They both turned off their phones and muted it. Qin Zhe silently opened the interface of the system's point store. He clicked on the music option and played Itchy. Come on, let's be happy. There's plenty of time anyway. Come on, love. There's plenty of time anyway. Wang Zijin's body tensed up. Her two fair arms hugged Qin Zhe tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes. You have to marry me. Shallow whine in front of people, hugging by the soft jade lamp, looking back into the embrace of love. Chapter 635. Wang Zijin got up at 9 o'clock in the morning and opened her eyes. She looked tired, but her eyes were full of happiness and sweetness. She was a first wife, and her heart was full of infinite tenderness. Qin Zhe woke up early, holding her with one hand and sending a message on his mobile phone with the other. Seeing her wake up, Qin Zhe silently turned off his mobile phone and kissed her on the forehead. Oh, paparazzi aunt is dead. Wang Zijin smiled. She glanced at the last picture of the mobile phone screen before it was turned off. He was chatting with Qin Baobao. She frowned and said, "What did your sister say?" "She sent me a video last night. You know her temper. She came this morning to question me." Qin Zhe said, "She also sent you a message, but you didn't reply." "I said I was too tired during the day and went to bed early." "She's just a sister. She's more annoying than me, right?" Wang Zijin said a little bad thing. "Yeah." Qin Zhe nodded. He didn't defend his sister. Wang Zijin was a little happy. "Are you tired?" Qin Zhe's soft body was full of warmth and fragrance. The morning was an impulsive time. "I'm not tired." After saying that, Wang Zijin felt that something was off. "Little sister, do you want to do it again?" "Go." Wang Zijin rolled and shrank to the corner of the bed with the quilt. "Hey." Qin Zhe's body was exposed. He quickly hid 20,000 miles under the sea and then rushed to grab the quilt with Wang Zijin. "Then don't make trouble. I'll sleep for a while." Wang Zijin pushed his chest with her small hand. "Yeah." Qin Zhe had experience in this. After the first time he taught Suyu, she was also in pain for a long time and specially went to buy anti-inflammatory drugs. Although he restrained himself last night, he still tossed from 9 o'clock in the evening to 10:30, and Wang Zijin cried. After all, she was not as good as Suyu and could not stand Qin Zhe's destruction. The servant helped Jiao Jiao up weekly. It was the first time she received the favor, so Wang Zijin's exhaustion was understandable. It was raining outside at 9 o'clock in the morning. The sky was gloomy and dark. Qin Zhe hugged Wang Zijin's soft body and slowly fell asleep. His body is really good. He can sleep whenever he wants. Wang Zijin muttered. She was so tired that she couldn't fall asleep. The joy and happiness of reality were far more attractive to her than sleep. She quietly stared at the face that was right in front of her. It was just like before, but this time, her mentality was completely different. In the past, Qin Zhe was in her heart, but now, Qin Zhe was in her body. It was not the same thing at all. Wang Zijin quietly approached Qin Zhe's face and kissed from his eyebrows to his lips. Her heart was as sweet as honey. She didn't know if beauty was in the eye of the beholder. He was getting better and better. His eyebrows were as heavy as thick ink. His eyelashes were dense and long. His nose was very high, and his lips were slightly thick. She heard a saying that people with thin lips had a cold character. Qin Baobao and Suyu both had thin lips and were cold women. As far as lips were concerned, she and Qin Zhe were the best match. Wang Zijin thought. Donating to the disaster relief this time had not been in vain. Although she had slept with a man before getting engaged, she had gained a lot of happiness. The previous Wang Zijin had died. Now she was called Nyabalu Zijin. At noon, Wang Zijin woke up refreshed, but there was no sign of Qin Zhe beside the bed. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. When she saw Qin Zhe standing by the window in big pants, she was relieved. She leaned against the bed and stretched her waist lazily. "What time is it?" 11:30. The rain was still falling, and the sky was pale. Qin Zhe turned off the air conditioner, and the cool wind blew in from the window, making him feel comfortable. I'm hungry. I'll order the meal now. Qin Zhe nodded, turned around, picked up the phone beside the bed, and dialed the number to order the meal. Wang Zijin subconsciously glanced at his crotch, and her face was slightly red. Do you want it? Qin Zhe smirked. He woke up for a while, and the temptation of naked embrace was too great for him. Other men were exhausted after the first spurt of energy, but he was more and more courageous. So he went to the window to cool down. Wang Zijin spat and wrapped herself in a towel. I'm going to take a shower. One more time before you shower. Qin Zhe pounced on the bed and pulled her back to the bed. He straddled Wang Zijin, put his hands on his hips, and shook his human cannon, a lewd smile on his face. Oh, Wang Zijin's face turned pale, and she begged softly, "Call me brother." Then call me daddy? Zijin bit her lip, too embarrassed to speak. I'll come if you don't call me that. He shook even harder. Brother, brother. Her face was red. Qin Zhe finally let her go. Looking at her back view, he shouted, "Let's shower together. Get lost." Wang Zijin slipped into the bathroom and closed the door with a bang. Qin Zhe lit a cigarette, sat cross-legged on the bed, and laughed. I've finally gotten hard. In his own words, after being dominated by his sister and Wang Zijin for so many years, he was finally unyielding today. Qin Zhe realized something. Women were different from each other. He used to see people on the internet saying, "They're all the same after the lights are off." The person who said this must be a short-sighted otaku. But it turned out that women were different. He probably wouldn't be able to see it in this lifetime. He hoped that he could taste it one by one. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. His phone rang. The caller ID showed Su Yao. Hello. Qin Zhe frowned and answered. A's? Are you at the Grand Hyatt Hotel? Su Yao asked. How did you know? I'm here too. Let's have lunch together? His attitude towards this biological uncle of his could not be considered to be respectful and distant, but it was also impossible for him to interact with him harmoniously. Like his mother, he only hoped that he would not disturb his peaceful life. Uncle just wants to have lunch with you, Su Yao said. Okay. Qin Zhe called to cancel the order. After waiting for 20 minutes, Wang Zijin came out of the bathroom. She looked brand new, but her complexion was a little bad. She had light bags under her eyes and a slightly pale face. The way she walked was also a little awkward. The food isn't here yet. I'm starving. She was disappointed that she didn't see lunch. I booked a private room downstairs. Let's go down and eat. Qin Zhe leaned over and looked at her eyes. What are you looking at? The book says that after a virgin is broken, the eyebrows will not be smooth. It's a lie. I can't tell. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. We can just eat in the room. Why did you book a private room? A long business friend happened to be there and asked me to go down for lunch. Wang Zijin had no objections. She asked, Do you want to take a shower? I've already showered. They left the room and went downstairs. On the way, he saw her walking in an awkward way with small steps. Qin Zhe asked, Does it hurt? Yes. She frowned. Qin Zhe said, I'll ask the waiter later if the hotel has any anti-inflammatory drugs. Wang Zijin blushed and nodded. Pushing open the door of the private room, the first thing she saw was Su Yao opposite the door. Beside him was a young girl with regular features and a clean temperament. The moment she saw Qin Zhe, she was elated. But she tried hard to suppress the joy on her face. Her gaze and expression made Wang Zijin a little uncomfortable. It was just like how Qin Zhe was uncomfortable with those naked gazes on his sister. It was an instinct to protect her food. Yan, ask the waiter to serve the food, Su Yao ordered. Su Yan answered happily and ran out of the door. Su Yao, the big boss of Wen City. He also has shares in the factory in Shenzhen. He's a business partner. Qin Zhe introduced. Wang Zijin, my girlfriend. Wang Zijin reached out her hand and said, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Su." "Good, good." Su Yao shook hands with her and was slightly absent-minded. Was this also his niece-in-law? Sure enough, as Guang said, this nephew was a bit romantic. Su Yao cast a questioning and worried look at Qin Zhe. As an elder, he naturally had to pay attention to the emotional problems of the younger generation. He could see that the relationship between Su Yu and Qin Zhe was by no means an ordinary relationship between a boss and a secretary. It was a very pure feeling. But Su Guang also said that Qin Zhe's girlfriend was called Wang Zijin. It should be the one in front of him. Then there was a question. Did Wang Zijin and Su Yu know each other? Unfortunately, Qin Zhe didn't care about him. He brought Wang Zijin here, which showed that he didn't care about Su Yao's feelings. If it were his father, Qin Zhe would kneel in minutes. Su Yao sighed in his heart. He still couldn't walk into his nephew's heart. When it came to Qin Zhe, he didn't just feel guilty. This was his sister's first child. It was an unbearable memory filled with blood and tears. This child was something that his nephew, as well as his own son and daughter, couldn't compare to. He was good to his sister's other child just because he was the uncle. This couldn't make up for the regret and guilt in his heart. Otherwise, he would have let go of it all these years. "How did you know I was here?" Qin Zhe asked again. Su Yao inexplicably appeared in the disaster area and knew that he was in this hotel. Qin Zhe felt that it was unreasonable. He even suspected that Su Yao had been paying attention and monitoring him. Chapter 636. The news of you donating to the disaster area is all over the internet. Su Yao smiled and said, "Coincidentally, I also donated." At this point, he sighed. Qin Zhe was stunned. He turned on his phone and browsed through the news. Sure enough, yesterday's entertainment headlines were about him personally donating to the disaster area. After casually flipping through the comments, the netizens praised him. "This is much more generous than other celebrities." What's a celebrity? Don't compare him with a celebrity. Being a celebrity is just his part-time job. Oh my God, he donated 7 million a few days ago, and now he's going to the disaster area. My husband is really caring. I'm giving Qin Zhe a thumbs up. If it's a show, I hope he can continue to show off. Thumbs up. Qin Zhe nodded in satisfaction. The more positive his image was, the further he would go. It was the same in all walks of life. Even writing novels had to pay attention to positive energy. Some people who drove every day to destroy idioms and dictionaries were considered unorthodox. At this moment, Su Yanyan, who had ordered the dishes, returned. A moment later, the waiter brought plates of dishes to the table. The dishes had been prepared long ago, but they had not been served yet. Qin Zhe turned off his phone reluctantly. He clinked glasses with Su Yao and said, "Do you need to personally come to the disaster relief?" Su Yao smiled faintly. "I'm also here to discuss a business deal." Business deal? A post-disaster reconstruction project. Qin Zhe instinctively smelled something fishy. He looked at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin put down her chopsticks and chewed her food. As she ate, she typed on her phone. She looked very cute. Donation in exchange for project. It was concise and comprehensive. Qin Zhe, who was no longer the same as before, immediately understood. As expected, it was a dirty deal. Whose money was the easiest to earn? Women? Children? Of course, it was the government. Building railways was profitable. Building highways was profitable. Building railways was profitable. Building highways was profitable. Earning until your legs went weak. But this kind of project could not be obtained by ordinary people. In the process of earthquakes and floods, we can often see many companies donating tens of millions to hundreds of millions to disaster relief. This was not just about love. For these companies that spent money to contribute, the government would give them something in return. It was good that everyone knew about this kind of deal. Don't spread it. There was no wine on the table, so the four of them ate quietly. Qin Zhe and Su Yao occasionally exchanged a few words. The intelligent and sensitive Wang Zijin immediately noticed that something was wrong. Although Qin Zhe was not a smooth and slick person, he was still very good at socializing. If they were business partners, How could he be so cold? If their relationship was broken, why would he attend the banquet? She picked up her phone and was about to ask Qin Zhe when she received a message from Qin Baobao. Have you had lunch? Wang Zijin replied, I'm eating now. Qin Baobao, that's good. Wang Zijin, huh. Then, Qin Baobao sent her a few pictures. The first picture was of deep-fried grasshoppers. Fat grasshoppers were skewered with toothpicks and fried until they were golden yellow. Skewer your head with mine. Skewer a lucky grass. Skewer a concentric circle. The second picture was still deep-fried. It was a big pot of maggots. People with trypophobia would scream when they saw it. The third picture was even scarier. A newborn mouse was red all over and its eyes were black. It had not even opened its eyes yet and was being cooked in soup. Wang Zijin shivered and put down her phone with a pale face. She finally understood what the crying monster meant by, that's good. Why aren't you eating? Qin Zhe noticed that she was in a daze and asked, why is your sister like this? Beat her to death. Wang Zijin cried. Qin Zhe. Wang Zijin handed the phone over. Qin Zhe was speechless after reading it. Damn it, I don't want to eat anymore. I'm convinced by the Cantonese people. My sister probably found something good and can't wait to share it with you, Qin Zhe said. He didn't believe it himself. It was very strange. He could imagine his sister snickering on the other side of the phone. But his sister couldn't use this thing to disgust him. My sister really loves me the most. Where did your heart go? Wang Zijin said angrily. What's wrong? Su Yanyan asked curiously. It's nothing. Qin Zhe smiled. This girl should be his cousin. I have so many cousins. It's a pity that I don't have a sister complex. Otherwise, I could shoot at the world. Qin Zhe ignored his uncle, but was especially gentle to girls. So, he gave her a very warm smile. Su Yanyan's heart was beating fast. She mustered up her courage and said, Qin Zhe, can we add each other as friends? I'm your fan. Qin Zhe said of course and happily scanned the QR code to add her as a friend. Su Yanyan hugged her phone and smiled happily. She wanted a yard after taking an inch. Can we take a photo together? Of course, Qin Zhe wouldn't refuse and took a photo with her. Su Yao frowned. Yanyan eat. Su Yanyan nodded and secretly stuck out her tongue. In front of his children, Su Yao had always been a dignified father. He didn't smile and was strict. It was also because of this that Su Yanyan didn't grow up to be an unruly and willful rich girl. In terms of living expenses, he had always controlled it to be neither more nor less than the children of ordinary families. But compared to the other rich second generation in the circle, Su Yanyan was shy and embarrassed. In Su Yao's words, material things made people decadent and degenerate. Qin Zhe, I'm studying at Fudan University. Do you know that it's because of you that I chose Fudan University? Otherwise, I would have gone to Zhejiang University. While speaking, she carefully observed her father's expression. Seeing that he didn't expose her, she was immediately relieved. Actually, with her grades, she couldn't even get into Zhejiang University, let alone Fudan University. Su Yao's children didn't have the demeanor of a top student when he was young. On the other hand, Su Guang's children had good grades. Is that so? Then I have to thank you. Haha, no need. Just give me a few more autographed photos. Qin Zhe and Su Yanyan chatted happily. Su Yanyan was flattered. Although she knew that it was mostly for her father's sake, with Qin Zhe's status and fame, he didn't need to give her so much face. She still had this much self-awareness. During the meal, Su Yao's phone rang. After listening to the call, his face turned sour and he frowned. Dad, what's wrong? Su Yanyan asked carefully. Nothing. Su Yao shook his head. Is it a donation? Qin Zhe asked. He heard the content of the phone call just now. Since he asked, Su Yao said with a bitter smile, I met with a competitor. Not only did they donate, but they also gave me a commission. Anyway, you all know, so they called and asked me to donate 5 million more. And they even added a commission. Qin Zhe thought to himself, this guy is really dirty. The point is that I've already donated the money. If it's a few million, I'll let it go. But this is not a one-time deal. If you can't stop the other party from throwing money at you, I have to do the same. Otherwise, the money I donated before would really be a show of love, Su Yao said. Isn't that good? Show your love. Don't be so materialistic, Qin Zhe said lightly. Hearing this, Su Yao shook his head with a bitter smile. Su Yanyan immediately nodded. Well said. Her father glared at her and she immediately lowered her head to eat. Su Yao sighed helplessly and frowned. Wang Zijin sent a message to Qin Zhe. Do you need my help? Qin Zhe. Is it troublesome? Wang Zijin. Just say the word. Qin Zhe. Okay. Wang Zijin smiled and said, Boss Su, this is actually easy. I'll go out and make a call. She thought that Su Yao and Qin Zhe were just ordinary business partners. Since that was the case, of course she would do him a favor. After all, it was nothing. If it was a friend or family member, she would use the toilet as an excuse and settle the matter. After that, it would be fine if Su Yao didn't know. If he knew, he would definitely be more grateful to her. Wang Zijin's EQ was very high. She had learned the art of controlling people from her grandfather. It was not just a combination of kindness and authority. After she left, Su Yao looked at Qin Zhe blankly. Qin Zhe didn't know how to explain, so he remained silent and ignored him. It was not good to say things like, my girlfriend is the third generation of an official in Beijing. After a while, Wang Zijin came back. A few minutes later, Su Yao's phone rang. After receiving an affirmative reply and tactfully expressing goodwill, Su Yao hung up the phone in shock. When he looked at Wang Zijin again, the look in his eyes was different. Out of concern as an elder, he said, Zijin's family is in politics? Wang Zijin nodded. Yes, my father used to work in Jia province. Qin Zhe asked curiously, Didn't your father work in Shanghai? Wang Zijin smiled. There is a saying in the officialdom. If you want to be a high-ranking official, you must go to 4 places. Fujian, Chongqing, Jia province, Shanghai, and then Beijing. Although the team has changed a long time ago, my father's name is still very useful in Jia province. Su Yao was shocked. This official position was not small. When he looked at Qin Zhe again, he felt uncomfortable. Is it really okay for you to do so many things? After dinner, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin left. Only Su Yao and Su Yanyan were left in the private room. Su Yanyan was playing with her phone excitedly. She uploaded a photo of her and Qin Zhe to her circle of friends. She was replying to the envy and jealousy of the girls in the circle. Dad, I didn't expect Qin Zhe to be so amiable. I thought his kindness was just a disguise on the screen. He's so handsome and warm. I like him so much. I have the illusion that I've become friends with him. Do you think he will still talk to me if I contact him the next time I go to Shanghai? Su Yanyan chattered. Su Yao smiled silently. He thought to himself, become friends? You two are actually cousins. But he would not say this, and there was no need to say it. It's a pity that he has a girlfriend. I'm so sad. But I think he must have a good impression of me. Su Yanyan was probably too excited. She said what she said to her friends in a sentimental tone. Su Yao's eyelids twitched. He said angrily, You only know how to chase after celebrities all day. Can you spend your time on studying? Su Yanyan? She sat upright and lowered her head. She felt wronged. She did not know how she made her father angry. After leaving the private room, Wang Zijin searched for Su Yao on the way to her room. She was surprised. Su Yao from one city. He's quite famous. How do you know A's? There was still a difference between a billionaire in the industry and a billionaire in the internet industry. The former's total assets were definitely several times more than the latter's. Groups of billionaires were piled up on the internet. But among the same level, those who could do well in the industry were the real powerhouses. Maybe she did not need to do anything just now. Su Yao could handle it by himself. I can't explain it. Qin Zhe sighed. What do you mean? I don't want to talk about it. Qin Zhe thought of something. In fact, even without the system, he was destined to be extraordinary. Even if he failed to rely on his father, he could rely on his uncle. Looking at Su Yao's attitude, even if Qin Zhe wanted shares, he would gladly agree. I owe my sister. I can't repay her in this lifetime. When they parted in Su Town, Su Yao once lamented in front of Qin Zhe. Chapter 637. Back in the room, Wang Zijin started to pack up her toothbrush, bath towel, pajamas, towels, and other daily necessities. Qin Zhe sat at the table and texted his sister. Qin Bao Bao. Did Wang Zijin scream? She's scared of bugs the most. Qin Zhe. I just want to know if you ate it. Qin Bao Bao. Yes, it was delicious. Qin Zhe. Okay. Please remove the kiss reward from my life. Qin Bao Bao. No, sister didn't eat it. I just saw them eating it and took a picture to show off and pretend that I ate it too. Qin Zhe's lips curled up. He knew that his sister wouldn't eat such things. She would usually get scared when she saw cockroaches. When they were very young, Qin Zhe used to scare her with cockroaches, mainly because she ate his pudding and put the cockroach in her pencil case. His sister opened the pencil case and saw a cockroach smiling at her. She was so scared that she almost became retarded. Later, Qin Zhe was beaten up by his grandfather, who said that if he dared to scare his sister with bugs now, wouldn't it be worse when he grew up? That hit the nail on the head. Qin Bao Bao. But I ate crocodile meat today. Tasted pretty good. Qin Zhe. Guangdong has everything. You can eat Hu Jianren if you want. At this moment, he received a message from Su Yanyan. Her ID was, waiting for someone bookstore. She said, I'm going back to Shanghai today. When are you going back? Qin Zhe casually replied, also today. Then there was no follow-up. The avatar showed that she was typing, then stopping, then typing again, then stopping again. The girl was probably hesitating whether to reply. Anyway, it's on the way back. Let's go back together? But she was afraid that it would be too abrupt. In the end, a little girl that he hadn't seen for a long time came to strike up a conversation with him. Little brother, are you in an online relationship? I have a mature voice. During this time, Chun Qingyuan did not pester him much. Qin Zhe was comforted. A young girl should have a young girl's life and longing. Longing for an old man like him was nothing. In high school, shouldn't she like the school hunk who galloped on the court and dominated the classroom? But later, Pei Ziki told him that Chun Qingyuan had been very busy recently. She was busy attending cram schools and said that she wanted to go to Harvard, Cambridge, and MIT. First, everyone laughed at her. But who knew that in half a year, she had improved by leaps and bounds. She had rushed to the top 10 of the class and the top 50 of the grade. She used to learn English like this. How are you? How are you? Pregnant, pounces on a man, admire, oh my God, fail useless. It was the same for English songs. In the past, when I liked an English song, I would howl all day long. Stomach cancer is making trouble again, stomach cancer is making trouble again, but it was different now. Her pronunciation was very accurate. He heard that her family had hired a professional English teacher for her, and she learned English every day. Is this girl serious? Qin Zhe's forehead was full of sweat, because on Pei Ziki's birthday, he and Chun Qingyuan made a promise that they would talk about being girlfriends after she got into Harvard, Cambridge, or MIT. At that time, he thought that a girl who was bad at her studies wanted to get into a famous foreign university. Not to mention that she needed to rely on connections in terms of grades. Even if Ten Qin Qingyuan worked together, there was no hope. Seeing that he did not reply, Chun Qingyuan repeated, Little brother, are you in an online relationship? I'm big sister Yin. Qin Zhe replied silently, Little sister, I'm not in an online relationship. I'm Lin Jingyin. Chun Qingyuan. Sigma, degree, winky face. Yuri right to be afraid. Go and tutor me. We'll talk about it after you get into Harvard. Even now, Qin Zhe still did not think that Chun Qingyuan could get in. He was not interested in little sisters. It was not only because of his bad taste, but also because he felt that there was a generation gap between him and Queen Eggy. Queen Eggy talked about love all day long. She would often say, without love, I don't want to live. These were the leftovers from the 90s. Now that they saw Queen Eggy, they felt like they were looking at their younger selves. They were so embarrassed that they wanted to roll on the ground. Qin Zhe's situation was different. When he was young, he could not get along with many of his peers. Because his family was too strict, he could not accept those who were not mainstream. Of course, in the eyes of his peers, he was the kind of boy who had old-fashioned ideas and was very boring. His cousin, Jiang Cheng, was said to have slept with several girls. Qin Zhe was a writer, Shakespeare. Chun Xingyuan, I will definitely get into Harvard. Qin Zhe, good luck. Chun Xingyuan, don't forget our promise. Qin Zhe, let's talk about it after you get in. Chun Xingyuan sent a series of fighting emojis and did not continue to pester him. In fact, this was not bad. He could draw a big picture and let the silly girl work hard. Graduating from a prestigious university and graduating from a prestigious university were two different concepts. After graduating from a prestigious university, there was a chance that she would have a major in the future. After graduating from a prestigious university, she would be able to do well in the future. If she really got into Harvard, he believed that the maturing Chun Qingyuan would slowly choose to accept reality. Then she would spread her wings and soar. Years later, when she recalled it, it would be a sweet and precious memory. After Wang Zijin finished packing up, she urged, "There's nothing left? If there's nothing else, let's go." Qin Zhe glanced at the spot 3 inches below her lower abdomen and teased, "Does it still hurt?" She blushed, gently knocked on the chestnut, turned sideways slightly, and scolded, "Do you want to die?" Qin Zhe grinned. He remembered the night when he and Suyu became friends. When he first looked at Suyu's position, although Suyu was shy, she said, "When you stare at the abyss is also staring at you." This was deleted. Don't look at it. Then Qin Zhe slipped and fell into the abyss. Sister Ziwei was more conservative and shy than Suyu in this regard. When you stared at the abyss rewarded you with a knock on the head. When you took off your pants and invited the abyss to do it again, the abyss shyly said, "Yamit, yamit." After returning to Shanghai by car, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin lived together for a few days. The next day, the abyss recovered from the serious damage it suffered in the hotel in the disaster area. It opened its bloody mouth again and swallowed Qin Zhe. For Wang Zijin, these few days were probably the most memorable moments of her life. She was in love with her husband, Tui. She was in love with him. After they poked through that layer of window paper, the biggest change in Wang Zijin was buying things. She bought shoes, socks, clothes, expensive buttons, and so on for Qin Zhe. Suyu was the same. Women often said that they hated mommy's boy the most, but in fact, they liked to treat their boyfriend as their son. It seemed to be the nature of a mother's love. At the end of the month, the rain stopped. Sister's concert in Guangdong was very smooth, and the reviews were very good. In addition to the previous famous works, there were several songs copied by Qin Zhe for her. There were probably few stars who could be like Qin Bao Bao, releasing new songs without a word. Among them, the most representative song was Lost Contact with Prostitutes in Guangdong. No, Love Story in Guangdong, which Qin Zhe specially asked her to sing. The overwhelming praise was mostly due to this song. After the video came out, Qin Zhe watched it twice, once with Wang Zijin and once with Suyu. Netizens were in heated discussion, hoping that Qin Bao Bao could hold a concert in their city, and then sing a song similar to Love Story in Guangdong. I'm Hunan's, the song is called Hunan's Love Story. No, it should be called Toilet Love Story. I'm from the Northeast. The song is called Anti-Japanese Love Story. I'm Henan's. The song is called Henan's Love Story. No, it should be called Manhole Covers Love Story. Upstairs looking for shit. I'm your father. You wait, the 18-meter broadsword is on the way. Tell the manhole cover not to leave after school. At the end of the month, Qin Zhe's new movie, My 2008, was released. Qin Zhe was very concerned about the success or failure of the task. Points were much more valuable than renminbi. During this time, the company vigorously promoted the movie. His Weibo, Qin Bao Bao's Weibo, and the Weibo of his artists were all promoting the movie. The exposure was enough, and there was a rumor that Qin Zhe's production must be the best. So there was a strong sense of expectation for the movie. On the same day at tea time, her father, who had not seen Suyu for a long time, asked her to meet him. He said that Uncle Chun, a former business partner and now an old friend, was coming to Shanghai. The two families, who had a good relationship, came out to meet and have a meal. The location was a quiet Western restaurant, not far from the company, more than 10 kilometers. Suyu did not hesitate and agreed. In the past year, she had only been home a few times, but she had always kept in touch with her father on the phone. In fact, the father and daughter were estranged. Her father, Su Tong, was still the same as always, favoring boys over girls, but it could not be said that he did not like this daughter. His attitude had not changed, but Suyu had changed. She was no longer the daughter who was eager to be recognized and valued by her father, and who was jealous of her brother. The best way to end a relationship was to start another one. This analogy was not appropriate, but it was the truth. Her feelings, her soul, had a new sustenance, and she was not so eager for her father's love. Suyu finished dealing with the company's affairs and rushed to the restaurant's private room. The two families were all there, waiting for her. Sorry. There was something in the company that was not handled well. Suyu explained and sat next to her brother Suhao, but she was actually separated from Suhao by a seat. This was the distance between her and this family. Her father was next to her stepmother and brother. She did not want to sit next to Suhao. Fortunately, the table was large and there were enough seats. The two families sat around a large round table, with a dazzling array of dishes on the table. Uncle Chen laughed and said, Did you return to China the year before last? Suyu smiled and said, I returned to China at the end of 2016. Suyu found that a young man next to Uncle Chen was peeping at her. Chapter 638. That was Uncle Chen's son. Suyu remembered that he seemed to be 1 or 2 years younger than her. They were quite familiar with each other in childhood. They met several times after adolescence, and then they never met again. Uncle Chen had a son and a daughter. The daughter was the elder sister, who was the same age as Suyu. Since Suyu entered the private room, she had been scrutinizing Suyu. Uncle Chen's name was Chun Guohua, a very contemporary name, unlike her father Su Tong, whose name was a bit forward. He should be called Su Aigua or Su Jianjun, which was in line with the background of that era. The two families had a deep relationship. Before Su Tong made his fortune, he had drifted thousands of miles to the north for several years. At that time, Su Tong was still struggling at the bottom, and Chun Guohua was his boss. A few years later, Su Tong, who had saved some money, resigned to start a business. He pursued his dream with great ambition. Unfortunately, his dream was beaten by the reality, and he went bankrupt. During the most down-and-out days, Su Yu's mother did not leave them. The poor couple continued to work hard with longing and hope for the future. So later, Su Yu's mother hated Su Tong, which was reasonable. A man who abandoned his wife was the most ruthless. Su Tong started his second business, looking for investment and borrowing money everywhere. At that time, it was not easy to get loans, unlike later when loans were like a game. In order to promote the economy, the country printed money crazily. Everyone could easily get loans, and a lot of money was invested in the market. China's economic boom in the past 20 years was one of the factors. Chun Guohua was the person who helped Su Tong when he was in the most difficult time. He injected a lot of money in the name of investment. People who started a business knew that from 10 million to 20 million, it might be troublesome, but it was not too difficult. But from 1,000 to 10 million, it was as difficult as climbing the sky. So Su Tong remembered this favor for many years. In his stormy life, he had many business partners, but after success, there were not many friends who could be loyal to him. Chun Guohua was one of them, and Su Tong valued their friendship very much. During Su Yu's childhood, the two families were very close. When Su Yu was in junior high school, Chun Guohua withdrew his investment for personal reasons, and Su Tong transferred the focus of his business to his hometown, Shanghai. Shanghai's environment was better than Beijing, because it was the country's financial center, and its unique position advantage was unmatched by any city, including Beijing. Su Yu and Chen Ping, who was Chun Guohua's daughter, were of the same age. They were both playmates and archenemies. At least that was what Chen Ping thought. Chen Ping came from a wealthy family and was the little princess of her family. She was spoiled by the elders and had developed an unruly and arrogant personality. The year she and Suyu met, they were just in elementary school. Chen Ping was wearing a princess dress, and the dolls and toys could be piled up in half of the room. Suyu was just a little girl in ordinary clothes who drooled when looking at lollipops. It was just that this little girl was a little too delicate. Seeing such a beautiful little girl, Chen Guohua and his wife liked her very much. They took out toys and snacks to entertain her. Those were originally Chen Ping's things. At that time, Su Tong was still in the early stage of his business. He had no money and could not prove his ability. Making friends with Chen Guohua was actually climbing up the social ladder. The only thing he could offer was his smart daughter. Suyu had been a top student since she was a child. In the primary school where she was studying, her grades were the best in the whole grade. There would be no harm if there was no comparison. This made Chen Ping seem especially ordinary. At that time, Chen Guohua and his wife sighed with emotion. "You is so smart. If only our Ping Ping was half as smart as her." This was simply an insult to the proud little princess. So when both parents were looking forward to letting them play and make friends, in her room, Chen Ping said to Suyu fiercely, "Don't eat my snacks, and the toys are also mine." Suyu was greedy when she was a child. Eating the delicious long-nosed king, she said, "Then I will tell uncle and aunt that you bullied me. I will cry. I will cry now." Chen Ping was a little scared. Her father was such a proud person. If she bullied the guest's child, she would be too uneducated. Afterward, she would definitely be scolded or even beaten. Chen Ping said, "Then you have to listen to me in the future. You do whatever I ask you to do. Otherwise, I won't give you the long-nosed king." Suyu was not afraid at all and said, "But if I don't listen to you, I still have the long-nosed king to eat." Chen Ping was speechless. For the first time, she was crushed by her peers with IQ. That time, she lost her temper and shouted in the room. Then Suyu cried. The parents who were chatting outside heard the noise and entered the room. Suyu complained first, in Chen Ping's eyes, crying and saying that her sister bullied her. Chen Ping said no loudly and lost her temper. But the more she lost her temper, the more the adults believed that she bullied. In fact, she did bully. Afterward, she was severely educated by her parents. Since they were partners, Su Tong would often visit or Chen Guohua would visit. Suyu and Chen Ping could see each other every week. Sometimes they would do homework together. The two mothers checked their daughter's homework. Chen Ping could always hear the mother's sigh that her daughter was not Suyu, and that Suyu was not a woman. Later, Su Tong's business became better and better. Suyu's clothes became more and more beautiful. Her snacks became more and more expensive. She had more and more toys. Chen Ping's last advantage was gone. The relationship between Suyu and Chen Ping was similar to that of Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao. One side was always so high and mighty, while the other side struggled in their shadows. The difference was that Qin Zhe's sister could kiss and have sex. Chen Ping only got heartache from Suyu. However, she had been proud and liked to compare since she was a child. Later, when they met occasionally in their teenage years, they were also very aggressive. Suyu was not a gentle character and did many things deliberately to hurt her. Chen Guohua said with emotion, "A doctor who returned from abroad is different. You must have taken care of the company very well. I remember it's called profit investment, right? Su Tong, I have envied your daughter for many years. Look at my Ping Ping. She has nothing to do at home all day." In a word, not only Chen Ping's face was not good, but Su Tong's family was also a little embarrassed. Mother Chan said fair words. "Isn't Ping Ping helping you to take care of the company?" Chen Guohua said, "Hey, with her level, she is lazy in the company all day." Chen Ping said impatiently, "Dad, you are annoying." While speaking, her eyes inadvertently glanced at Suyu. Seeing her smiling and aloof appearance, she snorted in her heart. After not seeing her for many years, she was getting more and more beautiful. No wonder her brother had been secretly looking at her. Her fiancé beside her also glanced at Suyu from time to time. Chen Ping glared at her boyfriend, who smiled awkwardly. When men see beautiful women, great beauties, they always can't control their eyes. This is a natural phenomenon. Suyu was in her prime and tall. She was wearing one of the 3 uniforms, an office lady's suit. When she wore this kind of suit, it was a pure and natural temptation. Su Tong took a sip of wine and jested. "What are you talking about? It's enough for a girl to find a good husband. I also think that Yu is too career-oriented. She hasn't found a boyfriend at this age." Chen Guohua was surprised and said, "No way. Yu doesn't have a boyfriend?" He noticed that his son's eyes lit up. Su Tong could only say that he had a general impression of his daughter and Qin Zhe, but it was not very clear because Suyu didn't talk about it directly and didn't take Qin Zhe home to meet her parents. His mother's relatives knew. But the relationship between Su Tong and his ex-wife, the 2 sides didn't contact each other anymore. Suyu didn't speak, showing a subtle and restrained smile. Chen Guohua picked up a mouthful of food and said, "Young people nowadays are so calm, but we elders are worried. Chen Qing also has no girlfriend. You young people have something to talk about. Can you talk about it?" Many people had a complex of children's marriages. Young people fantasized about having a handsome or beautiful child to marry. Adults were keen to have children's marriages with their best friends. This phenomenon used to be very common, but with the change of time, free love was emphasized, and parents' orders were no longer effective. So children's marriages gradually disappeared. Chen Guohua expressed his meaning implicitly and obscurely. "Add me on WeChat?" Chen Qing took out his mobile phone and stared at Suyu expectantly and passionately. Suyu was stunned, smiled, and took out her mobile phone to add him as a friend. In fact, she was silent because it was inconvenient for her to say it. Of course, she could explain that she had a boyfriend, and there was no need to mention Qin Zhe's name. But she was so angry that she was not in the mood to talk. The relationship between the 2 families was so good that she was embarrassed to refuse. She simply added him as a friend, which was not a big deal. Chen Qing took back his mobile phone with satisfaction and a smile on his face. For a man who had been single for a long time, getting the WeChat account of his stunning goddess was the biggest gain of the day. Suyu's reaction also made him happy. She was not cold, not alienated, but reserved and polite. Su Tong still remembered that he was a father. Friendship was friendship, but he could not forget to check for his daughter. So he asked, "What is Chen Qing doing now?" Chen Guohua said angrily. When he just graduated, he said that he would go to the company to gain experience and slowly take over. After half a year, he resigned and set up an entertainment company with his friends. Su Tong said, "Very good. It's very promising to do this in the capital." In the entertainment industry, most of the popular stars graduated from Beijing Film Academy and China Drama Academy. Therefore, there were many entertainment companies in the capital, and the industry was developed, which was incomparable to Shanghai. "Uncle Su, it's true that it's promising, but the competition is also fierce. You can't get good seedlings at all, and you need strong financial support. Times have changed. Starting an entertainment company from scratch, 90% of the small companies are struggling and need to find another way. So, my friends and I developed a mobile live streaming platform to cultivate female anchors from the platform. Since it's profitable and has good seedlings, we can bring them into the entertainment industry. This way, it's easier to make newcomers popular," Chen Qing said. After that, he glanced at Suyu. Su Tong laughed loudly and said, "Young people are flexible. I'm old and can't keep up with the times." Su Tong and Chen Guohua clinked glasses. Chen Qing said, "Our era is actually more difficult than yours and my father's, but if you look carefully, there are still many opportunities. With money and funds, investing in the entertainment industry will never be a loss. Just look at Qin Zhe, who is very popular in the entertainment industry now. His success, in addition to his own talent, is mostly due to luck. I also want to try to see if I can achieve his scale." There was a sound of agreement at the table, and Su Tong praised him for his ambition. "Luck?" There was a discordant voice from Suyu. She asked with a smile, "How is it luck? I remember that Qin Zhe is not a rich second generation. He started from scratch." Chen Qing's heart moved, and he asked, Sister Sue likes Qin Zhe? Of course, he didn't mean that kind of like, but the like of a fan to an idol. Suyu smiled, and her eyes curved. I like him very much. Chun Qing took the gentleness in Suyu's eyes as a woman's infatuation. He felt uncomfortable and said, So he relies on luck. How did he get his initial funds? Suyu said, Stocks. Chun Qing said, Yes, last year's bull market made him a lot of money. If he didn't have this luck, how many years would it have taken him to start from scratch and reach the scale now? Uncle, am I right? He wanted to get approval from Su Tong. Su Tong nodded awkwardly. The man next to Chun Ping echoed, That's true. He directly crossed the most difficult starting stage. Chun Qing said with assurance, In more than a year from stocks to Tianfeng Entertainment, he now has at least a few billion yuan or even tens of billions. He is indeed very powerful. Now everyone says that he is a legend, an inspirational role model for people born in the 90s, and an unsurpassable monument. But in fact, everyone regards him as a myth. If it wasn't for that bull market which happened to be caught by him, he wouldn't be able to reach this point. The era has created him. Of course, he is really powerful. Young people with middle school syndrome look down on people and would proudly say, He is very powerful, so what? Mature men look down on people and would humbly say, He is not very good, but he is really very powerful. The order was different and the effect was different. The latter sounded more mature and restrained. But the meaning was actually the same, disdain. Suyu blinked. Maybe fishing for money in the stock market is not based on ability, but luck? The sound of agreement at the table stagnated. Chun Qing defended himself. Didn't we encounter the bull market? Suyu smiled. There are a lot of people who lose money in the bull market. Chun Qing thought about it and couldn't think of a rebuttal. He looked a little embarrassed. Suyu said, But it's okay. He is much more promising than Su Hao. Su Hao and his mother's faces darkened. Chun Qing immediately recovered his smile, but the scene was a little awkward. The stepmother said sarcastically, As long as you are promising. Father Chun and Mother Chun looked down. It was not convenient to interrupt other people's family affairs. Su Tong jumped out to break the awkwardness and pretended to be curious. What business does Ping Ping's boyfriend do? The man replied, I am not promising. I took over my father's job and do import trading. So he was also a rich second generation. Chun Ping retorted, If you are not promising, then who is promising? Your father's small business is worth dozens of times more in your hands. How much does he earn in a year? The man said, More than 200 million. Su Tong exclaimed, Young and promising. Chun Ping glanced at Suyu with a slightly proud look and asked curiously, Suyu, how's your company now? It's okay. What do you mean by okay? My father praised you. Suyu smiled casually. The company's operating capital is 20 billion, and the quarterly profit is only 0.8%. It's a small business. Boyfriend, Chun Ping. Every word was hurtful. Chun Guohua was shocked and said, Old Su, is the stock market so profitable? A quarter of 3 months, 0.8% profit, that was hundreds of millions. 5 or 600 million a year. Chun Qing's hand trembled. In fact, Suyu did not tell the truth. 0.8% was the GPA when the company's performance was not good. And the company's operating capital was not only 20 billion, but more than half of the funds were borrowed by Nan Man Pei some time ago. The investment company that Qin Zhe and Suyu spent a lot of energy to run only earned 5 or 600 million a year. What a joke! This amount of money was nothing in the eyes of the big groups in the financial world. In fact, in the Shanghai financial circle, Baozi Investment was very famous. Chun Guohua's words made Su Tong embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, It's okay. By the way, old Chun, what do you want to invest in this trip to Shanghai? He forcibly changed the topic. Investment company, Qin Zhe, profit-making. He did not want to mention these words. How to say it? I was partial to my son and took the power of profit-making investment away from my daughter and gave it to my son, but my son screwed it up. My daughter is now partnering with Qin Zhe to open a company with hundreds of millions of annual income. So good. I can't say it. Isn't it a slap in my face? After the discussion about their children, Chun Guohua and Su Tong, two old friends, drank and chatted happily. They began to reminisce about the past and look at the present. Meanwhile, the stepmother and Mother Chun also began to chat about their daily lives, occasionally mentioning Chun Ping and her boyfriend. Suyu was bored. She took a photo and sent it to her circle of friends. The afternoon tea in this shop is very good. Then she bowed her head and her slender white mobile phone danced on the screen. Honey, what are you doing? Qin Zhe replied instantly, I'm having sex. Suyu, you're so annoying. I'm not here. Who are you angry with? Qin Zhe, I ordered a chicken. Tastes good and is juicy. Suyu, save the drumstick for me. Qin Zhe, save my ass. This thing needs to be eaten while it's hot. By the way, the central bank has lowered the quota again. The scale is unprecedentedly large. The company needs to have corresponding countermeasures. Suyu, I know. I'm being used as a cow by you. Dad and I are having afternoon tea. Uncle Chen's family, who I haven't seen for many years, came to Shanghai. But I'll come out after I'm done with my work. Qin Zhe, nonsense. I didn't use you as a cow or a horse. I used you as a blow-up doll. The central bank's lowering of the quota is a good thing for us. Hundreds of billions of funds flow into the market. It's a blessing for the stock market and enterprises. It's not necessarily good for the people. Their savings will shrink again. I just asked my uncle to prepare a loan. It's a waste not to borrow the government's money. Suyu, when did you become a nationalistic youth? Are you still worried about the shrinkage of assets? Qin Zhe, I'm not worried about myself. I'm worried about the poor newspaper seller. Oh, a friend of mine. Suyu, you'd better worry about me. My dad wants to set me up with Uncle Chen's son. Qin Zhe, F*CK. That bastard dares to steal my wife. Suyu, say, happy expression again. Qin Zhe, F*CK. Suyu, Qin Zhe, do you want me to come over and let you show off? Suyu, forget it. I'm not in the right. Qin Zhe, touching head. At the end of the chat, Suyu smiled bitterly. You didn't even ask for the address. I want you to come. I'm being sarcastic at this time. She received a message. Going to the bar for a drink tonight? It was from Chun Qing. She looked up and saw the latter's warm smile. No. Suyu replied. Chun Qing bowed his head and typed, don't like to drink? Then watch a movie. Qin Zhe's new movie is just released tonight. You like him, right? Suyu, no thank you. She thought to herself, to watch Qin Bao and Qin Zhe being intimate on the screen? Go away. Chun Qing frowned slightly. Can't make an appointment? He took this as a girl's reservedness. He stretched his eyebrows and continued to type. But at this time, Suyu turned off her phone and looked at the table with a smile. He had to put down his phone helplessly. Su Tong and Chen Guohua hadn't seen each other for many years. Although they kept in touch by phone, the last time they met was 15 years ago. Men could talk for a whole day. Time passed slowly, about half an hour later. Suyu got up and went to the bathroom. At the pool between the men's and women's toilets, she saw Chun Qing waiting there. Are you busy with the company? Chun Qing smiled. It's okay. Suyu smiled. You are amazing. I especially worshipped you when I was a child. Because of good grades. Because you are good. Suyu smiled and said, thank you. My dad should stay in Shanghai for a while. If you are free in the evening, let's watch a movie together. I also admire Qin Zhe. Chun Qing said. Suyu thought for a while, tilted her head and smiled. You want to pursue me? She suddenly went straight to the topic. Chun Qing was stunned for a moment. His strong mentality, which had been trained for a long time in the field of flowers, quickly showed up. He looked sincere. You are very beautiful. Because you are beautiful? Isn't that the first attraction between men and women? Suyu laughed. It makes sense. If you say it's because you are good, I will turn around and leave. Chun Qing smiled. He thought he was very accurate in judging women. His answer just now seemed casual, but in fact he had considered it. Suyu was not like a pretentious woman, so he chose to answer more calmly and honestly. Seemed that the bet was right. To be honest, Suyu was too outstanding. Her height, aura, and appearance were impeccable. Her cold and cheerless temperament was like poison to men, the kind that scratched at their hearts with 100 claws. By the way, how old are you this year? 25. 25, do you have a net worth of 1 billion? Chun Qing said confidently, I believe I can reach it before the age of 30. With big sister Sue as my role model, I definitely have to speed up. Besides, if I don't know how to make money, how can I support you? He said the second half of the sentence in a joking tone. Sue nodded and looked at him carefully. You are quite handsome, but not as good as Qin Zhe. You are rich, but not as good as Qin Zhe. I think you are not a rich second generation. You have a little talent, but still not as good as Qin Zhe. She shrugged. Well, I am finished. You have no chance. Chun Qing. First, he was stunned. Then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How many people in the 90s could compare with Qin Zhe? I can't compare with him, but you have to be Qin Zhe's girlfriend. Sister, you are joking. But since you said so, even if it is Qin Zhe, I will try my best to beat him. Chun Qing said sincerely. If it was an ordinary woman, she would really have a good impression of him. But I like him. He is rich but not rich. He is talented but not arrogant. He is a little bad, but bad in his mouth. He is not like you rich second generation. You are always a gentleman. But who knows what kind of virtue you have in private. Chun Qing frowned. What are you talking about? Suyu curled her lips. Qin Zhe, my boyfriend. Chun Qing said unhappily. Even if you want to reject me, you don't have to say it like that. Do you think I will believe it? I am not lying to you. Oh, then ask him to come. He is busy and has no time. Oh, Chun Qing was very angry in his heart. He thought that he had made the right bet. He thought that Suyu was going to talk to him directly. She was indeed going to talk to him directly, but it was a little insulting. First, she was going to hook him directly. Then, she turned around and said, You have no chance. She compared him to Qin Zhe as if he was a clown. Wasn't this a humiliation? Chun Qing mocked. Then should I hurry up and hug your thigh? After all, I am also in the entertainment circle. Okay, the thigh is here. Hurry up and hug it. Suddenly, someone said behind him. Chun Qing turned his head and saw a man wearing sunglasses and a mask standing behind him. He was holding a plastic bag in his hand. I called a chicken. Suyu's eyes were shining brightly, dazzling. Qin Zhe took off his sunglasses and mask, grinned, and complained, Go back to work. Do you want to eat afternoon tea for 2 hours? Qin Zhe. Chun Qing was stunned in place. Suyu bit her lips with tears in her eyes. Qin Zhe said angrily, Let's go, which private room I will go and pretend to show off in front of people. She laughed and happily hugged Qin Zhe's arm. I will take you there. I will take you there. Qin Zhe turned his head and looked at Chun Qing. He reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Sorry, I didn't bring my business card. If you need anything, you can call her. I don't mind hugging her thigh. I have long legs that are 1.8 meters tall. On the way back to the private room, Suyu's voice was a little floating. How did you know I was here? You didn't even ask. Didn't you post it in your circle of friends? It shows the location. Then how did you know I was in the toilet? I drove for half an hour. I really wanted to go to the toilet. I happened to hear you talking to that guy. Suyu quickly patted her chest and pretended to be scared. Fortunately, I almost promised him to go to the movies. Well, if we go to the movies, I will beat you. Qin Zhe gave her a chestnut. What are you holding in your hand? She covered her head and looked at the plastic bag. Drumsticks. Suyu's eyes were red, and she choked. First, don't go in, I want to cry. You were so moved that you cry? Qin Zhe opened his arms and held her in his arms, putting his hand on her trembling shoulder. Suyu took his arm and pushed open the door of the private room. Everyone looked over and was slightly stunned. When Qin Zhe took off his sunglasses and mask, the private room, which had been noisy before, was suddenly silent. Dad, I brought Chin Zhe over to let everyone know. This is Uncle Chun. Aunt Sue. She is Chun Ping, my playmate when I was a child. Next to her is her fiancé. Chin Zhe nodded one by one and greeted Uncle Chun and Aunt Sue. Chun Guohua and his wife looked a little confused, and Chun Ping's face was dull. It was heartbreaking again. Su Tong and his son were more bitter. They couldn't help but feel bitter. Speaking of which, Chin Zhe was still an employee under them. At that time, he was not famous and was making a living from the profits. The position of general manager was taken down by Su Tong himself. He was forced to leave. After a round of greetings, Chin Zhe said, I still have something to do in the company, so you and I will leave first. Dad, you continue to chat with Uncle Chun. I will treat everyone to dinner when I am free. Su Tong, don't call me Dad so smoothly. Did you ask me, your father-in-law, your father's opinion? Chun Guohua was excited and full of smiles. She has a boyfriend, right? Old Su, you are not loyal. You kept it from me. He hurriedly handed the business card to Chin Zhe. Chin Zhe took it and led Suyu out of the door. Chun Guohua's voice came from the private room. Old Su, your son-in-law is amazing. Your daughter is so beautiful. Su Tong. Chun Ping. Chapter 639. At 8:30 in the evening in the cinema. Today is Friday. Chin Zhe's new movie, My 2008, is released. Thanks to the crazy publicity in the early stage, the film has attracted a lot of attention, and online tickets are very popular. The cinema will premiere at 6 p.m. The screening rate is 25%, but the movie tickets are sold out in a short time. By 8:30, the screening rate is adjusted to 40%, occupying almost half of the cinema. In the cinema, half of the screening rooms are showing this movie. The promotional poster of Chin Zhe and Chin Bao Bao hugging and laughing is particularly eye-catching. Hey, this lewd smile. I don't want to see it in an instant. In the corridor of the screening room, a tall woman wearing a mask pointed to Chin Bao Bao on the poster. Her smile is really not good. There is no restraint and calmness of an elder sister. Next to her, a shorter woman echoed and also wore a mask. Chin Zhe held a big bucket of popcorn and madly complained in his heart. Then don't come to see it. Why do you have to bring me along? It must be Su Teddy who caused this frightening scene. After afternoon tea, he went back to the company to make a plan. Suyu was moved and said, Husband, let's go to the movie tonight. Chin Zhe said no. There is still a sister Ziwei at home. His Hei's king power is limited to bed, and he has no courage to command in reality. It's not that he's a coward. He just thinks that his wife is used to love. Well, it's a coward. Suyu said, If you don't go, then I and Wang Zijin will go. In this way, Chin Zhe was forced to do something beyond his ability. He can't let them be alone. The chemical reaction is too fierce, more terrible than nitroglycerin. As a man, he must always be a stabilizing force. Chin Zhe came to Dinghai today. The movie has already started. The three people deliberately came a few minutes late and wore masks. The reason why Suyu and Wang Zijin wore masks was that the two beauties were too eye-catching. Chin Zhe was afraid that he would be recognized. If the audience knew that Chin Zhe's real body was here, the scene would definitely boil over. According to the movie tickets, they entered Theater 6. The seats were full, and the light from the big screen illuminated the heads. Chin Zhe and the other two chose to stand at the edge. He took off his mask, and the dim atmosphere was the best cover. Everyone's attention was on the movie. As long as he didn't look at the passers-by silently, no one would notice him. Just like that, Chin Zhe started watching the movie with his best friend on his left and right. If it was Long Outyen, he should be hugging his left and right. At the very least, he should be holding his sister's small hands. Using the popular description of that era, the two beauties looked at each other and smiled happily. They snuggled in Long Outyen's arms and shared this man's love. The theater was filled with a happy atmosphere. Cross out this sentence. Brother Sun was innocent. In reality, Chin Zhe was sitting upright with popcorn on his lap for his best friend to enjoy. Suyu was absolutely intentional. Fortunately, her little temper was limited to this, and Wang Zijin may be deeply in love with Qin Baobao. She has not dared to show her love with Qin Zhe blatantly. A delicate balance was maintained between the three people. The movie just happened to play when Qin Hao woke up from his rebirth and ran out of the house in a panic. In the old alley, Qin Hao opened his arms and smelled the haze of 2008. In his ears, there was the advertisement of the shop next door, China Anti-Cave, leading the life of 3 prostitutes, first come, first served. The BGM was exciting and cheerful music. This year, Qin Zhe is not popular. This year's economic crisis is coming. This year, there will be a big earthquake. Qin Hao went back to his room and took notes seriously. There was laughter in the theater, and many audience members were amused. This movie is good. It's funny. Haha. My husband is also humorous. The 2 girls behind him were whispering. Their voices were very low, but they were clearly heard by Suyu. Suyu, oh husband. Wang Zijin, oh husband. Qin Zhe pretended not to hear their sarcastic tone. In the eyes of women, those who look average are called handsome, those who look good are called little brother, and those who look super handsome are called husband. I accept this sarcasm. Who made me so handsome? Wang Zijin and Suyu came with a critical and scrutinizing mentality, but watching, the corners of their mouths hooked up. The movie was humorous and relaxed, and it was easy to immerse you in it. Coke movies and popcorn, leisurely and relaxed, let people temporarily get rid of the fast-paced lifestyle. But this relaxed and cheerful atmosphere did not last long. With the progress of the movie, the successful Qin Zhe began to flirt with his childhood sweetheart sister. Then, on a dark and windy night, Qin Zhe used a sketch to draw an abstract image of a big cock. He looked at the tall and beautiful sister and confirmed that she was the one he wanted to sleep with. On the screen, the 2 kissed on the bed, from the lips to the neck and then to the chest. Qin Zhe, played by Qin Hao, arched and arched. Qin Baobao, on the other hand, hugged his head and pressed it against her chest, looking charming. Suyu's eyes twitched. Almost at the same time, Wang Zijin's mouth twitched slightly. Even if they knew it was acting, they were not in the entertainment circle after all. They were not so generous and well-informed. Looking at the bed scene between Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao on the screen, they felt that they had been put on a hat. There was also jealousy. Normal men could not accept their girlfriend kissing other men, even if it was acting. It also reflected that the people in the entertainment circle were very big. To what extent? For example, there was a familiar joke. I'll drink first, you can do whatever you want. I'll drink too. You can do whatever you want. I'll drink, you can do whatever you want. After a round, it was the groom's turn. He took the wine and said, let's drink together. Forthright. Suyu and Wang Zijin squinted at Qin Zhe at the same time. Qin Zhe straightened his back and was expressionless. In front of the 3 people, the brother and sister kissed in a special way. At this time, he had to be calm. The key to stabilizing the sea was stability. If China moves, I won't move. Wang Zijin said faintly, yo, I heard from Bao Bao that they didn't use a double in this part. Suyu was speechless. Qin Zhe couldn't bear it and said with a dry smile, I'll go to the toilet. After going to the toilet, the bed scene was over. Wang Zijin and Suyu recovered their calmness. He breathed a sigh of relief, so the 3 people continued to eat popcorn and watch the movie. When the popcorn was finished, Qin Zhe suddenly froze and looked at the popcorn in his hand silently. What's wrong? Wang Zijin, who was careful, saw it and asked. I forgot to wash my hands after going to the toilet, he said. Suyu was chewing popcorn happily. The smile on Wang Zijin's face gradually disappeared. A little embarrassed, Qin Zhe comforted her. Anyway, it's a familiar taste. Suyu, Wang Zijin. The childhood sweethearts were caught by their parents the next morning, so they laid their cards on the table. This was one of the most explosive parts of the entire movie. On the screen, Qin Zhe was roaring in anger. He was like a ferocious little beast that had gone berserk. The memories of his previous life flashed by. Let the audience more clearly understand that this was a very miserable loser. He went back 10 years with hope and longing and vowed to get back his lost love. There was an unwilling child hidden in his heart, roaring angrily. In the 5-minute plot, the theater was silent. There was no laughter, no talking. The first 2/3 of the movie was relaxed and humorous, and the theater was full of laughter. Even after the bed scene, when the childhood sweethearts were forced to lay their cards on the table with their parents, the audience still felt sweet, because in the end, there were still lovers who got married. But after that, the relaxed and humorous elements disappeared. After the passionate love period, due to the pressure of public opinion, they went from tolerating to alienating, and then to breaking up. Fate was like a pair of invisible hands, setting everything back on track. Later, after they went their separate ways, life went on, and the female lead was about to get married. After Chin Hao got the news, he suddenly realized that he had been reborn, but he still didn't grasp the most important thing. He got into a car accident on the way to the wedding. The scene ended there and it was pitch black. Then the movie came to an end. Chin Hao couldn't save him, and he didn't have much time left. In the clean ward, the male and female leads said their last goodbye. The background music was, "If I Become a Memory. If I become a memory, leaving this life, leaving you crying in shock, my cold body can't hug you." The male lead's hand fell and he closed his eyes. The camera turned to the female lead's face. She covered her mouth, crying until her shoulders shook. The camera zoomed out and then zoomed out again, breaking through the ceiling and showing the blue sky. The movie ended. The ending was a bit unexpected for most of the audience. It was supposed to be a light-hearted comedy, wasn't it? Even if the two broke up due to public opinion, when the male lead found his true feelings and went to stop the wedding, the audience thought it would be a wedding robbery. Suddenly, tears welled up in their eyes. So, did he split when he was dying, or did he really get reborn? This question was very controversial on the internet, and the disagreement was especially serious in the movie reviews. Some people insisted that he was reborn, but fate made everything go back to square one. This was the power of fate. Others agreed that everything was just the male lead's imagination after the car accident at the beginning. He didn't get reborn, and there was no sweet relationship. He just had a beautiful dream before he died. When he woke up the next day, the first thing Chin-zae did was to check the movie's rating on the internet. 8.6. It was a pleasant surprise. He originally thought that as long as it got 8, he would be able to pass the mission. To be honest, the quality of this movie was definitely not comparable to the phenomenal movies he had acted in before, but he couldn't deny that it was a rare masterpiece. The reason why the movie was so popular the first day was probably because of the ending. If a movie could make the audience feel lost after it ended, and if the audience continued to argue with each other, then it was a success. It was more successful than a pure comedy. The prompt of the completion of the mission soon came. Chin-zae was delighted. Points were the source of Hei's king's confidence. With points, he was Hei's king. He could copy scripts and songs. Without points, he was just a salted fish. At most, he was a salted fish with a high IQ. Wednesday, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chin-zae drove to the airport to pick up his sister. After floating in Guangdong for nearly half a month, she finally came back. She didn't go with the team but came back 2 days in advance. She dragged a suitcase, jogging shoes, jeans, a black slim-fit t-shirt, and a denim jacket. Wearing a cap, she looked slim and graceful. Standing at the door of number 6, she looked around and saw Chin-zae wearing a mask and sunglasses. She left the suitcase and ran over. Other girls were like young swallows returning to the forest, but she was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. She jumped into Chin-zae's arms, hugged his neck with both hands, wrapped her legs around his waist, and shouted, "Little red man, I missed you so much." 12 days, they stayed in Guangdong for 12 days. Since they didn't go to Shujia town, this should be the longest time they had been separated. Chin-zae held his sisters but with both hands and smelled the familiar body fragrance. He felt a sense of security and said with a smile, "Is Guangdong fun?" His sister said in a sweet voice, "It's delicious." Chin-zae said exaggeratedly, "No wonder you're so heavy." "Huh? Really? Have you really gotten heavier?" "I'm kidding. It's only more than 50 kilograms. Nonsense, your sister is 80 kilograms. Get lost. Did you forget your breasts in Guangdong? I don't know. Why don't you touch them? Haha. Our movie was released, and the box office hit 500 million in 3 days. Very good. But our mother is very calm. She used to pay attention to our movies. Maybe she's used to it? It's also possible that she will secretly watch it without telling us. After a moment of silence, Qin Baobao said angrily, "Forget it. Anyway." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. "Anyway, I'll take care of it." Comrade, your ideological awareness is getting higher and higher. Mom will probably explode when she sees this movie, he thought to himself. He was the scriptwriter of this movie, which meant that he adapted it based on his own life experience. Qin Zhe was constantly testing his mother's bottom line, like how he used to rub Wang Zijin. This metaphor was a bit wrong, but that was what it meant. He didn't dare to show his cards or flip the table. But little by little, he tested his mother's bottom line. The cycle was gradual. The pedestrians around them hurried past. When they passed by, their eyes